tunnels are not.
Oh,
Anywhere
okay.
between 40 and 60 feet.
Oh, yes. Oh,
Yeah.
wow.
But it'd be fun to farm, you know?
Can I steal a cherry dress? We are live.
Okay, you want, is everybody ready? Yes, I am now.
Well, just a minute here.
Okay.
Will?
Yeah.
Just-
Yeah, yes.
Morning.
Get closer. Can I scoot this?
Congratulations, Brad.
Sure.
Congratulations, please rise for the
Congratulations
pledge
to
of
you.
allegiance and a moment of silence.
Go ahead, I'll just catch up.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. So we have a roll call, please.
Commissioner Ansel,
Here.
Commissioner Rushton,
Present.
Chairman Bonnet,
Here.
Commissioner Wessel,
Here.
Commissioner Storswittle,
Here.
Commissioner Rettenbach,
Here.
Commissioner Lautner,
Present.
Thank you. So then we'd have communications, proclamations, presentations, minister's update.
All right, thank you. And I would like to start on a positive note. So Commissioner Lautner, congratulations on your anniversary. I believe it was
Oh.
last week.
Yes,
38 years, correct, right?
I think that's
38
right.
years? Yes. Yeah, 1982. So she was
Yes.
a young bride,
Very young.
very young bride.
Oh, yeah.
And I saw a wedding photo posted and she looks pretty much the same as she did on her blessed wedding day in 1982.
Yeah.
And she made the wise decision of marrying a Cedar boy, and that has always
right.
worked out very well for people. So congratulations.
Yeah.
And 4 kids later, and how many grandkids now, Melinda?
Almost 6.
Almost 6, yeah. I was gonna say 5, I thought 6 was coming, so congratulations. And you're
Thank you.
blessed that they're all local and you get to see them, so.
Absolutely.
congratulations.
Every day.
Yeah, I have a couple updates. We'll start with the COVID situation and related topics. As you all know, we went to appointments only November 18th. That seems to be working well. Everyone who just comes in building and calls has provided service. We have not had any issues. Actually had some people complimenting on us. They felt very safe in the building and they're glad they could come in and get their business done in a safe environment. I talked to Chairman Bunnick yesterday, and we're going to continue that at least through December 31st for the safety of our employees as well as the public. And like I said, everyone who is required service is being served on a very timely basis. And I think the public and the staff appreciate the extra precautions. In terms of where we are with our employees, as you know, we've had 6 positive tests. All but one of them are back to work. The majority of them, probably the biggest thing they experience is loss of taste, and that seems to be the thing that takes the longest to come back. We currently have 4 people that are either working remotely or are on leave because of exposure, direct exposure. And so we're trying to get through that, but we're doing the best we can under the circumstances. In terms of the Community Development Block Grant, we hope to submit our reimbursements here before Christmas. Been working with the townships, the fire departments, the villages, and some nonprofits. As of last week, we're over $200,000 in requests. Not all of them will be approved, and some more will still be coming in. But we were allocated up to $368,000, and we're trying to make sure that we do reimburse our townships, villages, fire departments, nonprofits for eligible expenses. So that's been a major focus of us the last couple of weeks. One of the things that we can do is units of governments can ask in advance for pre-approval on items. And so I've submitted requests for about 5 different requests from the townships and some fire departments, and including us in the county. And as of last night, around 5 o'clock, I got written confirmation that the pre-approval that we requested to buy a polycom for downstairs has been approved. So Chairman Barnick, I'd like to add that as a late agenda item to approve a polycom purchase downstairs. And the logic we use that there are many townships that do not have polycoms and cannot be physically separated who have asked to use our facilities. And we've had some conflicts. For example, the road commission was hoping to have the meetings here, but we've got conflicts and had to reschedule. So with this purchase, we're able to host other groups and organizations like the road commission and township, which downstairs and not conflict with the courts or with any of our meetings. So I'll be asking to put that on the late agenda, but that has been pre-approved for reimbursement. I am also working with Grand Traverse and Benzie County on the anticipation that there will be a vaccine that will be distributed. We are hoping to have a joint meeting between the 3 counties with the health department and emergency managers on the storage of the vaccine. One of the vaccines that probably will be the first to be approved has to be stored approximately 70 degrees below zero. And it just makes sense that we all work together and come up with a plan on the storage and on the distribution. Each county will be allocated a certain amount of vaccines. So we're hoping to have a meeting maybe this week to joint effort how the 3 counties can work together and maybe other counties involved. So you'll be hearing more about that. And I think Matt Anzorga will give an update. He's on the agenda for an agreement for our employees in the vaccine. So you'll hear more about that. The Open Meetings Act was modified. It does continue through 2021, but currently the current practice, the way we're doing here, expires December 31st. And you may have heard, I heard on news this morning that the city of Traverse City and the city of Cadillac declared a state of emergency. The reason to do that is to allow open meetings to continue remotely. So unless the state modifies that, and there's a chance that they will during lame duck session, I put on our last meeting of the year, the special meeting in December, potential passage of a resolution that will allow us to continue having remote meetings. If we do not pass that, or if the state or health department does not declare a state of emergency, we'd have to go back to our old format of meetings. So you'll be hearing more about that. There's a chance the Michigan House and Senate will modify that and allow that to continue beyond December 31st. But the way the law is written now, as of December 31st, we have to pass this resolution requesting continuation of remote meetings, which is clear, which is part of the state of emergency, or we have to go back to the old format. So you'll be hearing more about that in the next couple of weeks. So that may or may not be on the agenda for our last meeting of the year, depending how that plays out in the next couple of weeks. And also, you probably heard yesterday the big news in Leelanau County about sugarloaf being sold. The group that has bought it, their spokesman is Mr. Ross Sutterway. Some of you know Mr. Sutterway. He was also the spokesman for the group that bought the former courthouse property in Leland. So Mrs. Gale and I have worked with him closely in the past on projects. And he is professional land acquisition. I mean, that's his business is. He's well respected. I enjoy working with him. He's on the Leland School Board. It's nice to have the local tie. He does want to make it clear, he is not the owner of Sugarloaf. He's only representing the investment team, but he'll be their spokesman. And I'm looking forward to working with him and hopefully getting some things done. It's nice to have a local connection, someone that we know and trust and is well respected. So I'm sure you'll be hearing more about Sugarloaf in the near future. And that's it.
Any questions for the administrator? Seeing none, we'll move on then to planning community development update.
Good morning.
Good morning.
The next 2 items on your agenda will be covered with a PowerPoint that Senior Planner Gail Meyer and I will go through, and Gail will start it. I did send out the handout to you on Friday through an email, and I'm going to share the PowerPoint on your screen now, and then we'll start through it. Are you able to see the PowerPoint?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
Hello, this is Gail. And I'm going to start on page 2. County Planning Commission consists of 11 members representing various interests across the county. This year, the Planning Commission welcomed 2 new members, Gail Carlson and Mel Black. They also completed the 2020 update to the Capital Improvement Program, which they will again update in 2021. They approved a poster plan, which is a brief summary of key elements of the general plan, including maps. They also hosted a very successful Zoning Board of Appeals training in September via Zoom, and I believe about 30 people attended that. They reviewed 8 zoning ordinance amendments, 1 farmland preservation designation, 2 rezoning requests. Let's see, they passed a resolution to support Housing North as recommended by the Housing Action Committee, and attended various township meetings, village meetings, primarily by Zoom. We move on to the next page. Solid Waste Council consists of 14 members appointed by the county board and also appointed as the Solid Waste Management Planning Committee for purposes of amending the solid waste management plan. They held 4 household hazardous waste and electronics collections in 2020 and 2 tire recycling collections. The county collected 1,781 tires in 2020 and used state grant funds, 2% funds, and we charged $1 per tire. And they also used funds from the recycling budget to cover the cost of the tire collections. They began work on the recycling grant received from the state for improvements in collection of recyclable materials. This grant was put on hold until spring 2020 due to COVID. They completed steps for a temporary recycling site in the village of Leelanau and began steps for a new recycling site on South Pop Road in Lake Leelanau. They received a request from a township to help assist with removing large piles of tires in the county and completed steps for the November 2020 ballot issue for a 10-year renewal of the recycling fee, which passed by an average of 81% across the county, with a low of 76% and a high of 88%. And moving on to some charts now. As you can see, this chart shows the recycling by the location, I think for the past 8 years. 2020 totals, as you can see, noted there only through October. And we've noted the Lake Leelanau site closed in September of 2018. And the temporary site in Leland opened in September of 2020. Moving on, the next 2 show the pounds of electronics collected and the pounds of hazardous waste collected. And if you look, starting in 2014 is when we started having 4 collections a year instead of 3. Moving, here is a chart showing the shredding pounds that we've collected this year. And moving on, tire collection 2019 and 2020. 2019, we held 3 collections. And this year we were able to hold 2 collections. And I think that ends it for me. Any questions on that?
Commissioner Ansori.
Yes, in the modification for the solid waste plan, have we any estimate on when that will be done to allow curbside recycling in the county?
I would have to refer that to Trudy.
Well, it was supposed to be done when the last time it was supposed to be done, and it didn't get done, and I'm just, evidently it's not getting done this time either. Trudy, do you have any estimate?
It's going to take us most of 2021 to get through that amendment of the plan. So January 5th will be the first meeting where they actually start the amendment process. I'm hoping that we can move through it fairly quickly. There's not, it'll be different than the first time around. So it should go much quicker and we should be able to bring the plan back to the board, I hope by the third or fourth quarter of 2021. And then from there it goes to the state.
And that will include curbside recycling?
If that's what the Solid Waste Council puts in there. I can't answer for them, but that is certainly going to be something they're going to discuss.
Any other questions? Seeing none, then was there any one thing more?
Yes, I'm gonna go through the rest of the PowerPoint quickly here for you.
All right, thank you.
Okay, so the next slide is the Brownfield Redevelopment Authority. This is a board that has 7 members appointed by the county, one county commissioner, as well as the county administrator. I serve as the director for the Brownfield Authority, and I'm also a member on the Land Bank Authority. Since 2008, the county received $1.8 million in US EPA grant funds, and we administered 1.3 million of those. The grant that we did not administer, the total amount was the revolving loan fund. We did try to put that out into projects, and because of the economy, because of some other situations, we only ended up using about half of that one. From those projects, we had 5 brownfield plans that were concluded. 4 of them are still active, 2 in Elmwood Township, 1 in Leland, and 1 in Sutton's Bay Village. We also had the use of state grant or loan funds on sites. Out of the assessment grants, we did 35 projects. Of those, 16 were sold, 5 were demo projects. 5 of them had cleanup activities on site. 1 was developed for a community park, and then the others still have no development at this time or are still owned by the same owner. They've not changed hands. And the Brownfield Authority continues to collect the TIF dollars on these brownfield plans. We provide an annual report back to the state. It's now the Eagle Department instead of Michigan Department of Environmental Quality. And we also look at those TIF funds for potential reimbursement to the developers. Under housing, we had quite a few changes this year. The housing manager, Diane Kiesel, and I are wrapping up the last of the MISHDA grants for home rehabilitation. So MISHDA is no longer focused on those efforts for housing rehab. Their goals and objectives are going in a different direction, mainly for new builds. And so this is the last of its kind for a rehab grant. We do receive repayment from loans, which is called program income, and we can use those on projects, but those funds are pretty limited, so our ability to do rehab projects like we've done in the past is going to decrease. And as a result, we won't have the same housing manager position after the end of this year. So on behalf of the county, since 1993, we've implemented 15 different housing grants totaling almost $3.5 million. We leveraged another 1.75 million and then used program income, that repayment of loans, for about 811,000, and that totaled just over $6 million. With that, we were able to complete 155 rehabilitation projects in the county. That is for homeowners that are at 80% or below the area median income. And AMI is dependent on the size of your household. So the larger your household, the larger that number can be, and you can qualify for 80% or less. We constructed 17 new homes, 4 of them in Empire Village, 8 in Lake Leelanau, 2 in Northport, and 3 in Sutton's Bay, and they are all under affordability restrictions for resale. And then we took 3 homes out of the national park, relocated them to the Sugarloaf area, and resold them. So with these funds, we were able to keep many local contractors in business working on housing projects, especially during the slower months. Under remonumentation, our department took over that program about 2 years ago. The 2020 grant will be closing out soon, and the 2021 grant is on your agenda today for consideration. The next slide shows some revenue that we have brought back into the general fund since about 2005. This does not include any reimbursement under grants for staff time or administrative cost. So the highest one here is the address fees at about $55,000. That was started in 2005. Prior to that, we had about 15 years where we did not charge anything for an address. So that number probably would have been more around $100,000. And some of the other things we work on is damage assessment team for emergency operations. I'm the head of that damage assessment team, and Senior Gail Myers, Senior Planner, is a member of that team. We also work on the website. I'm a website administrator for the site, and my staff also updates different sections of that website. And then we apply for administered grants, provide presentations at conferences and trainings. One of the most recent ones was a session that was done for the Michigan Association of Planning Conference in October. It was a webinar, and Sabina Martin from Core Solutions was involved in it, along with Jeff Hawkins from Envirologic Incorporated. Sabina Martin was one of the individuals who was here for the Sugarloaf Visioning sessions many years ago and was a key person working on that project. And then finally, some of the items that we want to work on for 2021 is, again, update that CIP and present it to the county board, complete the work under the 2021 remonumentation grant. And I'd also like to add a page to the website for that remonumentation. We have never had anything on the website explaining that program, and I'd like to mimic what some of the other counties are doing and put that on there. We'll continue work with the Housing Action Committee, like to complete the work for the new recycling site on Pop Road, as well as explore recycling options such as what Commissioner Ansorgi mentioned, and include those in the update to the solid waste management plan. And then, of course, we'll continue our address assignments, oversight of our hazardous waste and tire collections, and then finally complete that solid waste management plan amendment. And that's it for our department update. So I'll turn the screen back over and see if there's any questions from anyone for us or any comments.
Any questions? Commissioner Wesson.
I don't have a question, but Trudy, thank you for everything you and your staff do. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Commissioner Rettenbach.
Sorry, having trouble there. Trudy, I just wanted to ask about the transportation maps. When was the last time that they were updated?
I'm going to estimate about 2 or 3 years ago.
And then what's the plan going forward? I really enjoy having those maps.
We still have a lot of maps in our possession for resale and putting out to the public. One of the things we did last time is we took the actual date of the transportation map off, because what we found over the years is that if a plan said, say, 2008, by the time we got to 2010, people were asking for a new map. Well, the only thing that would really change on is if there's any new private roads added to the map. So instead we put a print date on the map instead of calling it, like 2020 transportation map. We just put the date of the print on there. So we still have quite a few. And we don't print as many as we used to, mainly because people use online in their phone and so forth a lot more than they did many years ago.
Okay, thank you. And like Commissioner Wessel, I want to thank you and your staff for all that you do and the service that you provide in the recycling program for the tires, the household hazardous waste in general. It's just wonderful. Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other questions or statements? Seeing none, Trudy, thank you very much. We appreciate it. And
You're welcome.
Say thanks to Gail too. All right, then we move on then for approval of the agenda. And we do have the one late edition, and I put it at 15D for Polycom. Commissioner Wesson.
Move to approve the agenda as presented and amended.
Support. All those in favor, please raise your hand. All those opposed, the same sign. Motion passes 7-0. Thank you. So then that brings us to public comment. Have public comment, please call in at 231-256-8109. 231-256-8109. And while we're waiting for phone calls, you could come forward. Ms. Alfire.
Gwen Allgaier, Cleveland Township. So looking at the agenda, I look forward to hearing the Grand Traverse Band of Ottawa and Chippewa Indians request. I also want to thank Commissioner Ansorgi for bringing up septic yet again. I know that people on this commission have hoped it would never come up again, but the health and safety of the people of this county has to be the concern of the commission. Has to be our concern. And that's why this issue keeps coming up. I hope we can come to a resolution, and I obviously support having a workshop. And I have to say, and for full disclosure, since we live on a lake, my husband has been a part of Leelanau Clean Water for years and is an encyclopedia of information on this topic. And he wrote a short encyclopedia, and I'm going to give you all a break and just give you a copy of it and not read it. And I'll email it to those of you who are not present. Would you like one?
Yes, thank you.
Thank you.
Also, Eric Johnson, we have an incredibly smart, efficient, excellent health director. He gave a response to Tony last night. He apologized for it being late. I hope all of you have received that. You did. Good. Eric Johnson's reply?
I think so.
Because it is excellent. If you haven't, I hope you'll get it. He's incredibly knowledgeable, and we are fortunate to have someone with his experience and knowledge base as an expert on this issue, and I hope that he will be allowed to be intricately involved in the workshop and in the decision. So thank you.
Thank you.
We have a call.
Okay.
Okay, ma'am. I'm gonna put you on the speaker. Okay, ma'am, go ahead, speak. Hello? Hello? Hello, ma'am? You still there? Hello? All right. If the lady that called is watching, could she call in again? I think we lost her.
Okay.
I'm gonna hang up.
All right.
We had two people that called in, so they want to speak in public comment.
Right, so please call at 256-8109, 231-256-8109.
Good morning. You call for public comment? Okay, all right. I'll let you speak for me, okay? Okay, go ahead, ma'am.
Hello, Melissa Patek, from Bobby, Michigan, and I would like to make a comment that the Leelanau County Board of Commissioners to support the Grand Traverse Band Audubon Chippewa Indians resolution for land acknowledgement. My second comment, to support continued anti-bias training for the Leelanau County Commissioners. And those are my two comments. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We had one more lady that called in. She
Yes,
hasn't called back, so.
Please call 231-256-8109. Thank you.
Are you calling for public comment? All right, let me put you on speaker. Okay, state your name. That'd be helpful. Thank you. Okay, ma'am, go ahead.
Hi, good morning. My name is Holly Bird. I'm a former resident of Leelanau County. I have children that live there. I business there, and my husband is a member of the Grand Traverse Band, and I speak on behalf of the Bird family. As you know, I saw some of you in the last couple of weeks during a racial equity training, racial justice training that the commission had. And I want to encourage the continued conversations, as well as continued training for the commission. I don't feel that the training that we had even began to touch the surface of healing that need within the commission and within the township in general. So I would ask that that continue. I'm happy to also give my services in that regard so that we can all be moving together in a good way. Second, I want to, on behalf of our family, I want to greatly encourage the acceptance of the request by the Grand Traverse Band to support and encourage their lawsuit under the Treaty of 1855. This is a lawsuit for the taking of land that's been long time coming. And it's really the least that the people of Leelanau can do for the original people of this place. Grand Traverse Band has been more than community oriented and more than absolutely supportive of others in the county. They're the second largest employer in almost a 6-county area. They provided countless jobs, countless amounts of money to the outside organizations, and as well just the fact that we enjoy their rich culture and their contributions as historical people to this place is itself. And so I would encourage that lawsuit is very important to our people, and as well would likely provide benefits in the entire region. Finally, I want to make a comment. There's actually 2 more comments. One is on the book request by Sheriff Borkovich for, I don't know if it was 4 copies or 400 copies of books called The War on Cop. I'm not really sure where Sheriff Borkovich is coming from on that angle. If he's concerned that we've had some BLM protests here and E3 is working on racial justice within the area, I can assure you that there is no war on cops here. It's trying to improve policing culture so that we don't run into those problems. The book itself, if any of you have read it or know anything about the author, is at the very least tinged with white supremacy. Please do not allow that to happen or that to come to Leelanau County. We've already had enough problems with that. And then finally, I do want to encourage the commissioners to have the health department adopt to create an effective ordinance policy for the county. It really makes no sense not to have one. We're at water level. There has to not be mandating some sort of quality over the septic system here is basically like asking yourself to just have it. I mean, it's crazy. So we need that, our children need that, certainly the vulnerable people of Leelanau County need that, who are depending on our water system. It just makes sense. So thank you so much. I appreciate all that you're doing, and I welcome any follow-up contact.
Thank you.
Thank you.
There was one more person that called.
Yeah. So please, if you have a public comment, please call 231-256-8109. Thank you.
Hi, public comment? Okay, you put you on speakerphone, state your name. Okay, ma'am, go ahead.
Hi, my name is Dana Garriga, and I'm calling in today for the Board of Commissioners. I'm hoping that they will approve the ask that the tribe is asking. I hope they continue the anti-racist training, and I hope they really consider a septic ordinance.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much. Please, if you have public comment, please call 231-256-8109. 231-256-8109.
Chairman. Yesterday, you were all forwarded the letter from Bonnie's Banier for public comment, which we can attach. Did you all receive that?
Yes, if you would, that would be great.
All right.
And the Glen Lake Association.
Yes.
So should I attach all those that were sent in?
I would say so when there's, I think, Lake Leelanau Association, there's several of them.
Okay.
Go ahead.
I'm going to put you on speakerphone. Okay, please proceed. Tricia? Hello?
I'm still here. I couldn't.
Yeah,
Michelle, speaking.
no, please turn your TV or your video off because there's a delay. So if you're watching it, it's different than what we're hearing here. So it's your turn to speak. So please proceed.
Okay, this is Tricia Denton. I'm a resident of Cleveland Township. And I wanted to call to thank the planning commission for the excellent work that they do. I'm a ZBA member and I was able to participate in the online trainings that they offered as well. It was excellent. And my family also regularly utilizes the annual household hazardous waste collections. They're a very important part of the public service that the planning commission provides. So thank you to the planning commission. I also, as a citizen of Leelanau County, want to speak in favor of the petition that Chairman Arroyo of the Grand Traverse Band is here to present to the board today. Please support their efforts to pursue legal recognition regarding their petition for the land, taking of land. I am also in favor of the commissioners continuing with, and the county employees continuing with an implicit bias training. Now, as an employee of the Glen Lake Association, I would like to speak in favor of the Board of Commissioners directing the Board of Health to craft a septic inspection ordinance. There was a letter that was sent by the president of the Glen Lake Association that I would like to read just so that the other folks on the call can hear it today. In particular, I wanted to point out to you all that there was an excellent article in the Record Eagle this week regarding issues with toxic algal blooms and the potential for those in our communities. Those are a threat that have occurred right in South Fire Lake in the village of Empire. And they pose a public health threat and are directly impacted by nutrient loading, which can be directly linked to septic influences. This is a letter from the Glen Lake Association President Edward Manford. Dear Leelanau County Commissioners, on behalf of the Glen Lake Association, we would like to thank you for your willingness to revisit the septic inspection topic. We at the Glen Lake Crystal River Watershed firmly believe that septic inspections are important and the functionality of septic systems are directly connected to the health of ground and surface waters. We know this because of the 3 years of scientific research on Glen Lake that proves that septic is a factor, as the RT-PCR that we use, the technology indicates. Our partnership with the University of Alberta, Canada, and Freshwater Solutions has shed light on this issue in a definitive way. Therefore, we applaud your efforts to come up with an inspection program that is fair, not overreaching, and effective. Septic systems are often put into the ground and either go unmonitored or worse yet, forgotten. This lack of oversight can lead to septic systems failing and consequently having a negative impact on our water quality, even the water that we drink. In closing, we offer to you our support for moving forward on a reasonable septic inspection program and offer our advice or expertise if needed. Sincerely, Edward Manford, President, Glen Lake Association, Robert Carter, Watershed Biologist, Glen Lake Association, and myself, Tricia Denton, Guardian Ambassador of the Glen Lake Association. Thank you for the opportunity to speak and thank you for all you do for our community.
Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else has public comment, please call 231-256-8109. 231-256-8109.
Public comment? Okay, let me put you on speaker. Okay, ma'am, proceed.
Thank Thank you. Good morning. My name is Ellen Fred. I'm a resident of Cedar, Michigan, and I'm calling to comment on 3 points. The first is that I attended last month's meeting, and it was honestly appalled at the report that the sheriff has hundreds of dollars of taxpayer money to purchase copies of a book called The War on Cops, which, having attended that meeting and then the subsequent article in the Leelanau, I now understand, was written by Heather McDonald, who is a extremely conservative commentator on political issues. I think it's extremely important, especially now, that whatever education and training is done in a balanced way and not in a biased way. And so I am very concerned about this book. Newsweek called the book Flawed Logic and Fantasy, and that it perpetuates division and further misunderstandings about the need for police reform and police training, especially in terms of implicit bias training. So I would like to support further training, both of the Board of Commissioners in terms of anti-bias training, but also the Sheriff's Department, and that they consider, and that the Sheriff himself considers a more balanced approach to the training that he is offering to his employees and the police force that is patrolling in our community. We need to be doing more so that residents here feel safe and that there's a sense of accountability for our police force. And by buying a book that is considered very far right and flawed and a fantasy just perpetuates further distrust, honestly, in that office. So I would very much hope that the sheriff considers balancing the training that he is providing to his employees. In addition, I do support further anti-bias training of both the Board of Commissioners as well as other county offices. And finally, I'd like to voice my support of the Grand Traverse Band's request to allow them to bring suit under the Fifth Amendment. It would give them an opportunity to have their day in court, so to speak, and would give them an opportunity to bring up very significant and important events that occurred in the past, and especially with regard to the treaties and the U.S.'s lack of upholding the agreements that were made in those treaties. So I very much want to support the band in their efforts to move forward with that suit so that they can find some resolution and hopefully have a good outcome. So I really appreciate your time, and thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you. Please, if anyone else would like to call in for public comment, it's 231-256-8109, 231-256-8109. If a call comes in, we'll take that, but we'll move on then now. Once we get started, then we will not take them. So that would bring us then to Grand Traverse Band of Ottawa and Chippewa Indians request. And we have excuse me, just we'll take this call first.
Come for public comment? Okay. All right, please proceed.
Good morning, this is Laura Bailey from the Village of Sutton Bay. I'm calling to ask for your support for the Grand Traverse Band and their ability to take their court case on the violations of the treaties of 1855. As you just forwarded a number of 2% grants to the tribe, it seems like it's only a courtesy to support them in this petition. So it would also perhaps be a good way to demonstrate your anti-bias training. Thank you very much. Bye-bye.
Thank you. Again, if anyone wants to call in for public comment, it's 231-256-8109, 231-256-8109. right, this time then we will close public comment and we'll move on then to our action items. If a call comes in, we will not take it after this, once Mr. Arroyo starts up. Go ahead, if you'd like to. Chairman Arroyo, would you like to speak?
Oh, yes,
He's here.
sorry. Was just waiting for another caller. Ani Kinawea, David Arroyo Indigenous, Egamawid, Endao, Anishinabek, Gitche Wikwadong, Miigwech Kine Gibijayig. Hello, everyone. My name is David Arroyo. I'm the travel chairman for the Grand Traverse Band of Ottawa and Chippewa Indians. And Miigwech for the invite, for this opportunity. And also I'd like to say, Miigwech, thank you to everyone who called in with their support. If you read the materials provided, we just want to clearly state that we are not looking to obtain or seek any land titles. This is just an opportunity for us to obtain a congressional reference bill so that, like others said, we can have our day in court so we can take action against the United States government. If you look at both treaties, 1836 and 1855, our emphasis is on 1855. Both treaties promised that we would have land, a permanent home on our own land, and those treaties were not honored. So what we're looking to do is file a claim. This land claims initiative is just, we're seeking monetary compensation, and your support and understanding would help us achieve that. Today we have our general counsel, John Petoskey, who can go through the presentation. And again, we'd be happy to answer any questions, but I just want to emphasize that we are looking for compensation. We're not looking to obtain any land title. I think in the past, maybe 2008, when this was presented, that may have been some contention there, maybe a misunderstanding that we're not looking to obtain any land title. And again, thank you for your support and your time. And with that, John Petoskey can provide us with a presentation.
Thank you. And thank you, commissioners, for allowing us to make this presentation. Mr. Janik, how can I have control of the screen?
I believe you have access right now, right, Laurel?
Yep.
Yeah,
Okay.
to hit share.
hit the share button.
Do you have the do you see the map in front of you now?
No, we do not, no.
You're not, no, excuse me.
There should be a share screen button.
Do you have a share screen button that you could hit?
Yes.
Oh, there we go.
There, I think it's coming in now.
All right.
Yeah,
This,
there. Now we have it.
all right. I sent the commission a number of documents. One was a frequently asked questions. Another one was a GTB claim summary and request. And then there was a more detailed GTB presentation of maps. And then a proposed Leelanau County resolution and a proposed letter. I would like to say that we've made this presentation to 3 townships. There are actually 5 townships within Leelanau County that have land from 1855, from the 1855 treaty. They are Sutton's Bay, Centerville, Leelanau, Leland, and Bingham. We received the report from Sutton's Bay in Centerville, and with Leelanau, there was never any disposition made. This is a historical claim that goes to the 1855 treaty that provided that Grand Traverse Band tribal members would receive land allotments of 80 acres and 40 acres, depending upon their situation. That's in Article 1 of the 1855 treaty. Designated 2 areas in northern Michigan, Leelanau County and Antrim County, in which those land allotments were to be taken. The second map here is the 1836 treaty session area, in which Grand Traverse Band, along with 4 other tribes and other bands at that time in 1836, ceded a significant proportion of Michigan to the United States, and which the state of Michigan then used as a basis for its statehood in 1837. From 1836 to 1855, the Indians of Northwest Michigan were under threat of removal. The policy at that time, under the 1830 Indian Removal Act, was to round up all Indians and force them out west, either to Minnesota, Kansas, or Oklahoma. Most of the tribes in southeastern Michigan were moved to Oklahoma. Most of the tribes in Indiana and Idaho, Indiana and Ohio were moved to Kansas, and the Indians in southern Michigan, mainly the Potawatomis, were captured and moved to Kansas and Oklahoma also. From 1836 to 1855, there was the intent of the United States to take all the Indians in Northwest Michigan and move them to Kansas or Minnesota. The Treaty of 1836 said that the removal would take place within, after 5 years. Indians in Michigan lobbied to stay in Michigan, and the 1855 treaty was a result of that lobbying to stay in Michigan. The state of Michigan passed a constitution in 1850, which recognized Indians in Michigan to be citizens of the state of Michigan. And as a consequence, in part of that action by the state, the United States entered into new treaties, in which the 1855 treaty is these dark green areas that established reservations for Indians, in which Indians would be able to make land selections from those areas of 80 acres and 40 acres. This was the civilization effort of the United States to convert Indians from hunter and gatherers into settled farmers, and that was the intent of the 1855 treaty. This area is the area in Article 1 of the 1855 treaty that provides for Grand Traverse band members to make the 80-acre selections or the 40-acre selections for children. The anticipation was to turn this area into farming areas for Indians. And that's the total area that's designated in the 1855 treaty. That's why I said that there are 5 townships that are impacted by the townships over in Antrim County, which is a separate question. This is the 1855 treaty reservation and 40-acre block that was theoretically available for selection by Indians in 1855. Treaty provided that the Indians would have 5 years in which to present their claims. The Indian agents were to collect the claims and process them through so that trust certificates would be issued. The trust certificates were then to be in existence for 10 years from the date of their trust certificate was issued. What that means is that the land could not be sold to non-Indians, could not be taxed by local units of government. This whole area in the 1855 was withdrawn from any settlement by non-Indians and any further development by non-Indians by order of the United States under the 1855 treaty. This next area is the land that was prior non-Indian takings in Grand Traverse Band. I have to reservation ratified by the 1872 Act. I've made somewhat of a jump here, but from 1855 to 1872, there was difficulty in trying to get the land out to tribal members in the 80 acres and 40 acres. In fact, very few had been issued, trust certificates had been issued. Obviously, no patents had been issued. to tribal members. The 1872 Act by Congress allowed and ratified all of the light areas here that you see, which were non-Indian settlements that were done prior to the 1855 reservation or immediately after the 1855 reservation, which non-Indians settled within the closed reservation, and the 1872 Act of Congress ratified all of those settlements by non-Indians, providing they conformed with homestead laws under which people allegedly settled. Our point from the tribal perspective is that this 1872 Act recognized that the tribes had a private property interest to the degree that the United States had to retroactively ratify settlements that were not authorized under the 1855 Act. And Congress in Indian Affairs has what's called plenary authority. And it can do anything effectively in Indian law. And what Congress did was saying, although we reserve this area for tribal members, a number of non-Indians came in and made claims for homesteads. And even though they were not allowed to be in this area from 1855 to 1872, we are now going to retroactively recognize all of these settlements as legitimate, so long as they conformed with the statutes under which people were making these claims, which up to 1872 had not been recognized. So that's the area that was taken by the 1872 Act. And then in addition, Congress in the 1872 Act said, and we will provide a further 6 months for non-Indians to make additional homestead claims. And so the light yellow area are additional filings after 1872 in which more settlers came in and made claims within the 1855 treaty area. There was a subsequent act of 1875 that extended that again. And then there was another act in 1876, which extended it another time period up to the early 1880s. And so all of this land goes back to 1872, which authorized the opening and settling of the reservation, in which tribal members originally were to make claims for their own purposes as a permanent home. So by the reservation lands by 1900 were reduced to the area that is in the green right now. And that is essentially in the thumbnail what the tribe would like to assert is that the promise of the 1855 reservation was this, and within 45 years, the tribe ended up with this. And our allegation is that the United States' maladministration of the 1855 treaty and the 1872, 1875, and 1876 Act, which retroactively recognized and authorized and legitimated non-Indian claims within the 1855 closed reservation, was a violation of the Fifth Amendment property rights of the tribe and its tribal members, or an unconstitutional taking of private property. Our assertion is that the 1855 treaty promised private property, which amounted to essentially this amount of land, and through the maladministration and the authorization and the subsequent authorization of non-Indian settlement, which was not authorized under the 1855 treaty, uh, that all of the land within the 1855 treaty was effectively taken by non-Indian settlers in violation of federal law, but that violation was authorized by this 1872 act saying that people that settled within the reservation, even though in violation of the treaty, would be retroactively recognized as valid settlements so long as they complied with the Homestead Act under which they allegedly settled. And in addition, there was a second 5-year period under the statute, under the 1855 treaty, which allowed only Indians to purchase land. And there were a number of purchases done by non-Indians during that time period, which were also authorized under the retroactively authorized as valid under the 1872 Act. And so we're going by 1900, our estates for the reservation were essentially the land that is in front of you right now. So in a very short time period, less than 2 generations, 45 years, the tribes were dispossessed of their permanent homeland, and that created a extraordinary hardship for tribal members. We are arguing that as United States citizens and citizens of the state of Michigan, we had a private property right protected by the Fifth Amendment, and we are requesting that the county support our attempt to get what's called a congressional reference statute. And what a congressional reference statute is it allows the tribe to sue the United States in the United States Court of Claims for a constitutional private property taking in violation of the Fifth Amendment. And I have provided the county and the township with draft resolutions and a proposed letter that would show that the county supports us. We're not asking that you agree with our historical assertions that we had a Fifth Amendment taking. That would be argued against the United States. The United States would obviously oppose that, or they would make claims in opposition to our Fifth Amendment claim. And there wouldn't be any impact on the possessory interest title of any tribal or any non-tribal landowner. The claim would totally be against the United States, and it would be a constitutional claim of taking a private property without just compensation. Even if we prevail in the United States Court of Claims, the impact of that decision is then a referral back to the legislative process of the House and the Senate to implement the judgment. Judgments from the Court of Claims are not implemented until there is legislation. And we take this as the first step in a long process of first allowing us to file our claim in the Court of Claims, prevail over the United States, which would oppose that claim. If we prevail, then we would have to go back to Congress and get a congressional subsequent act implementing the judgment. So it's a long process, but it's a remedy that we think that we have a fair chance of succeeding, and we think that that would have some, it would have a significant impact for the tribe, and it would also establish the history of our area and establish the history of our tribe and how our tribe's dispossession in the 1855 treaty took place. If there are any questions from the county commissioners, I would be more than happy to answer any questions that are presented. I know it's the only thing that we are asking is support for a congressional reference statute, which we will take back to, we initially asked Congressman Benishek, and then we asked Congressman Bergman. Benishek did introduce a bill, but it died in Congress. Congressman Bergman asks that we get the support of local units of government. We've also asked our senators, and it's this interesting feature of the congressional reference bill is that only one house has to pass it, either the House of Representatives or the Senate. So it only has to pass through the Senate or through the House. It's not a two-part bill that has to be signed by the president. It only has to pass the House. And as a consequence, we've also asked Congressman Kildee, who is familiar with Indian issue. So if we get community support and local support, it's likely that we would get Congress to introduce the bill again, and hopefully we could get it through the committee process to get the reference for filing our case in the court of claims. Thank you.
Commissioner Wessel.
Yes, I move to recommend that the county commission approves a resolution to support the Grand Traverse Band of Ottawa and Chippewa Indians' request to Congress for the passage of a congressional resolution permitting the band to file a Fifth Amendment claim.
I'll support that. This is Commissioner Rettenbach.
Mr. Petrosky, I think it is, could you put unshare it so that we can see the other commissioners, please?
Yes, please. Yeah, get back to my screen, sorry.
That's- Thank you.
That was standing.
Oh, okay. Were there any other questions or statements about this? Commissioner Answer.
I do appreciate getting some additional detail. You know, last time it came before the commission, we didn't have this detail, and I really appreciate getting that. It really explained the situation to me that I didn't understand the last time it came to the commission. So thank you.
Was it Commissioner Redbach that seconded it?
Yes,
Mhm.
it was.
Okay, that's what I thought, but I just want to make sure. Any other questions? Commissioner Sudas Little.
No, actually, but I will make a comment, and that is to thank Chairman Arroyo and Mr. Potowski. That was an excellent presentation, and like Commissioner Ansorgi, it really laid out the situation in a way that's fully understandable, and I deeply appreciate their time here today.
I was wondering if, when you talked about those 80-acre portions, were those claimed then by tribe members and they were kicked off of them?
Well, in some cases, yes.
Okay, because I know on South Fox Island, I didn't see that in that thing, but there was some tribal land there as well. And I believe there's still some tribal land on the island.
There is, but that's a separate process that took place under public land laws in the turn of the century, in which the Secretary of Interior issued Indian allotments under the general allotment law for Indians to take up residence on South Fox Island. Actually, that was part of the remedies that were sought because of the lack of availability in the 1855 treaty area, that South Fox and Beaver Island, High Island, Garden Island, and
Okay, because that's what I thought part of that was this was trying to already resolve somewhat from that, but it's not then.
It's not, because South Fox, several years ago, the tribe brought a case against Johnson when he was settling on South Fox Island, and that was under the General Allotment Act. That was not a constitutional claim. And the issue there was whether the allotments under the General Allotment Act had been alienated. And the court found that they had been.
Okay, if you were to be successful and get this money, who would the money go to?
The money would go to the tribal government, and it's what's called under law the paren patria. It's a Latin term saying that the tribe is bringing the suit on behalf of its tribal members.
So it really wouldn't end up to the tribal and members unless the tribal government decide to give it to them, or they could do whatever they wanted with it?
Well, that's an interesting question, but that's somewhat further down. I would hate, I'm not certain how it would end up. I assume that the tribe would use it to acquire land in the market or for the development of its tribal community to continue the process of what was initially sought by the 1855 treaty, was to create a permanent thriving home for its tribal members.
All right, any other questions? This then would be,
Mr. Chairman,
yes.
morning. One quick question. So what approximately is the monetary value being asked?
Well, it would be at the time of the taking plus interest.
So you're asking us to sue ourselves, basically,
The
for
United
that.
States, not yourself.
Well, who is the United States?
United States is the 50 states of the nation, and it's the federal government.
Who is the federal government?
The federal government is you and me, and
Exactly. Federal government is me. And where does the federal government get their money?
from me.
Oh, okay. From all of us. So what was the value at the time then? And what is the approximate interest that you're seeking? The value.
I don't have that figure.
You got to have an idea.
I have. You've seen the land that was taken, and this is private property, and there was no compensation for that taking.
I think you
and that's
have.
what we're.
You've been at this for a number of years, so I think you must have an idea of where you would begin value-wise.
As I said, the time of the taking plus interest.
Yes, and so during that time, what was the value? I don't think you're going to give it to me today.
Well,
I know you have.
I don't have a uniform value from 1855 to 1880. There's a 30-year period in which the land was taken and would have different values. The locations would be different. The interest from the value would be different. I mean, it's an impossible question that you're asking. That's why the trial would take place, to establish those values.
Mr. Chairman, that's my only question. Well, I do have one more. So this has not been endorsed by our congressman today.
It has not been endorsed. It has not been or rejected.
Okay, thank you.
Just to kind of follow up on that, one of the first questions asked, I didn't make the trip myself, but Mr. Petoskey did, along with a former chairman and a former counselor. And one of the first questions asked when visiting a congressman or congressperson is, does the local unit of government understand? And so that's our attempt again right now. So that's why we're here. As this process continues, as John said, it's early on, we will be approaching different representatives, both houses.
Any other questions? Does that be a roll call? Well, yes. We can have just a regular vote here at this time, and then it would be a roll call if it passes at our regular discussion. So, well, we should do a roll call because I have anyway, just to make sure.
Okay, can I just repeat the motion?
Yes.
The
We
motion
do
was
have it written in front of us, every one of us. Right?
Okay, you've got it all written in front of you then, and it stopped at the word claim. Okay, and that's
Yes.
title of the resolution. All right. So it was a motion by Wessel. So Commissioner Wessel,
Yes.
Commissioner Answergi,
Yes.
Chairman Bonick,
No.
Commissioner Lautner,
No,
Commissioner Rettenbach,
Yes.
Commissioner Rushton,
No.
Commissioner Sudas Little,
Yes.
4 to
So
3.
motion passes 4-3. Thank you very much.
Mr. Chairman.
Yeah, we really appreciate that and the
Mr.
information you
Chairman?
gave us.
It's requested.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes, yes,
do we need a motion to authorize the letter?
yes, I think we should.
Well, I move that Chairman Bunny send the proposed letter to Honorable John Bergman as presented.
Support.
I'll support.
Board Representative, and move to recommend for next week's meeting.
Yes, it has to be. I mean, that's what's understood at this meeting. There's nothing final here. So again, we'll ask,
Seconded by Rettenbach and Sudas Little. Did I hear both?
yes,
Okay.
both of them did. So again, I'll ask for a roll call vote.
Commissioner Wessel,
Yes.
Commissioner Answergi,
Yes.
Chairman Bonick,
No.
Commissioner Lautner,
no,
Commissioner Rettenbach,
Yes.
Commissioner Rushton,
No.
Commissioner Sudas Little,
Yes.
4-3.
Motion passes 4-3. Thank you. So then, at this time, then I would ask them to take a little break if you want to, or do you want to go on?
Break.
Take a break.
Thank you very much.
Miigwech, everyone. Thank you
Yes,
very much.
Thank you very much. We appreciate it. Yeah.
Yeah, I'd just like to say too, this is, prior to the pandemic, we used to meet, and I know Mr. Janik suggested that, and when we're able to, we should do that. I think we've always done that with good neighbors, regardless of how we may vote. But it's important that I think we maintain communication. And again, Miigwech for your time.
Thank you for your time too. All right, sorry. So back to order,
The
please?
transition, it would happen. It would happen
Blue,
if I worked.
you're all next up is the Blue Cross Blue Shield.
That's right, there's so few of us here, I'm not sure everybody was.
Lou, when you're speaking, if you wish, you can take off your mask.
Okay. Camera. All right, we have up on the screen our little thing here. This is, can everybody see that? Is it bigger?
If you click on the slideshow, Lou, it'll be bigger on the very top.
Yep.
No, on the very top of the screen.
Oh.
It says slideshow. Like, well, I'm looking, it's hard to tell on the screen. See where it's, right here, Lou. Click here. Slideshow.
Where is it hidden?
Here, larger, make the screen larger for one thing. Here.
Yeah. There we go. Okay.
And I can't see the top of your
Go to his
screen.
actual program.
You want to come here, Laura?
That's good, I think, isn't it?
No,
Everybody can see
no,
it?
because they see, look at Blue.
Yeah, okay.
No,
No,
we
he
can
wants to
make it
watch
bigger.
slide at a time.
So you have to go to your program first. And then slideshow,
Okay.
beginning.
There we go.
All right,
It's not on the screen.
so then. Bummer.
That's nice, the two of you are on the screen.
Yeah.
Yeah, we got to get to the one where we can share screen, right?
Thank you for your presentation, Lou.
We did this with the employee thing too, so we figured it out.
We'll have to call Greg again.
Oh. Stop you.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I don't click on each one. Just do it yourself.
Yeah, that's true.
Escape,
Well, can you do that?
what?
Just share the screen and I just have them click on each
On each
individual
slide.
slide to enlarge it.
His Zoom keeps timing out, that's the problem.
Well, I tried to connect through your guys and this is through my phone because yours doesn't work at all today.
Okay, let me see if I can share it from.
Laura's attempting to share it from her computer, commissioners who are remotely.
I'm a paper kind of guy for a reason.
And this was emailed to everyone a couple of days ago, so everyone has a copy of the worst case scenario.
Right.
You can go through it paperwork. Any luck, Laura?
Well, I'm loading my program.
So while we're waiting for Laurel to figure this out, we had a pretty good year. We had a significant number of stop loss claims. We survived again. However, we are now running into what we've been talking about for 14 years. We are finally getting the creep up. So we had the employee meetings. We went over with them what was happening. We've got some information here for you to look at that we gave them. We informed them that if this can't be stopped with their help, we may end up having to impose some things to help control this creep that we're starting to see. So,
Lou, could you just explain for everyone what stop loss means? I'm not sure everyone knows what that term means.
okay, in your plan, because you're self-funded, we put in a protection for your checkbook called stop loss. And what stop loss does is it says when an employee hits a certain number, right now, this year it was 20,000. Next year, they're going to let us keep it. They wanted us to move it up, but we're going to be at 20,000 again. When they hit that, we're done with that contract. It no longer comes from you. It comes from the stop loss insurer. Okay. So we would anticipate in a group this size, 5 stop loss claims. We had 12. Okay. So as soon as we get to the presentation, you want me to just share screen, Laura?
If you can do it.
Let's see if this works.
If not, Lou, just go over the paperwork, because this was emailed to all the commissioners and it's in front of us. So.
Okay. We got the sharing screen going?
No.
We all have it.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'll just go over it.
Okay. So our projected cost for 2020 was $1.792, $810,000. We had $1,792,810. We ended. Huh? Oh, okay.
Now click on the slides specifically.
Yep. Okay.
Load up.
Do this. Do not see how to.
All right, just go.
We'll just go through it. Okay. So our actual cost ended up being 1.724. So we ended up $68,000 under what we anticipated. And next year, I gave you Blue Cross's number. And the reason I gave you Blue Cross's number, I never use it. Thank you. This one?
The back?
Yep, Pat.
There you go.
Yes.
So down here, those arrows are really light. That's
Okay.
what you gotta use.
All right, thank you. So they gave you an estimated cost next year of a little over $2 million. I never use that number because I know how they come up with it. And I'm convinced, and it's been that way every year, that number's too high. But I wanted to let you know that when Blue Cross is looking at this, that they are anticipating additional costs. One of the things that's happening to us that we have no control over is the fact we're in a pandemic. What happened last year? In March, they closed all the hospitals. They did no surgeries, elective surgeries, okay? They created a huge backlog. Not only that, they had no money until they reopened in September. What was the result when they started doing the surgeries? They raised the price. Okay. So where a knee surgery would have been 12 to 14, maybe $15,000, they're pushing 20 now. They're pushing our stop loss just in the things that we normally use. That's why they wanted us to go up to 35. Okay. They fired me long ago and said, you go make a deal with your groups. And so I don't represent them anymore. I represent you. So I have been fighting them on a whole bunch of things that they're doing and winning on them all so far. I got you to be able to keep the 20. They said, absolutely, positively, no way are we going to let you do that. We did it. Okay. So I would anticipate we're going to be in the 1.8, little bit of creep, but not up to 2 million. But I wanted to show you what Blue Cross had presented me because we may not be able to avoid some of this stuff if the cost of delivering this stuff keeps going up. Your stop loss fee for 2020 20 was $691. It's going up to $754, which is a 9% increase. The reason it's going up is because we paid $790,000 for stop loss last year. However, we took out of the stop loss pool $901,000. So you had a net gain over your stop loss cost of $111,000. Well, we've done that the last couple of years. So next year, we may be having a totally different conversation on how we're going to handle some of this stuff. The administrative fee barely went up at all, $72 next year. The total administrative fee was $85,000 this year. However, included in that $85,000, if you remember a couple of years ago, you guys voted to accept a one-time charge instead of a broken out charge. The net result of that is we got 100% of the discounts, which was $1.187 million. So that was the best money your plane could spend right there. When we look at the bottom there, the thing that we're concerned with is the prescription costs. We were at 2015, we went up to 352. That was 2 years of increase. We had some real good meetings with the employees. We actually made them come those 2 years.
Oh, yes, but I just wanted to clarify, for 2020, we're doing it all remotely. We made a video last week. Laurel helped us. We had some employees in here. We haven't downloaded it to the employees. So yes, we've mentioned it where we can, but I just wanted to clarify, we haven't sent the link to everyone to watch it.
Okay. But I understand you are going to require them to watch it and they have to sign in to do it. We need everybody to hear this thing. The reason is because after that conversation in 2015, if you notice, we had 2 good years. Then it started to creep again, and 2020 now is becoming a significant issue. What we talked to the employees about I'll cover that in a couple of pages here, how we presented to them, how they can help us. As you can see, we've been under, but our cost has been slowly beginning to creep up a little bit in that actual cost column. We've gone from 1.5 to 1.7. Now, 2 years ago, 3 years ago, we actually increased our employee count. So some of that is attributed to the fact we have a few more employees under this plan. Okay. So the fact we're able to hold this budget number even that closely is a real testament to your employees. If we go to the next page, we show what happened. February and March are our first 2 months of our year for counting claims. If you notice, the first 2 months, we got hit pretty good. After that, it started to do what it normally does. It corrected the other way. Okay. So we had 4 months where we went a little over budget for the month. And we had the other 8 months where we came in under. And that's how we ended up where we ended up for the end of the year. And it always does this. The nice thing about this plan is it does self-correct itself normally. We haven't had a normal year, but it still did exactly what we needed it to do. Next year, we're probably going to pull this page out because it no longer really applies. What this shows is what this plan would cost if we did this plan at today's prices. We would be in the $4 million range for this plan. So the reality is it's not reality anymore. You would never go to $4 million in cost. You would change your plan pretty drastically. So this is losing its value to you as to what's going on out there. On the next page is where we talk to the employees. Right now, for a prescription plan, we have what they call a 1040 open formulary plan. nobody even knows what that is. Nobody has it. It's crazy to everybody in my world that you guys still have it. The reason you still have it is because your employees have done a great job at helping us hold these prescription costs down. Most of the employer plans out there have at least a 5-tier drug card. So in your case, it would probably be a 10, 40, 80, 25, 50%. Okay. What that means is that if they decided to use newest and best, latest and greatest, non-preferred generics, non-preferred brand names, they would pay additional money out of their pocket. Okay. This is one of the ways we told them that we can slow down the cost of prescription drugs. We don't really slow it down. We put it back into from their pocket rather than yours. If we're going to come close to what's out there in the real world, a 5-tier would be the minimum you would look at. It would also include a closed formulary. What that means is instead of them being able to pick any drug they wanted, we would tell them what drugs they cannot pick. Okay. So if there is a lower cost drug in a tier of, let's say, cholesterol drugs, we would tell them we're not going to let you use the 2 top expensive ones. That's how a closed formulary works. Right now, it's up to them to make that choice. Okay. When we look at the prescription costs, there's that chart again. We talked to them about generics at Walmart. We talked to them about free drugs at Myers. We talked to them about GoodRx, because there are a lot of drugs out there right now that you can get from GoodRx with a coupon that's less than their $10 or $40 copay. If they use any of those 3 places to buy their prescriptions, the cost to the county is 0. None of it goes against your plan. Okay, so we've asked them to take a long look, if we go to the next page, at what they're doing. We have a pretty good generic drug use here. Okay, I would say we're right now in about the 80% range. We were in the 90. These are the top 25 drugs being used at Leelanau County. If we look at Humira, good news. The cost has come down from $8,000 a month to $5,000 a month. So if somebody is using Humira, we're paying $60,000 out. But we put the stop loss on the prescriptions, so we would stop at 20. But when we start adding these up, and if we look, specialties, preferred brands, specialty, we have a generic, $487 a month. We go down and we have 2 more generics, $916 a month for a generic. One of the things that's happened in my world is that the drug companies have had so much focus put on their Humira at $5,000 a month that everybody forgot about all of the generics on the bottom. What you used to be able to buy for $10 now costs you $40. They found out that all those little drugs that they sell every day, they could up the price on and nobody noticed. So this is going to be an ongoing problem. And now that we are changing governmental running guys up there in Washington, I don't know if the programs that were about to be in place and the few that went in already to control these costs will continue. So on the whole, good news. We told the employees that there was going to be no changes because they did make their budget. We also told them that next year, if we can't get some of this under control, it will be, there are 4 or 5 things we can do. One of them is to take money out of their paycheck. One of them is to change the drug card. One of them is to change the deductible and copays that we're using right now. Another one is we can go to a $35,000 stop loss, take a little more risk on the county's part. It would have cost, we would have actually saved about $80,000 this year by making that change. But it would have exposed us. You know, if we had another year where we have 12 super claims, that's going to be an issue. Okay. Anybody have any questions on what's going on?
Commissioner West.
I would be interested in seeing the video that is shared with staff.
Once we do, we're gonna email it to all commissioners, because if anyone is on it, Chet's gonna help us work that out. We've got to get people to watch this. And there's also some thought, and we haven't had a chance to talk internally about it more. We set up the initial video, and if we don't see some changes, there is a thought with knowing we can only have 10, even if we have to bring people that are on our insurance, the employees at least in 9 at a time to go over this health insurance. Because a $5,000 drug a month, in 4 months, we've hit that $20,000 just with the drug. So it's a concern. So we will send it to all commissioners, and Laurel and Chet are helping us get that out so that we know they can sign in, they can look at it. We just hope they listen to what it's talking about, because they have stepped up. Everyone has in the past. But what we offer, we are aware, is not out in the real world.
Commissioner Ansel.
We hire you to give us advice, and it has paid off in the past. You gotta keep us from doing something stupid here. We're moving forward. So, you live with this stuff every day. We don't. So we're depending on you to come back to say, it's time to bite the bullet here, if that's what needs to be done. We are hiring you to give us that hard news when it's time to give us that hard news.
Yep. And, I felt like Chicken Little forever, because I kept telling you the sky was falling, and miracle on miracle, every year we've managed to figure out how to get to that budget number. My biggest fear is the things that we can't control are going to start impacting us. And if that's true, like I said, we have 5 different ways to try to help solve this problem. And if it comes to it where the employees have to participate in some way, shape, or form, I'll be here. We'll explain it. The nicest thing about coming to this group is we have had good participation in the meetings. They know the language. They understand how this works. And they've also had some pretty good comments to make on, can you tell us, can you show us? That's helped a lot. We had a fairly active year for employees calling us, asking questions. Will just asked about, Medicare. We have actually had, I think, 3 of them come in this year for Medicare. And we have a couple more coming up, maybe 5 next year already, that have called and said, please explain this to us. If we can move those people over into the Medicare program, that takes it all off the county. And we have a plan for them that is very close to the counties. Not an exact match, but it's there.
We do the best we can.
Yep.
Any other Commissioner Slutisville?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have a question, but first I'd like a little more explanation on your closed formulary. You were talking about there are certain drugs that are going to be on a schedule, and if a drug is prescribed by a physician, but it is not on that list, then it's not going to be honored. The employee would have to pay out of pocket. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Is there an appeal process in some capacity? Because there are times when physicians may order something because the employee is allergic to some ingredient or component of a particular drug. So is there an appeal process where that individual would not have to bear the cost, but could request that it be covered under consideration with documentation by the physician.
There's two programs that as soon as we have one of those happen, we run them through. It's called step therapy, where the doctor shows why they need that drug, especially if they've been taking another drug that now is having these adverse reactions, and they will authorize it, okay? What they're trying to prevent, and I feel for the doctors in one way, because advertising is a horror show for them. Every time they have, I talked to one doctor because I go around and talk to these guys. Why did you do that? Because they came in and they asked for it and they're the 10th one and I'm sick of arguing about it. So I write the prescription. But there's another drug that could do a better job. Financial. Well, I don't care. I'm sick of arguing with them about it. And I get that because every night when they turn on their TV, they see, take this drug and your life will be wonderful. One of the things that we explain to the employees is a lot of these newest and best, latest and greatest drugs that are working on a problem that's already been solved with another drug. Quite often, if you notice, Humira, Pen, Enbrel, SureClick, Repatha, SureClick. What they found out was that if they put it into an injectable, stick it in your thigh, right? You don't take the pill. You don't feel queasy for a half an hour after you take it. Is a drug that's 3 times the cost of what they were taking worth not feeling queasy for a half an hour after you take it. So when we explain that to the employees, they get a chance to know or to ask, why am I getting this drug now? Okay. A lot of us in the course of our lives just kind of slips by. The doctor says we should take this, and we stress to them this year, you need to ask why. What are we trying to accomplish with this new drug? The fortunate thing is we have not had anybody get onto the $390,000, $290,000, $323,000, $210,000 drugs that came out last year. All of those drugs cure nothing. What they do is they're quality of life drugs. You're still going to die. You're still going to, in some of these cases, the Parkinson's and a few of the other really nasty stuff out there. MS, they got a new drug out for MS, $340,000 a month. I had one of my clients in another place take it, didn't work. And it didn't improve their quality of life, and they still died 6 months later. So what we're reminding people when we talk to employees is that it's important that they know what they're getting into. If you watch your TV at night, you will see quite often an advertisement for a law firm, and the place you call is 1-800-BAD-DRUG. Literally, we have had a couple of drugs come out in the last 2 years that 2 years later are on the list, and they weren't cheap when they came out. So I can tell you for a fact, I'm very impressed with your employees because they are engaged in this deal.
Lou,
Yep.
can I just to get back to Commissioner Solis Little's, Chairman, is it okay? Get us back on track here. To answer Commissioner Solis Little's question, yes, there is an appeal process. We currently experience it even with current RXs as well as medical procedures. Even when something is currently prescribed, if there's allergic reactions and things like that, there is a step process that can go through. If we're approached by the employees, we always tell them to go to Lou, but we know what the process is. It's just like medical testing. There's certain requirements and you have to jump through a few hoops, but if you're diligent about it, you usually get where you want to. It might just take you an extra week or two.
Thank you.
Okay, so do we want to have a motion? Do we have a motion to move this forward or with the contract? No, or don't we have?
I did draft a motion, for our, Lou, do you want me to talk for a second?
Sure.
We believe that the way it's presented, there will be no changes to the 2021 contract. That would be February 1 of 2021 through 1/31 of 2022. They have agreed to the $20,000 stop loss that we have had, and it's the other costs that Lou has outlined here. There's no compensation adjustments that we have to worry about with Lou. That's taken care of through Blue Cross Blue Shield, the same as it was last year. So if you're inclined to do that, what the draft recommendation would be, that, of course, it's a recommendation to the County Board of Commissioners, that you approve the agreement between Blue Cross Blue Shield of Michigan and the County of Leelanau with their SID number, effective for 2/1/21 through 1/31/22, and that the board chairman, county clerk, and administrator be authorized to sign. We cannot produce at this point that contract for you. It's all gone to electronic. And what Lou has told us is that once we get the approval, then we generate it, because it all happens boom, boom, boom. And I think Deb Rushton had a question.
Commissioner West.
That is my recommended motion.
And I will second that.
All right. Commissioner Walker.
Thank you. I was going to make the motion.
Okay. Anyone else? Anything else? Okay. All those in favor, please raise your hand. Okay, all those, I'm sorry. All right, all those opposed, the same sign. Motion passes 7-0. Thank you. So then that would bring us then to, thanks very much, Lou. We really appreciate it.
Yep, thank you, guys.
So the sheriff and staffing request. I'm sorry, yeah, no, that's the sheriff, number one.
Nice job. Morning.
Morning.
We have a few staffing requests. These are all requests to maintain the current staffing level within our agency. We had a Deputy Steve Bailey resign from his position. His last day was November 13th. So we're requesting to hire immediately when we can find the appropriate candidate to fill that vacancy. I also submitted a letter of retirement or resignation. I wish to be done working February 12th of 2021. The sheriff has indicated he's going to appoint Lieutenant Kiesel, our current law enforcement lieutenant, to my position. With that appointment, we will need to have a process to fill that lieutenant's position, which would be filled by a sergeant. With that promotion, it will require us to hold a sergeant promotion position to fill that vacancy by whoever takes the lieutenant's slot. And with the sergeant promotion process, we will then need to promote we will need to hire a deputy to fill the position made vacant by whoever obtains a sergeant promotion. So we're not asking to increase our staffing levels at all, just to fill vacancies which are the one has occurred already and one will occur after all those promotions.
Was Deputy Bailey, didn't he retire? Didn't he have enough time to retire?
He had 10 plus years, yeah. So he technically
retired, didn't he?
Technically he retired.
Okay.
Yes. Great guy too.
Yep.
We're sorry that he left.
You too.
Thank you.
Well, since Steve is here, I do want to say, I think I speak for everyone at the county, and thank you for your 8 years of service. He's been a pleasure to work with, very professional at all times. Whenever there's an issue, we know we can talk to you, and we always come up with a good response. So thank you for your service here. I think I speak for everyone in this building. Everyone really enjoyed working with you.
I appreciate
I think
that.
there's a typo, your retirement date, isn't it 2022? I keep saying there's a typo here, but he doesn't fix it.
Yes. No,
I
it's
tried
been-
last month to change that error, but
It's been a real pleasure. I can't thank Sheriff Borkovich enough for allowing me to come up here in 2013. Since I've been here, I wish I could have done my whole career here. The people and the agency they're outstanding. So, and the community, can't beat it. So.
I need a motion here.
Well,
We can
Chairman,
go 5 at once, I believe.
Commissioners, okay, if I just, what Commissioner Wessel was just asking me
Okay.
Was about the starting wage for the undersheriff promotion. So maybe
Okay.
you just want to address that because they're going to be
Gladly.
getting to that motion unless
Okay.
you want to wait till you get to that one.
I conferred with accounting in putting the starting wage would be step one in the undersheriff's slot there for Lieutenant Kiesel when he promotes to this, to prevent him from taking a pay cut to take the promotion.
So it is per the pay scale.
It would be because it's going into the new year, and Steve and I have, the undersheriff and I have discussed it. The starting wage in 2021, the very start higher rate for an undersheriff would be $72,882.65. But as of 2021, based on the lieutenant's current rate of pay, he's at the 15-year step. The gross without overtime or anything, and his hours he works would be 73,632. So if he went right at the starting rate, that would reflect a decrease, where if he comes in at the 1 year, you take, instead of 73,632, which his base would be in his current position in 2021, the 1 year mark would put him to 74,66721.
and just to follow up, our following past practice, we never want to promote someone and have them take a pay cut for that
Makes
position.
sense.
Because
Makes sense.
many people who are promoted they're at the top of the pay scale in their classification. And so it just makes sense that we respect that and honor that and make sure that no one takes a pay cut to take extra duties and responsibilities.
Commissioner West.
You want to take these all at a time, or want
I
to?
think we can take them all at once.
I move to recommend that we approve the recommendations as presented.
Commissioner Soto. I think she said she seconded.
Second.
And just for clarification, we're talking about the 5 motions on page 34 of your
Yes.
executive. I just want to check one was on the
Yes,
same.
it's 1 through 5.
Yes.
In the Roman numerals. Any other comments? Okay, all those in favor, please raise your hand. Okay, all those opposed, the same sign. Motion passes 7-0.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
I'll see where Jennifer Grant is.
All right.
I told her, she's coming.
She's coming.
So then that would bring us to register of deeds. Be here, it would be full-time deputy, a chief deputy, and a full-time deputy.
I'm sure she's on her way, but as you know, Jennifer is the new register of deeds January 1st, 2021. And therefore she's recommending one of her current people is promoted to the chief deputy. So that requires board action as well as the discussion about her pay starting rate. And there she is.
And a customer, sorry. Good morning.
Morning.
Okay, so we have changing of the guards in our office. You all already know Dorothy's retiring. I was elected in November. I have 3 things on the agenda. One is to fill my vacancy. And I'm hoping that we can transition Rachel into my position and then hire for her position. So that's kind of what we have on here.
Dominoes.
Yeah. Any questions?
So, yeah, Commissioner Lautner.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Hi, Jennifer.
Hi.
Hi. I'm just digging through my papers. I know when you presented this, I was looking for, and maybe it was in an email, but my computer seems frozen. I'm not receiving any emails and I can't back up to look at any emails. So you were recommending something other than a 1-year pay salary. Is that correct?
That is correct. If you look at the schedules that were given,
That's what
Rachel
I
would actually.
in front of me. I don't have those schedules in front of me, but as I read those, I think the 1 year was a pay increase, a slight pay increase. Is that correct?
It is, if she came in at a 1 year, but if she started at the beginning, it would actually be a decrease in pay. She has been here 8 years. She's very capable of being able to fill in and take over for me, which would be a huge thing. She is, will lose the security of being in the union. And then I did list some of the added responsibilities that she will have on top of what she's currently doing, which is a fairly large list. And I would like to start her at a year 2. She's definitely worth it to be able to do that.
Yeah, I understand that. And we just looked at the our new undersheriff, which I think probably qualified for higher pay for all those very reasons also, but it's been our practice to just do a 1 year. So that's where I recommend that we start her, just to kind of keep our policy in place, our practices at least in place.
Okay, so you're proposing to start her at a 1 year then at the 2104 an
As I
hour?
don't have those schedules in front of me because I can't open
Okay,
them. But
that would be the 1 year. That would be the 1 year.
yes. Yeah, we just did that with our undersheriff. So there isn't a pay decrease that way.
No, there's
No.
not. That's correct. There's not a pay decrease.
Commissioner Ansel.
I'd like to ask the clerk a question. Historically, what have we done in the past when these situations arise?
When you're moving up,
Yep.
it is generally to the level that either keeps you equal to or at least gives you a little bump.
So that they don't fall behind.
I have seen them fall behind by different boards, but more often than not, it is at least equal to or at least a slight bump.
I don't want to start something new that we haven't ever done before.
Commissioner West.
That's why I asked the question about the undersheriff, because I want to make sure we're consistent. And it sounds to me like if we want to be consistent, then we start it at the first level, as long as that doesn't result in a pay decrease.
Okay, the first level at the start would be a decrease. So you're saying the year.
Whatever level.
The
Year
one.
one. Yeah,
Year
let me
one.
clarify. Help me out here. If she stays in her current position as of January 1st, she made $20.22, correct?
Correct.
If she stayed. If she would start at the beginning level, it'd be $20.05, which would be a decrease. If she starts at year 1, it'd be 2104. Year 2 would be 2232. It's a 4-year step scale. So you are recommending year 2, correct?
I am recommending year 2.
32.
She has been here 8 years.
And year 1 would be 2104.
Correct.
And Commissioner Lautner saying year 1 because it is the same pay or above, rather than going year 2. So that's what. Commissioner Lautner.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, thank you. That's correct. So it's a dollar raise, basically. So I would make that recommendation that we allow the incoming Register of Deeds to appoint the chief deputy beginning January 1, 2021 at the 1-year level.
Support.
Okay. All those in favor, please raise your hand. All those opposed, the same sign. Motion passes 7-0. So then that would bring us to the full-time deputy of Register of Deeds.
So
No, it
assuming-
would be a full-time.
Yeah, so assuming Rachel takes this position, that creates a vacancy in her current
We're going to
slot.
replace her.
Yeah. Assuming Rachel takes the position, so will create a vacancy, and obviously Jen will like to fill it as soon as possible and start the process.
Please.
That'd be page 42. Page 42.
So this is simply a replacement,
Mhm.
assuming there's a vacancy.
Commissioner Answer.
I move to recommend the Board of Commissioners allow the incoming Register of Deeds to fill a vacant Deputy Register of Deeds position as of January 1st, 2021.
Support. Questions, statements? All those in favor, please raise your hand. All those opposed, the same sign. Motion passes 7-0.
So
Thank you very much. Jen.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
Thank you.
All right, then that will bring us to the building safety and personnel update.
Yeah, this is a bittersweet request. As you know, we are losing 2 of our veteran employees in that department. One is Paul Hunter. Paul wants to retire after 20 plus years in the business. As you know, he's been with us for about 6 years, I believe, total. The last several as the chief inspector has done an outstanding job. And he's finally got permission from his wife to retire. So it was a tough negotiation, but she finally consented. So Paul will be leaving us approximately April 1st. Obviously, that's a very vital position. And I'd like to start the process of replacing him after the first of the year. So that's the first request.
Commissioner Wesson.
I move to recommend to the County Board of Commissioners to allow the Building Safety Department to fill the position of building official and electrical inspector as they become vacant in 2021.
Commissioner Redmond.
Just wanted to second.
Yeah, and just to follow up on that, Mr. Klump, Ted Klump is also retiring. That's a second position. He has been with the county as employee or contractor for close to 25 years. Electrical inspectors are difficult to find, and so we want to start that process as soon as possible also. I want to just thank him for his years of service. Since I've been here for 8 years, I've not received one complaint about Ted or any of the inspections that he's done. Usually there's someone who's upset over something, but I have never received one call or one complaint about Ted.
Commissioner Sutis Little, you had your hand up, or was that just a second? Okay. Okay. Any other comments? Commissioner Redmond.
Yeah, the vote is just on the one position at this time, or are we going to amend the motion to include the?
The motion was for 2.
It was for 2, both of them?
I included both.
Okay.
I only heard one myself.
He said
You read it, right?
Okay.
I will attempt to get them here at the January meeting so you can publicly thank them for their service.
So this vote is for both positions. All those in favor, please raise your hand. All those opposed, the same sign. Motion passes 7-0. Thank you. So then that brings us to the sheriff book purchase clarification and concern.
Should recommend this for this.
Yes. Commissioner Redford, question.
Good morning, everyone.
Morning.
Hi. Hi, oh, there you are. So, I brought this up last time because we were talking about taxpayer dollars, and that's part of our responsibility as county commissioners to oversee your budget. And I just, I was a little confused because I read not all of the book, but some of the book, and I didn't really see that it would pertain to training, because the subject matter just seemed that it was opinion more than based on any facts. So I just wondered what your perspective was on why you chose that particular book and what you hope to accomplish with that.
Okay, well, first of all, there is no problem with our deputies in this county treating people unequally, and I'm very proud to say that. As the undersheriff stated, it's a great place to work. We appreciate the board and your support throughout all this. I make decisions on training based on what I see. I've had the opportunity to work Oakland County, Lapeer County, Genesee County, Saginaw County, Antrim County. I've been in multiple capacities at Michigan State University as a federal agent, as a Michigan conservation officer, and now as sheriff for 8 years. So I maybe have been exposed to a few more things. I was co-captain of a college basketball team, was primarily Black. We were just players. We were differentiated by our numbers or our heights or our position or who handled the ball or who was the best free throw shooter. And I've not been exposed to the prejudice you see nationwide. I've never had the opportunity to be put in a situation where I had to make decisions of conservation officers or anybody I've ever worked for, including the academies where I've taught. I've never had the opportunity to have to sit down with someone and say, why act in this way about this person? I see bias, what's going on? I've never had that. So it's a problem that I haven't seen. Part of the reason is because throughout my career, I've had training. Not too long ago, we asked permission and had an increase in our training budget, at which time we set people up in our agency. That's all corrections deputies, our personnel in the administrative office, as well as our road deputies, to a form of cultural diversity training called implicit bias. It's taught by probably whom I consider the foremost expert on the topic, Danny Rosa from MCOLS, Michigan Commission on Law Enforcement Officer Standards. And we had this at NMC, we incorporated in the academy. We don't want any form of bias. If people see bias, then I need to know what the bias is. In terms of your restaurant you owned, you had wonderful duck there, you had French cuisine. All of a sudden you see a 50% drop in your business. And all of a sudden people you've known for years, been in a restaurant, quit coming. Word around the community is not such a good place to eat. Wasn't true at all, but I'm just saying, for instance, you as an owner would love to know what it was that's causing people not to go to your restaurant, or what happened. Was it a personnel change? Did someone change it? It might be something as simple as the new chef oversalts everything. Okay, you as an owner, just as a commissioner, any of us, me, if you will, as a fiduciary in charge of the sheriff's office, I need to know when there's a problem. Heather McDonald's book I read 2 or 3 years ago, I thought, good, then I'm not insane. I don't know why people hate the police. If you're in a car accident tomorrow, I give you first aid. If your house is on fire, I run and get you. If your son or daughter, being attacked by someone, I stand up and protect you with my life. So the perspective, while we send deputies to training like implicit bias, which probably wasn't the most favorite day for everybody, they go there, they learn it, they see it, they feel it, they smell it. You all were exposed to a book, which Institutional Racism and Restorative Justice, not too long ago. We've talked about cultural diversity. We've talked about, bias. We've talked about things. That book in particular is something that was a choice for the program, I believe, by Commissioner or by Administrator Janik. That book was a foundation for thought and discussion. When I purchased this book, and I purchased many books, by the way, so I'm not sure why this one got the ire
other than we've just come out of a horribly political period in our country's history, which I'm a Republican. I'm a conservative Republican as an individual, as a sheriff, I'm a Republican. All of you people are important to me. All of our citizens, all of our visitors. So when I come up with books and topics, part of the reason is the emotional well-being and survival and the mental fitness of our officers. If our officers in the corrections side, our deputies on the road are being hated by the media and they read defund police, and this continuously, you've got to wonder, did I step in something? Did I do something wrong? Am I being perceived wrong, or am I doing something wrong? If we're being perceived wrong, that's my bad. If people don't understand the position of law enforcement or how important law enforcement is to keep our country and our freedom safe, that's my bad for not being a good communicator. If we have deputies doing something bad, I want to know about it. But I think they also need to be reinforced, and that book reinforces that the general public really believes in police. Is there an anomaly here and there? Absolutely. There are people in every occupation and professions who do things wrong. We all know that. I don't care if you talk teachers or churches or business owners, parents even sometimes get involved in horrible things. So we're going to have some horrible things to confront. From my perspective, having the deputies read books, hear culture, talk to people, understand, gives them reinforcement. You continue to do a good job. We talked just a little bit a while ago in the personnel section with Under Sheriff Morgan about losing Deputy Steve Bailey. I worked at Michigan State University. I've worked as a conservation officer. I've worked with troopers. I've worked as a Fish and Wildlife Service agent. I have seen some wonderful people, and none are any better, maybe as good as, but none are any better than Deputy Steve Bailey. He left. Our top deputy makes $53,900 a year, $53,900 a year. I can tell you after a few years at UPS, he'll see six figures. You know it and I know it. If you don't, you can Google it. I asked him, was there anything wrong in the exit interview? He said, no, I absolutely love working for you. I love the guys I work with. I love our sergeants. I love the place, our equipment, everything from backing the cars in professionally to the new uniforms to the way we handle the public. He said, I love it here. It's just time for a change. I just wonder, part of me wonders, is there something to do with that financially? And there may be, but I wouldn't bog down on that too much. I'm just saying it's hard to get good people to stay in law enforcement. And there's a next book I'm going to get would be emotional health for police officers. There's a book about the psychology of taking your, if you will, your job home to your spouse or your kids. Are you short with your wife? Or are you nasty to your kids? Do you work nights? Which Steve Bailey spent playing his career on nights. Are you working nights? And when you try to sleep during the day, the neighbor's mowing the lawn, dogs are barking, the UPS guy is there, no pun intended for Steve. But that said, you have a lot of stressors when you're working nights. And when you work Leelanau County in the winter, I know I worked it as a conservation officer for years. And those 32 years as a conservation officer. In this county, I would go through Northport at 10 at night and it'd be snowing and there'd be just enough snow on the ground. I'd come back through at 5:15 in the morning working deer shiners, and mine was the only set of tracks through town. There's a lot of retrospective time, a lot of time to think. And you have to think sometimes, am I being appreciated? Is what I'm doing important? Why are they trying to defund the police around the country? And why are they trying to criticize police officers who protect people? So to end this, my thing is, if we have a bad apple, I want to know it, but I also want our deputies to be safe and healthy emotionally. Because that projects to when mama's happy, dad's happy. You hear that in houses. When our deputies are happy, they're going to be happy around the community, which you saw examples of this morning with my excellent choice for a new undersheriff, as well as my excellent choice of the undersheriff who served us so well for 8 years. So if they're happy, if they're content, if they believe in themselves, it's something that's important that they project that to the public. And I really don't want to have that knock on the door anymore that someone's leaving for an unknown reason. And the undersheriff is leaving because he has some wonderful grandchildren. It's the right age and time. He's leaving all careers like we should. And I just think it's important. If we're doing something wrong, we know it. But I also think it's important if we're doing something right. And I do thank all of you for this from the bottom of my heart. I appreciate it when you say kind things, because these deputies watch this that's going on. They hear from me, they hear from the public, and it's important that they are recognized for what they're doing. So when I make choices like this, there's a lot of reasons I do it, but part of it is a cultural expansion.
Well, just a couple of comments. First of all, I hit a deer a few years back, and I think Steve Bailey was the one that came to my car side and helped, and he was extremely kind and very considerate. Also, I don't know if you've noticed, but there's quite a few signs around the county indicating support for you and for the other deputies. And, you know, when I saw the name of the book, I just thought, that is not happening here. And it just hit me that I just didn't understand. And as I said, when I started to read the book, I just felt that it was more of an opinion based book than it was a training manual.
I understand what you're saying. And I appreciate the kind words about Deputy Bailey and what we're doing. And you're right about those signs around the county. To this day, they won't tell me who came up with those. So, well, they don't want you to know, but we support you. And I've talked to deputies. I said, those signs aren't about me. They're about you. These deputies are the ones out. Yeah, I was there the other day when someone drove in Mr. Sport's house. Right in the first snowstorm we have, person drove right in the house. I have pictures on my phone. Drove right into his house. He was sleeping 6 feet away in a bed. He said, I almost blew him out of the bed. Went around a corner too fast. So am I in the field? Yes, I'm there sometimes for accidents, first aid, CPR, but mostly those signs thank our deputies for the good work we do. And we do as an agency. So yes, I appreciate that. The book was not meant to be antagonistic. Everybody can have different opinions on things about, you know, where that's coming from, whatever. But the way I look at it, any type of education is good education. I never have aligned with Nazi thought process, but I learned about the evils of the Nazi regime in 1939 and thought restriction, you know, what you could read, what you couldn't, what was taught in schools, how the brown shirt kids developed and how they created the Nazi profile. If you don't read that and understand that, you don't understand the evils of it. And that's part of the whole thing. I'm open-minded to different types of training, and I will be inviting the entire board. The goal was December 15th, but I'm not sure. We have just quite enough material tweaking we're working on. I will be inviting the entire board to come to our Tactical Operations Center we built in the basement. We built that so that we were robbed out of Camp Greenling training this year. It was all our budget. Everything was good to go. And then COVID came. For 8 years, I wanted to build a facility so we could train with what's called simunitions, which is like police type paintball. Shoot, don't shoot, de-escalate. Someone has a baseball bat in their hand, they can kill you, but not at 50 feet. You see on TV, people shot at 50 feet away from a cop. They're holding a knife in their hand. They're not going to kill you with a knife at 50 feet. So we need to pound this into police officers' brains. And part of this training we're doing, I'm going to show you this target shield system. We'll incorporate that. You'll have opportunities to go through it. And you'll see that we're not limiting our thought process. We're expanding our thought process, verbal de-escalation. We've been sending deputies to mental health, understanding and training, how to deal with people with autism, what to do with in stressful encounters, how you de-escalate, use verbal judo instead of fight or rough people. So when I see horrible things that happen in Minnesota, we all saw that. I look at that. The first thing I do, and I know cops do around the country, is just hit your head. Here we go again. And these are the kind of things where there's an anomaly. I'm worried that's why we're training.
Well, you know, as far as the what's going on down in the lower level of the law enforcement center, if we're not able to have physically tour that, which many of us might not be, it would be really beneficial to have someone do a little video of that so we could see what is going down there. That would be very interesting. You've kind of answered, you know, my questions as far as the book is concerned, and I don't know if any of my other fellow commissioners have comments that they want to ask or make.
Commissioner Wesson.
Thanks for being here, and
welcome.
And I certainly don't want to be the person that chooses which books you read or somebody else reads, but since it came up, I did purchase a copy and I read it, and I'm glad to hear it's not the only book that your people are reading, and I want to start by saying I commend your office and your staff, and I think they do get support from us. And
yes.
And I think they're well respected and loved across this county. But I disagree with many of the statements in the book, and they're kind of scary statements. One takeaway I had is there's nothing that police can do wrong, and the problem is with the criminal. Well, that's just not true.
It's not true. Yeah.
there's a false narrative about racism and profiling, she says. Some places, that's not true.
In some places, that's not true, but I'm dealing with us. I'm dealing with the here and now and us. And, I'll tell you, I'm of Serbian and Scottish descent. 3 Serbian and 1 Scottish. They all came here during the wars. Then they served the country. They were shot in France, my own relatives. My dad would have played professional baseball, but he got drafted by Uncle Sam, went to Germany. My grandfather shot in the Battle of Argonne, limped his entire life, never once complained. Why I say that is I come from a background where I never saw prejudice, and yet I had athletes at both the high school and college level that were different color than I am. I'm not pure white and they weren't pure black. We're all in between. We all got along, and there's a lot of artificial, I guess, stress out there, in my opinion. When I took the exam on August 21st of 1976 to go in full-time with the DNR, it was a state police exam. I scored 100 on it. We got 100 on the oral, 100 on the background, 100 on the written, triple 100. That doesn't happen, okay? It took me 4 years to come in full-time because of the process called affirmative action, which 2 very positive words in English language, very negative outcome, if you will, legalized bias in hiring, promotion, or whatever. So I came in under the guise of, I've never taken land from everybody. I never told anybody they couldn't vote. I never had anybody do my labor for me. I came in from immigrants who came to this country, learned to speak English, and they worked very hard, served their country, raised their families, mowed their lawn. I had 2 Democrat grandparents, Grandma Spence, the soccer player side, professional soccer player, brought here to play the Buick national team. And my other side, the Borkovich side, owned a bar, restaurant, tavern across from General Motors. I had 2 Republicans, 2 Democrats, and they all voted for John Kennedy. And I don't know the last time I've seen anybody from parties pick what they think is the best candidate without politics. John Kennedy was the absolute best candidate for president. I voted for him. So I come from that background, Commissioner, of I didn't grow up around bias. I wasn't taught it. My dad's favorite drill sergeant in the Army was a black master sergeant, talked about him incessantly. I mean, I didn't come from that. So it's offensive sometimes when you're constantly barraged on TV with how bad you are because you're white, male, or police officer. And so part of my way of dealing with that when I got in is when I do get to the academy, I'm going to finish top in the academy. I'm going to be the best shooter. I'm going to box better than anybody. I'm going to be the best driver in a track. And I did. And I drove that. And I've driven that through my career. So I try to keep anyone going into law enforcement positive, treating people well, as if you will, as if you'd want to be treated. And that's just kind of how, and there's going to be things in any book. This book that you folks used here, I read this over, Chet provided me with a copy. There's things that are horribly inaccurate in there to me, but I'm not going to make an issue about it. I'll just take that and say, I don't believe that, go to the next one. Or yeah, I can refute that. But there, in every book, I think we can find something we don't like. What I'm saying is I'm trying to be open-minded. I'm trying to keep them open-minded and trained. And I am glad, Commissioner Rittenbach, that you did ask, because obviously some people called in. And if it bothers people, then communicate. I want to know if the duck I serve is bad, okay? And it never was, by the way. I want to know if my restaurant, if there's something wrong or one of my employees is rude. I need to know that. And I can't give you the finished product, which is the deputies we have, when I have a weak link in the chain or I have somebody that's being rude. I just have to deal with them. And the deputies don't like it all the time. I have my own way of managing things. I have my own way of keeping things in-house. But if they're out of line, I talk to them. And I'll tell you what, they are one professional bunch of deputies. And I can't speak highly enough. So
When I belong to several book clubs, and part of what I like to do after I read a book is talk a little bit about it. And this isn't the place to do this county commission meeting, and certainly we don't determine which you read. But I made some notes on what I read. Harsher penalties, I don't know that that's a message we want to get to everybody. More incarcerations, I don't think that's a message that's especially healthy. Profiling's okay because we stop crime by intimidation. She didn't use the word intimidation, but fear, I think she used. That you solve future crimes by having people on the street be fearful. Aggressive tactics, stop and frisk, she endorses them. So it didn't seem right to me that we're having that as a book discussion while we're talking about how do we make this a more inclusive, safe, environment for everybody.
Well, sometimes the descriptors aren't right. For instance, I believe in more incarceration for people who molest children, beat their wives, sell drugs to kids, continuously drunk drive after warning, probation, impaired driving sentences, alternative sentencing, tethers, having to do daily PBTs. If they continue to drive, they will kill a family of four someday. We know that. And there's some point where some people need to go to jail, if for nothing else, to get them off the drugs or alcohol they're addicted to, because it really has a positive effect for that. The negative parts about when you say increased incarceration is, kids tipping over outhouses and people doing minor crimes. And when you first get into a drug crime, I worked very hard to help with Dave Mikowski and some others, the Grand Traverse Veterans groups. Let's get a veterans court. If someone is drinking or drugging and they just came back from overseas and, they're basically over here at this level and they come back and they have to be a drywaller or work at Walmart or be a car salesman, it's pretty hard to adjust from leading 32 men in combat and bombs going off all the time to painting. And we need to be able to find those right shelves to put people on. And a lot of times when people are incarcerated, we have a couple right now working with veterans groups, we have to find alternative sentencing for them. You hear the Hope Not Handcuffs program, some good to that and some bad to that. Everyone, if we could just say, don't do that, and they don't do it, that's great. I'm all for it. Let's shut the jail. It's not going to happen. You will have people in their 8th, 9th, and 10th drunk driving. I arrested a guy from this county on his 8th, 9th, and 11th drunk driving. 8th, 9th, and 11th. I'm the one who arrested him. 2 in marine safety, 1 in a car. Just horrible alcoholic. He needs mental help. He needs physical help. But the guy that's going to continually drive and threaten our lives, it is not worth any of you losing your whole family in a head-on accident. So that she says things, maybe it needs more qualification. Child molesters, I'm sorry. I'm just sorry. You just don't do that. People want to hit their wife, hit their girlfriend. My size, hitting someone one of your size, you kidding me? So there's things we have to draw a red line on. And maybe her points aren't all valid, but maybe the direction of some things are positive. What I got out of that book was, hey guys, a lot of people love you. You're not all doing wrong. That's what I got out of after I read the book, I felt like somebody cares and understands. And so that's why I'm open-minded to different books, different cultures, different people.
I hope that's a message you get from us too.
I do, yeah.
We love you and you're not doing everything wrong.
I appreciate, I called Commissioner Rittenbach, I don't know, 2 weeks ago. I've been on a deer hunt out of state, but I said, I really appreciate what you've done for us. You've served and, you have done a lot for us. I appreciate that, Commissioner Ansargi. I do appreciate everything you're all doing. Will and I are good friends and he votes no on the boat every time. I don't get it, but we're still good friends, but he supports us on so many things. He understands and knows what we're going through. He's very patriotic and, we're all going to have some slight differences, but I do appreciate everything. And I look forward to working with you, Gwen. Congratulations on yours and you'll be here. So anyway, I know that's kind of a long explanation, but I don't like things to be out there that are unsure. If people thought there's any bias in our department, they thought wrong. And if we have too much salt in our food, I need to know it. So.
Thank you very much.
All right. Thank you all. Thank you.
We appreciate you taking the time to talk.
All right. Thank you.
All right, then we'll move on to remonumentation, and the grants.
That's Trudy's on, yep.
Commissioner Answer.
I move to recommend the County Board of Commissioners approve the 2021 remonumentation grant in the amount of $28,562 and authorized online signature and submittal of the grant.
Support.
Okay. Any questions for Trudy? Trudy, did you want to make any statements or anything? Thank you for taking this.
I think it's pretty clear cut.
Yeah, and I do appreciate your planning department taking this over. I really do.
Sure.
So even though Chet was doing a good job.
I wanted over a year doing it. No, but seriously, Trudy has made significant changes in upgrading the program, and it's run very professionally. So yes, thank you, Trudy.
And we really know.
Well, that's true. Yes, Miss Evans did it.
Okay, all those in favor, please raise your hand. All those opposed, the same sign. Motion passes 7-0. Thank you very much. All right, then that brings us to information technology.
Yeah, unfortunately, Mr. Bowman's schedule, through no fault of his own, has been adjusted.
He is here.
Oh, he is online? Okay. All right, Ron is here.
Yep, I'm
Good.
here. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, first, I guess, on the list is our renewal for our KnowBe4 testing service. And I'm sure you're all familiar with that. I've been getting emails and passing and failing some tests. So I'd like to renew that for another year. It really is keeping security top in everybody's mind. And I think it's helping us a lot. So any questions on that?
Any questions? I don't like them, but I do.
It almost caught me several times too, so. You feel bad when you fail.
All those in- We don't have a motion. Oh, that's right. Yes, we need a motion. Go ahead, Commissioner Ansari.
I recommend approval of the maintenance renewal for the KnowBe4 cybersecurity awareness training and testing service for $2,295 with funds to come from Data Processing Fund 636.
Support.
All those in favor, please raise your hand. All those opposed, the same sign. Motion passes 7-0. Okay, Ron?
Okay, second is the second half of the renewal for our backup software. I think it was last month I came to you with our DLT Solutions backup recovery software renewal. This is the second half of it that came in right after we had the first half submitted. So this amount is for $658.32 for another one of our servers. So that should complete our annual renewal for that software.
Commissioner West.
I move to recommend that the County Board of Commissioners approve renewing the maintenance agreement with DLT Solutions for rapid recovery backup software in the amount of $658.32. Funds to come from Data Processing Fund number 636.
Support. Any questions or statements? All those in favor, please raise your hand. All those opposed, the same sign. Motion passes 7-0. Thank you, Ron. Then the next one would.
The next one is something that's new. It's called NetWatcher. Basically, it's a security incident event management software. Things that we need to do, for instance, for our law enforcement information network requirements. Keep an eye on our event logs in our servers, make sure that there aren't people trying to log in with supervisor passwords and things like that. Without software like this, the way you have to do it is you have to physically go in and start looking at the event logs on all the different servers. One of the things that this does is monitors all those event logs and lets me know when there's been some kind of an attempted breach or somebody that's failed their password login attempts a certain number of times. It also does network traffic analysis, which I'd really like to see. Try to get a handle on how we're using our bandwidth on the internet. Things like streaming movies, streaming audio, things like that, that can have a negative impact on our network. Also has endpoint security for laptops. So for instance, if a laptop is stolen or lost, it can be wiped out remotely. And also a big part of it would be doing vulnerability scans on our firewalls to make sure that we don't have too many ports open, making sure that we have things patched properly. So this is kind of a new endeavor, something I'd like to take forward into 2021 and be more proactive in our monitoring of our network.
Commissioner Ansari.
Ron, did you look at any other packages? Because there are more than one out there that do these types of system administration duties.
Yeah, we did look at several of them. One of them that SafetyNet originally recommended for us. Again, I'm kind of going based on what SafetyNet recommends for us because they are my backup. They are our third-party vendor, if you will, to back me up and to help me monitor things. They came up with one that was really, really expensive. And I said, no, we can't afford that. There's got to be something else that's a little more inexpensive than that. And then they came back with this one as being what they would recommend for us. So that's kind of why I took their recommendation. That's kind of what we pay them for.
Any other questions? Commissioner Rush.
What was the cost of the other expensive one?
I'd have to go back and look at it, but it was probably about $50,000 a year.
Okay, thank you.
It was very, very expensive.
Any other questions or statements? Could we have a motion, please? Commissioner Wesson.
Move to recommend that the Board of Commissioners waive its policy on bid requirements and approve the purchase of the Net Watcher software with setup and installation by Safety Net at a cost not to exceed $13,000. Funds to come from data processing fund number 636.
And Russian will support.
Yeah, I'm gonna support this, but I'm a little disappointed that the budget numbers weren't closer. So hopefully next year's budget, you'll have an opportunity to go out and look at some other programs and come up with a budget number that's a little bit closer.
Any other questions or statements? All those in favor, please raise your hand. All those opposed, the same sign. The motion passes 7-0. Thank you, Ron.
And
very good.
before Ron leaves, Ron, I just want you to know that I got an email yesterday at 5 o'clock that your request for a polycam system downstairs was approved, pre-approved through the community development block grant. So I'll be talking with the board later on about that, but I just thought you should know that.
What about the one in the jail?
That was not approved.
That was not approved.
No, because it's a community development block grant. The keyword is community, and the primary purpose has to be for the community.
Got it.
So your explanation for a lower level was approved. However, the one for the jail was not approved.
Okay, very good.
But thank you for your efforts for putting that.
You're gonna have to
together.
call the inmates, the community.
We tried.
All righty.
All right. So then that would bring us then to number 7, the Leland Dam Authority. And I think Mr. Pope is here to talk with us.
Good morning.
Morning.
The reason we're here is to finally get this safety device purchased and installed. This has been something that's been on the county's plate now for 2 years. It was identified we can't really walk in front and do the maintenance on the dam. And so this thing was designed a year ago, and the Dam Authority approved a bid from from Rusty. And we're here today to single source this. Rusty, he was the one that built the dam. He probably knows it better than anybody else. It's a unique structure. Estimates though from Fisher are now a public record. And so if anybody else bid on it, it's just going to be unfair. Most of this bid is to fabricate that piece, and the rest of it is to install it. He was the one that put in our flooding wall here several months ago. So we have the money in the budget for this. We budgeted about 41,000. The bid came in just right at that. And so I'm asking the board, and I have a motion on the bottom, that we accept this single source bid to install it. I got the words there. I'm not sure if there are any questions. The budget, I don't know, I sent something out in your packet. It shows the budget for next year in the Dam Authority, and it's in there. And
I move to recommend to the Board of Commissioners to waive board policy on bid requirements and accept a single source bid for Fisher Contracting for time and material costs to perform the fabrication and installation of the gate lockout assembly at Leelanau Dam at a cost not to exceed $40,900. Funds to come from fund number 806.
I'll second that. This is Commissioner Rettenbach.
Any questions or statements? All those in favor, please raise your hand. All those opposed, the same sign. Motion passes 7-0. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you for doing this, John, really.
Oh, this is a long time coming.
What?
The CDS has a typo and I'd like to correct it to Fund 805. It's not Fund 806.
Oh, that's,
Is that okay?
is that okay with?
I approve that change.
Yes. Good. Any objections to changing it to 805? Seeing none, we'll move that. Okay, we'll move forward with that. Thank you. Thanks for pointing that out. So then that would then bring us to emergency management. Close point of dispensing agreement.
Good morning still.
Good morning.
What I have before you are closed pod agreements with the district health department. Closed pod means it's not going to be open to the public. It means that these agreements are specifically for county employees and hopefully their family members if vaccine numbers get to that point. Realistically, the two buildings will be tiered differently. That's why I wanted two different agreements. Law enforcement would be tier 2. Tier 1 is going to be reserved for healthcare professionals. That would be doctors, nurses. It'll also extend to long-term care facilities and their staff and patients. So the realistic probability of us receiving substantial vaccines, it's really low at this time. But it's good to have these agreements in place so that we can fire up as soon as they are available. And yeah, this was passed along by the health department kind of late in the game. I was able to get this before you this month so that we can move when needed.
Mr. Lauder.
Yes, thank you. I guess my question on this, Matt, good morning.
Morning.
It seems like we would be placing our employees and their families ahead of our seniors in the county, but will they be doing similar, what do you call these, point of dispensing partnerships?
Yes. As far as senior services, it wouldn't extend to their, I guess, their care, but seniors would be tiered in the response by the health department. It's just unclear if they're going to be in tier 1 or tier 2 at this time. So they are part of the vaccine disbursement. They probably will not be included with this county closed pod.
So I guess that really doesn't answer my question. I guess that's my concern, is that we would be having maybe potentially perfectly healthy people receiving this vaccine ahead of those who might be elderly or compromised and need the vaccine more. So are you saying that is the case?
It could be the case. The tiered system is not finalized by the health department yet. And that's all going to depend on what they decide at the state and federal level, how they classify the need. Now, elderly and at-risk patients have been discussed to be tier 2 or higher. And right now, law enforcement is tier 2. EMS would be tier 1, but law enforcement tier 2. Government support officials would be tier 3.
And Matt, just to clarify, this is not a decision we would make locally.
No, it's nothing that we would be able to decide. It would be decided at the state and federal level.
Okay, thank you, Matt.
Commissioner Rushing.
Can't hear you.
We can't hear you. Unmute.
Yep. Good morning, Matt. Just looking for some clarification in regards to this. So what you're telling us is that a certain allocation will be provided through the Benzie Leelanau Health Department. And when we receive that allocation, they're prioritizing who will be vaccinated first, second, and so on, correct?
Correct.
From what I understood, we do not have any say-so or control over that. Under the tier 1, does that include all of our fire department personnel?
It would not include fire personnel, but it would include EMS personnel. And we have passed this agreement along to all the fire departments to have their own agreements in place with the health department. So they should all have the closed pod agreement working toward acceptance with their individual departments.
So the message that we're sending our law enforcement officers is not to engage in CPR or applying application for say an arterial bleed or some such action that they may take in an extreme emergency. So those police officers would not be protected under a tier 1.
As classified by the state and federal government, yeah, law enforcement would be tier 2.
So the message that we're sending to our police officers is do not treat. That concerns me.
Yeah, I don't know if I can speak to that.
Right. And the other issue that Commissioner Lautner brought up, seniors. So what you're saying is tier 1 seniors are included. Would that be all seniors 50 years and older? Or will they determine an age or health conditions or something to be eligible?
Yes, they would make those determinations. The exact age or health requirements, I couldn't tell you for sure. That's going to be made by state and federal officials.
I just read an article last night, matter of fact, on this topic. I believe there's meetings at the federal and state level going on this week. They hope to have some guidelines out by next week. But the age they talked about, at least in the article I read, was 65 and older as being classified as a top level.
Yeah, that's been consistent. I've heard 70, but
yeah,
65 would be
65 and 70.
Yeah.
But once again, they hope to have more of those answers resolved by the end of this week.
I mean,
So-
I'm not understanding this thing at all. I don't understand why we're deciding that, these pods of, dispensing the drugs and why that should be up to this board to even put that in place, that we're denying certain people who may want it, need it, or, feel, or just out of fear.
Yeah, these closed pod agreements would be for county employees and their family members. That's what they're designed for.
I just don't understand why we're getting involved in that and why why does it as, when they're gonna decide who gets it and when. And I don't understand why we're coming into, yes.
My take on this is we have to put a distribution mechanism in place. Even though we aren't setting the rules, we want to have some method of distributing this vaccine. They're going to set the priorities of who gets the vaccine first, second, third, fourth, whatever. But we have to have the mechanism in place to say, okay, now it's down to the tier 2s. Who's gonna, where do we need them? And then this is how we're going to distribute these vaccines out to everybody.
That makes no sense to me at all. The health department is the health department, and we're making decisions on who gets health care and who doesn't. And just because it's a pandemic, we haven't had this for flu shots. We haven't had this, and just because there's a limited supply, of flu shots. It's people who want it, get it. And I don't think that that's our place to say, we determine who gets it first and who doesn't. That's like saying
we're not. All we're doing is setting the distribution up so that when those decisions are made, there's some way to get it out to the people. How do we do it? You know, we just gonna, you know,
We do it
otherwise
just
it's
like
a
we
free
do
for all.
Exactly. That's what it should be.
Well, you know, then you're saying first come, first serve,
Yes. Those who want it, those who are fearful,
as
those who
opposed
think they
to,
need it, and then when we run out, and we get some more later on.
you know, you know, that's a philosophical discussion of whether you want to do it, how do you do it?
Okay,
You know, and it's not up to us.
all right. Anyway, any other questions or statements? Yeah, ask for a roll call on this.
I'm sorry, I've been typing, but did somebody recommend and somebody second and I missed it?
Yeah, we don't.
No,
I don't think
yeah,
so.
Okay,
Okay.
thank you. That's
You're
good.
welcome.
All right. So then do we want to move on to the next one?
No.
Commissioner Answer.
I move to recommend the Leelanau County Board of Commissioners to allow the board chairman to sign the closed point of dispensing partner registration form and make vaccines available to Leelanau County courthouse employees and their family members dependent upon supply.
Second, Commissioner Rettenbach.
Any other questions or statements? Commissioner Rushing.
The motion that was made and what was explained to us, I think, are two different things. This talks about making the vaccines available for the Leelanau County courthouse employees. Is that all inclusive?
Can we amend it to include Leelanau County Courthouse and Sheriff's Office employees?
Well,
So just
Government employees, Leelanau County government employees.
Is there two different pods or just?
It will be tiered differently. Yeah.
So are we saying Leelanau County government employees?
I would have a motion to state that.
Yeah. Is that when you're amending your motion to that? Is okay with the second?
Yes, it is. Yes, it is.
Commissioner Rushing.
Again, it does not address the conversation that we had here. There was discussion about a tier 1, there was discussion about a tier 2. I don't see that in the motion.
We don't know who's going to be tier 1 or tier 2. That decision has not been made. So
But
based
what
on
you-
what the, go ahead.
But what you're telling us is the government employees will be eligible according to the established tier 1 and tier 2 policy that we have yet to receive. The way it is stated right now in this motion, every government employee, whether they need the vaccine or want the vaccine or fall under tier 1 or tier 2, is eligible to get limited amounts of vaccine without the mentioning of the tier 1 or tier 2. So I don't like the way this is motion has been presented, and I will not vote for this as written.
Let me maybe clarify that, Matt. We will not determine who's in tier 1 or who's in tier 2. This makes our employees eligible. At the federal or state level, they will make the determination which ones our employees will be classified in which category, and then we will abide by that. But that's something that we have no control over, nor does the board have any say in that. Matt had no input into that.
No.
That'll be determined probably at the federal or state level, or maybe a combination of both.
Yes.
And we'll just abide by whatever classification they come up with. This simply makes our employees eligible, correct? Matt?
Correct.
Is that
Correct.
your statement?
Yes.
You've been involved with this, I don't want to.
I've been on many conference calls and, you know, realistically, the numbers of vaccines is not going to hit all of even tier 1.
It won't even be close to
No.
tier 1. As I understand, the earliest that our non-first responders employees would get it, probably the very earliest would be late spring, early summer.
Yeah.
If it's approved in the near future, so this only makes us eligible and is part of the requirement needed to proceed.
Correct.
Commissioner Lautner had her hand up. Did you still want to speak, Commissioner Lautner?
Yes, thank you. Matt just answered a little bit of what my question was, and that was timing. So I was wondering if this would have to be acted on in December? Or could we put this off until we got a little more information? I guess my point is I would rather see maybe the tiers, see who they want for the tiers, who falls under those. As stated, our first responders, then our most vulnerable and elderly ahead of healthy citizens. So I was just wondering about the
Let
timing
me
on.
respond to that, 'cause, based on what discussion I had yesterday, and Matt, I told him that we will probably have a joint meeting with Grand Traverse and Density County, the County Club Distribution. There's a possibility some of these vaccines may be available in the next couple of weeks before Christmas. There's no guarantee, but there's a possibility of that. So everyone wants to be prepared as soon as they're allocated, because there will be allocations made, as I understand, to every county, correct?
Yeah,
You need to have a distribution center in place, you need to have a plan in place before that. So if we were to wait until January, the earliest this would pass then would be January 19th. And therefore, if there is a vaccine available prior to that, which could be in the next couple of weeks, we would not be potentially eligible for that. Our employers would not be eligible. Commissioner West.
And I want, we can always modify the recommendation at next week's meeting if you find out information between now and then. So I am going to support this motion, and I think it would be prudent that we all do. We need to be ready when it's time to do something.
So my understanding, we deny the vaccine if we don't pass this?
If we don't have the agreement in place, the health department would not be able to distribute the vaccine to our employees. They would be forced to give them to other closed pod agreements. So fire departments, EMS, if they had something together with any other agency in the county or the region.
So this is a whole new system because of some for some reason that I've never heard of.
Yes, this is a whole brand new system, yes.
Yeah.
Yes, because of the pandemic, yes.
Yeah. Commissioner Rush.
This kind of puts us between the rock and the hard place for me. The concern I have with the way this language is written, it appears from the perspective of the public that we as a Board of Commissioners are singling out a limited supply of vaccinations strictly to our government employees. And I think from that perspective, it sends the wrong message that we're only interested in covering the needs of government employees. That's why I would like to see some sort of language in the motion that refers to the tier process that the health department or our state legislators are putting in place. I will support this, knowing that if it's not supported, that we will lose the opportunity. However, from the perspective of the citizens in our community, I think we need to clarify that.
I think you may take reassurance with the fact that there is an open pod agreement that the health department has, to where that opens it up to every citizen in the county. They have an open pod agreement established with Sutton's Bay School. That is a better layout, a better facility to handle the influx and the egress of all incoming and outgoing patients to be administered. So we have not pursued an open pod agreement because we have a more suitable facility in close proximity.
Well, Matt, I really wished you would have given that information to us before this whole discussion started, because that then tells our public there is an opportunity for them under a different pod. I was not aware of that.
Yeah, that communication would be put out by the health department.
And maybe this will help too. For example, depending on what the classifications are, someone who's, well, I use example as my mom. She's 86 years old. She may be classified as the first list. That's something that we will not control. The health department will make a determination that of the vaccines we have in Leelanau County, some of them will go priority one to people over age of 70, for example. That would take priority over anything our law enforcement people or first responders would have. So that strictly is out of our hand. There will be some classifications. I know the seniors will be included at level 1 or level 2, but that's not our determination. Someone at the health department, state or level will make the determination how many we have in Leelanau County, how many of those will go to seniors, how many will go to first responders, how many will go to the list of classification. So we are completely out of it. This simply allows us to participate in the program and helps set up the distribution center. We do not determine who gets first priority. That'll be done. I'm sure there'll be very clear guidelines on that. The limited number of vaccines, even though they're talking about millions of vaccines, it's still a very limited amount. From my hearing, the amount we'll get to Leelanau County will only cover a very small percentage of our residents. Yeah. And even if they strictly limited to classification number 1, we will not have enough vaccines at the beginning to cover it, but it's a start. There's a chance it may be approved as early as this week or next week. And so we're just trying to be prepared in the event that that happens.
Commissioner Lautner.
Yes, thank you. That's kind of a little bit better of an explanation, but it's really still doesn't explain whether that open pod will be ahead of our county employees or parallel, and whether or not we would be having that idea or illusion that we are treating our employees different than our citizens. With this last, with the state allowing their employees to automatically be enrolled in unemployment benefits ahead of its citizens who had to wait in some instances months for benefits. That didn't set real well with the general public, and I sure would hate to have that similar type of situation. So as long as you can give us a little bit more information on, and maybe the health department doesn't have it yet. If they don't have it yet, then you have them get that, and make sure that isn't going to happen in our courthouse, because this is unprecedented. We've never done anything like this before. However, it is amazing that we have a vaccine less than a year from the beginning of this virus. And I mean, that's just amazing. And I give our president a lot of credit for pushing that through in such a way that we have this problem to contend with. So that's all I'm looking for. It's just a little bit more information, maybe before Tuesday night.
Commissioner Rushing.
Matt, are we going to be required to store these vaccines on campus?
Let me discuss that. That's the purpose of, we're going to meet with Grand Traverse, Benzie, Leelanau County, maybe some other counties. It depends which vaccine is out there, because some of them, as you know, have to be stored at, I believe it's 7 degrees below. Some do not. So that's one of the reasons we're hoping to meet and discuss that, because there's so many unknowns. It depends which vaccine is approved and how many are available, how many are allocated to Leelanau County. So there's so many unknown questions. But the one thing I want everyone to know, and the public to know especially, is that Matt or I or the commissioners have no input on how those will be distributed. We will not be involved with the classification of who gets it. That will be clearly defined by the health departments, the state and federal level, and we have to follow those guidelines. So just in terms of the storage, it depends on which company gets approved and how many, or it could be a combination. And what I'm hearing, there may be several companies that approve. Some of them, as you know, require storage at 70 below zero. Some can be stored in a refrigerator. Some are one-time dosage, some are two-time dosage. And so there's so many unknown factors, but I don't want anyone to think in the county that we as a board or Matt or anybody else will be involved with determination who gets the vaccine or not. That'll be set up by the health departments. Our job will be help distribute them. We may store them. We may come up with a joint unit. Matt, there's been some talk, as you know, as federal government providing a storage capacity. So there's so many unknown factors. It just depends which vaccine is approved, how many doses we get, how those will be classified. But that's something that we have no input in.
Commissioner Sutis Little.
Call the question, please.
All right, so then we have to have a vote on if we're gonna call the question.
You need two people to call the question.
Support. All right, yes, support. All right, so the first vote here will be on whether we're gonna call the question or not. Okay, all those in favor, please raise your hand. All those opposed, same sign. Motion passes 5-2. So we have to do a roll call, please.
Commissioner Sotis Little,
Yes.
Commissioner Wessel,
Yes.
Commissioner Ansargi,
Yes.
Commissioner Bonnet,
No.
Commissioner Lautner,
No.
Commissioner Rettenbach,
Yes.
Commissioner Rushton.
Yes.
Okay, so 5-2. to call
Motion passes
question.
5-2. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Well, that was the.
No, that was motion on the question.
Oh, yeah, that's right. Now, so we have to, now we'll vote on if we want to do the pod.
You want a roll call on that, right?
Yes.
Okay.
So
That's what we just did.
we have.
No, you
we have-
voted on the call on the question.
It was just a call to question.
Yes.
Okay, so the previous motion that you just voted on was simply to call the question of the motion that's on the floor. So now on the motion on the floor that was made by Commissioner Wessel, correct?
I think it was me.
Okay, I think
I think it was-
Yes, it was Commissioner Ansargi. Okay, so
did.
Commissioner Ansargi,
Yes.
Commissioner Bonnet,
No.
Commissioner Lautner,
No.
Commissioner Rettenbach,
Yes.
Commissioner Rushton,
Yes.
Commissioner Sutis Little,
Yes.
Commissioner Wessel,
Yes.
5-2.
Thank you.
Could we take that one? Could we, out of respect for Matt, Mr. Chairman, could we move item number 15A next so Matt can address that? That's really his department letter of understanding. And then take a break.
I have no objection.
All right, then we can maybe break for lunch if you want.
That way Matt can depart and not come back.
I have Casey on.
Okay, well, we'll wait until.
Okay.
Okay. Quickly, the letter of understanding with the union, basically with the 12-hour shifts, 80-hour work week works in an 8-hour shift for all the dispatchers. So a short day. The swing shift typically covers the vacant 4 hours of that shift. But if they're otherwise committed to covering overtime or sick time, it leaves that 4-hour block to be filled. The short person working that day has first say whether they want it or not. If they turn it down, it goes through the rest of the dispatchers to see if they're available. If nobody's available, what this language does is it forces the person working the short day to work a 12-hour shift instead of forcing somebody on a joining shift to work 16 hours in a row. I'm in favor of this. I would much rather force somebody to work 12 as opposed to work 16.
And the letter of understanding was written by Mr. Cole.
Commissioner Rettenbach.
I recommend to the Leelanau County Board of Commissioners to accept the letter of understanding from the Fraternal Order of Police Labor Council as presented and allow the board chairman to sign it into effect on December 15, 2020 and expire on December 31st, 2021.
Support. And that was from Commissioner Wessel and Commissioner Sutis Little. So any questions or statements about this? Commissioner Lautner.
I have one. Yes, thank you. I think I just heard Chet say that this was drafted by Peter Cole.
Yes, correct, yes.
Okay, because this really didn't go through our committee, so I was kind of surprised to see it in the packet without any previous discussion. So I understand what you're saying, Matt, but wouldn't this potentially be like a negotiated negotiated item, or do we feel like it benefits us enough to just go ahead with it, or is scheduling so important? Why would we just put this through today?
Basically, when this happens, it's better for the morale of my department so that we don't force a lot of 16-hour shifts onto dispatchers unnecessarily. If somebody's working an 8 that day, it's better to spread it around.
But don't we normally negotiate shifts, or I guess not always. Sometimes I guess we change, like our sheriff has changed from 8-hour shifts to 12-hour shifts to 7. I guess I'm okay with it if Peter's drafted it. It just seemed unusual.
Commissioner Rushton.
I will support this today because when you look at the job that our 911 operators do, when you work a person 16 hours, I fear that our risk increases due to their due to that employee being overworked. And in the position that they're in, they need to be sharp when dispatching when emergency events present. So I think it actually is a risk for the county to allow any one person to be forced into working a 16-hour shift in that position this today.
Any other comments or questions? Commissioner Answer.
How often does this happen?
It happens, I would say, once or twice a quarter.
Oh. Any other questions?
Is there a significant cost to the county either way, Madam Clerk?
Overtime.
I mean, we have overtime anyway. It's all about scheduling.
Yeah, you're gonna pay overtime,
We're
whether
gonna
it's
pay
just a
it
matter of
anyway.
how many
I
hours.
wanted to make sure there wasn't some goofy.
I don't think that there's any hidden cost impact to this.
And back to Commissioner Lauter's question, I guess we could have talked to the negotiating committee, but we felt it was not a financial issue. It doesn't change the terms of the contract. It just clarifies it. And Commissioner Rushton did bring a valid point out about the 16-hour shifts. We are very concerned about fatigue. It's difficult to work any job 16 hours, much less if you're at the switchboard getting emergency calls at hour 14 or hour 15.
And I chain them to the desk so they can't leave.
Any other questions? Okay, all those in favor, please raise your hand. Okay, all those opposed, the same sign. The motion passes 7-0.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. So that takes care of 15A, and we do have Casey on the.
Yeah, if we could do
Park
Mr.
and
Newman.
Rec. If we could do that, I appreciate that. Thank you. So you have the floor, Casey.
Where are we at here?
Okay.
Parks and Rec?
Yes.
Yes.
9.
Number 9.
Hi, everybody. I'm here to bring to your attention 3 separate items that will be presented for approval at next week's meeting. I'm just bringing them to your attention. The Parks and Rec Committee is meeting on Thursday to discuss all 3 of these items, but I expect them to be approved and recommended for your approval at next week's meeting. The first one is an expenditure of $7,490 on a trail groomer for cross-country skiing at Miles Kimmerly Park. We're asking you to waive the bid policy on this because this is the only company in the United States that makes this equipment. Scott's done some research on it, and there is nobody else. If any other company wants something made, they subcontract through this company. So we're going to them direct, or hoping to go to them direct and purchase this equipment. The money is in the budget, in our Parks and Rec budget. If there's any questions, I can answer them now.
In the grouper was already approved by Park and Recreation for purchase this year.
Correct. We just didn't have the total amount. And okay, is there any questions on that?
Commissioner Answer, you have one.
No, I don't have a question. I said we're just gonna move this forward to next week's meeting.
Yes.
Yes, I'm just trying to bring some in. I'm just trying to kind of give you guys the information that I have now, so it's not all dropped on your lap at next week's meeting. And then moving on to the next two, they kind of.
We should have a motion, Casey.
Casey, just a minute. We have a motion here to move this forward to next week for the groomer.
Okay.
Do we have a second? Yes, we have a second here. Any other questions or statements about it? Okay, all those in favor, please raise your hand. All those opposed, the same sign. Motion passes 7-0. Thank you, Casey. Now go to number 2.
Okay, the next two kind of go together. They will be two separate items, but they go hand in hand. The Grub Shack remodel project is now complete at Old Settlers. Jamie Schichtel finished it up last Friday. I'm hoping to have some pictures for you guys for next week's meeting, but it turned out fantastic. He did a very, very good job. It's a great improvement for the park. When he went to pull the permits for the project, it came to his attention, not previously known, that they classified a commercial project. And the blueprints that we had drawn were not commercially engineered or commercially stamped. So that basically halted the project right there. And I talked to Steve about it. Jamie Schichtel, the contractor, had been in touch with Bob Verche, the architect that he uses from Gosling Zubek. And Bob thought he might be able to make something work. He didn't know what the cost would be. Steve and I talked it over, and with concrete needing to be poured and all that, and the snow coming, which obviously we don't have any snow now, but we should, we made the executive decision to try and go ahead and get that done. And we got a hold of the guy, or Jamie got a hold of the guy, and he did it in 2 days' time and got it to us and got the project rolling. Jamie got the bill for that last week, and it was $3,864.60. We have money in our budget to cover this cost. We need approval to spend it, obviously. Any questions on this one?
So that'd be a late addition request if the Parks and Recs approves it.
Correct.
Yeah, so you don't have to take any action on this now.
Well, we can, I would make, sorry, I would make a motion forward to next week.
Go ahead, Commissioner Lautner.
Yes, I would make a motion, we move this forward to next week.
Okay, any questions about this?
I'm just gonna say that I have a very jaundiced eye on this for next week.
Any other questions or statements? All right, all those in favor, please raise your hand. All those opposed, the same sign. Motion passes 7-0.
So add that to the agenda?
Yes. And is that, okay, as far as the number 3, is that what you're talking about, or was that?
Okay, so the number 3 will be another separate invoice from that amount. Jamie was working on it and got the roof torn apart because he replaced the whole roof. The roof structure is supported only by 2x4s on that structure. And a lot of them were getting quite rotten, and it couldn't be seen from the inside of the building. They had been painted over and whatnot. And, there was a couple of times where he was fearful that he was going to fall through. So he went through and re-supported all of that. So it should last a lifetime now. But there's an additional cost of that, obviously, for labor and material for $3,200 even. And I have an invoice that I will forward on for you guys for next week to look at. And I have an invoice for the engineering as well that you guys will be able to take a look at.
Yes, I would recommend that we move this forward to next week.
Do we have a second? Support. Any questions? Commissioner Rushton, did you have a question?
Sorry, who supported that?
Yes. Casey, did either one of these, item number 2 or item number 3, go before the Parks and Rec Board before this activity was engaged in?
No.
After the work was engaged in?
Yeah, I mean, the project as a whole was approved and approved by the Parks and Rec Committee, but the engineering was not because we weren't meeting anytime soon, and it was halting. I mean, it halted the project and would have halted it until next year at least.
Thank you.
Commissioner West.
That was what I was going to say. We did have much discussion as a commission on the project, and we approved that. We just didn't know of this unforeseen expense.
Commissioner Lautner.
Yes, thank you. I just want to bring to everyone's attention that we have been a full year trying to get this grub shack completed. So to find, especially the second item with the 2x4s, that really shouldn't come as any surprise to anyone who's ever opened up an old building, and that is an old building. I think that they made the right executive decision in going ahead and getting this completed, because it finally creates one project for Parks and Rec that we've been having such a hard time getting completed. We were not successful with Veronica Valley. We've stopped spending money chasing that grant there. And this is money in our budget. We've got money in our budget, and all of this will be covered out of there. I've seen pictures of the completed project, and it is beautiful. And I know it's going to be enjoyed by a lot of people in the future. So I hope we can get pictures out very soon to the board, because it's something to be proud of now, and it will only increase its use.
Yes.
Jamie,
the
gorgeous.
administrator's update were the pictures of the grub shack. I
Okay.
believe.
Yeah, there were 2 pictures in Friday's update.
Yeah.
Yes. Okay. That's what I'm telling you.
Okay. And we've been working on this for, what's that?
I just wondered if you had any other comments you wanted to make.
No, the only thing I was going to say is that we've been working on this for well beyond a year. This has been on the parks agenda since I've been on the board. I've been working on this pretty diligently for the better part of 2 years now. And we got into the position where the project was being halted, and I wouldn't have made that decision without having the money in our budget to spend. Obviously, I know I need to ask for your approval to spend it. And that's why I'm here. But it was kind of we were stuck between a rock and a hard spot.
Okay, any other questions or statements? Okay, all those in favor, please raise your hand. All those opposed, the same sign. The motion passes 6-1 with Commissioner Ansari opposed.
Casey, could you send me those invoices so I can pass them out to the commissioners for their review?
Yes, I will.
Thank you. All right, so at this
Thank
time, I
you.
think we'll do. Yes, thank you very much, Casey. Appreciate all your efforts, you know.
We'll see you next week.
Okay, sounds good. Any other question or anything? Otherwise, we'll take a break for lunch here and be back at 1 o'clock. All right.
Yes.
like to call this meeting back to order, please?
It's 1 o'clock, sorry.
Oh, it's 1 o'clock.
Thank you, boss.
Time flies.
Try to accommodate. All right, so then, all right, we're at number 10.
Yep.
To be the anti-bias processing. I am glad we're doing this.
We got Deb and Peachy on.
I don't know, Laurel, or,
They're there, they're just.
yeah, they're
They're
not
listening.
showing their video.
They're probably eating lunch.
Sorry. All right. Did anybody want to start?
I don't know what this is exactly.
Okay, good. Commissioner West.
I don't need to start. I have a couple things I wanted to say, but
Okay. Well, I mean, I can. I've got some, I just made some, I took notes during the session. And I went through those and I just thought, I mean, I can go through this, that, number one was, that Dr. Emily, she basically, went through her type of history that where she saw the bias. I thought it was, pretty one-sided, that there was no good things in there that obviously Americans have done for the Native Americans or for the blacks or for that. When she did it, other than the 400,000 who died in the Civil War. That was, her perspective. But in the end there, she says, we all have to have implicit biases in us. So she was stating that as a fact for all of us, and then we had Holly Bird there, and in my mind, she had a wonderful story about the Native Americans, but in the end, she showed her bias by stating that we are the visitors. She starts saying that we are the intruders, we are the ones who basically don't belong here. So the sense I got from the way she spoke. I thought, well, that's her implicit bias. Then Melissa Petrosky, she wants us all to acknowledge our existence of our biases, which I thought, so that's fine. But, and then Marshall Collins, he stated that we all have implicit bias and we have to work together. And I, who can disagree with that, that everybody's saying it. And then, the anti-bias group, to me, they showed, their bias when they started ridiculing commissioners for speaking about biases that they didn't like. To me, that shows a bias just in themselves, and they put it in the newspaper to show how biased they are. And they're the anti-bias, implicit bias thing. So they just don't want to talk about certain types of racism or biases. And then, we've made our resolution. We've taken our classes to acknowledge all of this work that's going on about bias. And we need to do this with kindness and with mercy, not with accusations, not with anything. And so I say, let us start the new year with a new clean slate. We don't need to go through this every time. We don't need to bring the sheriff here because he's taking a book that we don't, and as part of it, I bought this book here myself that says, don't make black kids angry. And it has many different kinds of biases in it, and it talks about them in that. So I think, we do Leelanau County a disfavor every time we want to talk about bias here, because we just put it back into the paper. It's like opening a new wound every time. And I think if we can just treat each other with kindness and mercy, with caring and concern, we don't have to go through this every month or every other month or whenever you want. I think if people want to learn about it, they can buy their books, they can look at what they want, and they can work for themselves. And I think that's what each of these people are saying. And that, we're reacting to what a commissioner on the road commission said. And when you work through a reaction, it never seems to come out. And so I would say, let's talk about this, let's discuss it, and then now let's move on. Let's not continue to bring this up, continue to put it on our agenda. as if it's, something new to Leelanau County. I mean, since I was a kid, I've gone to school with the Native Americans. I've went to Grand Rapids to school and went with blacks. I mean, I don't know, I know police are getting accused of bad things when everyone that I know have been outstanding citizens. So I don't know that we need to keep opening this wound in Leelanau County. Let's move on. We've talked about it. We've made a resolution. Let's live by the resolution. We've done our education and we can keep educating ourselves. We don't have to have it here every time to bring up more problems or give more fodder to people who want to complain about it. I see every one of these people who say they're anti-bias showing their bias. And I'm not saying they're wrong, and I learned a lot from it, but I also don't think that we are gaining anything. We're actually hurting Leelanau County as we go through this. And that was my take from the class, from what we've gone through together. Commissioner Sotis Little.
There we go. Didn't want to unmute me there for a moment. My takeaway, first off, it was very affirming in terms of historically looking at causes and what had happened over time. Pointing out some things I obviously did not know. It helped me to kind of look at my perspective of things and how I interact with people who may have very different perspectives than I do. And how to have conversations that remain civil and engaging. But my bigger takeaway was, I think I started thinking about, okay, what can we do to promote more diversity? And there are a lot of little things that we could do, like with our board and commissions. We could reach out more profoundly towards our people of color and make sure that we hit all of those organizations and encourage them to reach out to their members, to apply. There's just a myriad of small things that we can do. And I'd like to see and hope that we can begin to do some of those in the coming year. It's not a matter of, from your perspective, Commissioner Bunnick, of continuing to talk about it, but to try to take some action on what we've learned. And perhaps that's what you're saying too. We have a resolution that says we're moving forward, and I'd like to see us do that. And I hope we can put in place a number of initiatives that would reflect that.
Thank you. Anyone else? Commissioner Wesson.
Yeah, I take exception to a lot of your points, but I understand that. And I think this is the right conversation to have, but I don't think it's a one-time conversation. I think it's the conversation that this country and this world needs to have. How are people feeling? How are we including everybody? How are we making our decisions? I think one thing I'd say is I'm absolutely convinced this is a topic that's tough for everybody in this room to talk about and everybody in this world to talk about. And I give a lot of credit to the people that spoke to us in the panel because it's not easy for them either. And I think it's the right conversation and it's darn hard to do it. No doubt in my mind, there's implicit bias in this world. And we know there is. And it reflects itself in wages and education and health and crime rate and employment rates and all sorts of things. There is implicit bias. And we have an obligation to worry about that. Chairman, you said we passed a resolution, let's move on. But as I look at the resolution, you can't just pass it and move on because the resolution commits us to continuing the conversation. He says, be it resolved that we're committed our full attention to advocating for equality, equity, and improving the quality of life of health of all of our residents. That's not a one-shot thing. That is our job then as county commissioners, we must do that. Be it further resolved that we as a board of commissioners will assess internal policies and procedures to ensure equality and racial equity as a core element in all of our practices. We haven't done that yet, but we signed on that we were going to do that. So we can't just move on, we have to do that task. Says, be it further resolved that we will promote, support, and participate in the necessary professional development programming to support the purposes of this resolution for all employees, all commissioners, and all of elected officials. We spent 90 minutes. We're talking about ongoing responsibility here. So we're not going to solve it today. But I don't think we say we've done everything we need to do. We listened to a panel of people. We talked to Dr. Imling. Let's just be kind and move forward. No, we've got a conversation that must continue. And it's a conversation that all of us are going to find a little bit challenging. And I hope we can do it without calling each other bullies, without name calling, without being disrespectful, and understanding that all of us are going to proceed along that route in our own slow, plodding way, but we need to do it collectively as well. So I hope it reflects itself when we talk about our goals for 2021. I hope there is a goal that helps us move forward with the promises that we've made.
Anyone else? Commissioner Redpath.
Yeah, I really learned a lot when we had Professor Emling talking to us. And the panel I thought was kind of a reinforcement of the hurt that people receive when they are on the other end of implicit bias. And I agree with Commissioner Wessel in that we have made this resolution that we need to go forward. And, you know, at the time, I remember Commissioner Rushton saying, well, I had somebody else that was going to speak, but they weren't available on that day. And, you know, there's different perspectives, but we need to get everybody out there talking about it, continue talking about it, and follow through on the resolution that this board passed. So I don't think it's a one and done deal. You know, we need to continue the conversation as a community, as a leadership in the county and with our staff and the law enforcement staff, the emergency management staff, everybody, to make sure that everyone is being treated exactly the same.
Mr. Rushton.
I would like to address this to our administrator. In our policies currently, do we have any language in there that promotes any form of bias as far as hiring or policy practices that may be against the law in this regard?
As you know, several years ago, we went through every one of our policies, reviewed them by legal counsel, modified it. I am not aware of any policies. Of course, we would not have any that's against the law. Every policy we have was reviewed by legal counsel. I have casually looked at our policies since that discussion in November, and I'm not aware of any policy that refers to anything that would be considered either discriminatory, racist, or judgmental in terms of our policies and procedures. Most of our policies do not refer to he or she, much less any type of racial background or ethnic background and so forth. So I am not aware of any policies. I think we had some questionable language before, mostly in terms of gender. And I think we addressed all those when we reviewed all our policies, I think in 2016, 2017, and 2018.
And they were reviewed by corporate counsel at that time, correct?
Yeah, every one of our policies before it's approved by the board is reviewed by corporate counsel.
Mhm. And was there any discussion from legal counsel, or did they give us any advice on how to make policy in regards to how the legislators could maybe put a policy in place about how to eradicate hate from a person's heart? Because as a legislator, I don't know how to do that.
The only changes we made, there were several references to the male gender versus somebody that's neutral, male or female. So those changes were made. Those are only changes that I can remember that would have maybe fit that category in terms of just assuming it was a male role and so forth. The word he was used at times where we changed that to a neutral version there.
Well, thank you. I appreciate your comments.
Any other comments? You know, I mean, I guess I'm not saying one and done. I'm not saying that we ignore our resolution. I'm saying we follow our resolution. We do that, but we have been doing that all along. We don't need to keep bringing it up. I mean, that's what we're trying to do. That's what it's all about. So to me, I don't see where we have, if we want to have a, you know, an anti-bias group, then we can have that. But we don't need to have it here at the board because we do our policies. We have done our policies. We don't have to bring it here to make the plan to go forward with this. That we all know that everyone has their biases. We all know that we're all trying to do our best. And if we want to have a roundtable or something with anti-bias, then those who feel the need to it can do it. And that would be, we're fulfilling it, you know? And we've already gone through all this with our policies. We've already, if you want to do them again, I guess we can. But to me, we're kind of beating a dead dog. You know, once it's dead, I don't matter how long you beat it, it's still going to be dead. And it's not going to bring it back to life. So I don't know. I just think that, you know, if we want to make Leelanau County look worse, let's keep talking about this and let's keep bringing it forward. And let's let people, you know, talk about what the sheriff books is. And so that, and I don't know how you feel that this is going to help Leelanau County. Because that's what I'm looking at, how the county. We're here to help them and help the people here. We're not here to keep bringing up the problems that Leelanau County has. What we need to do is try to solve them. Go ahead.
Yeah, we don't always agree. I agree with you that we're not here to make the county look bad. I don't think talking about how we might get even better than we are is making our county look bad. You made a couple of references to the sheriff's book. I have a responsibility as a county commissioner. When I get questions raised, I need to represent those questions. I thought we had a respectful conversation with the sheriff. That doesn't make anybody look bad. But if we wouldn't have had that conversation, there were some people out there that were concerned about that. There were people out there that said, why are we choosing a book that's all about black crime in Leelanau County? And that's what that book mostly was about. There was somebody called me and said, you need to call the ACLU on the sheriff's department. I said, well, first of all, it's not my responsibility, but second of all, I think you've got some information that's not accurate. But I think it is appropriate when we have questions about practices and policies that we bring those up. Now, I heard Deb Rushton's question for the administrator, and clearly we don't have any policies that are overtly and intentionally racist. That's not what I'm talking about at all. But I'm talking about why, when we approve all of the boards and commission appointments, don't we have a Native American on one of those boards and commissions? Why don't we have a Black American, an African American on any one of those? Where's our youth? I mean, we can do better, and we can do better by having the right conversations. And it's not beating ourselves up. It's not saying how bad we are. It's saying, let's not quite be totally satisfied because we're almost there, but maybe we could get even better. So we don't disagree. I don't think we want to beat up on the county, but neither do we want to be just satisfied with the status quo. nothing gets better if we're totally satisfied with the status quo. And as long as there's one minority resident in this county that thinks that maybe there's an issue, we ought to keep talking about it. I disagree with you, Chairman Bunnick, that we're trying to make the county look worse than it is. We're not. All of us work hard to put the best face on it. And I'm so proud to be a Leelanau County resident. But that doesn't mean that I don't have an interest in making sure that we address some of the issues that I think we still have.
Well, I mean, I guess, when I went through the book of Dr. Emmling's and read it, there were several questions I had, some things that I thought were outright lies, things that I thought were twisting the truth. I didn't bring that forward and ask her to go through that. I didn't think that would do us any good at all. Just as you did with the sheriff, just as, Commissioner Rettenbach did. I mean, that doesn't, to me, that doesn't make Leelanau County look good. When you start questioning the sheriff on what he's doing and how he's doing it. Would that look as good if we asked Dr. Emling to come here and I questioned her about lies in her book or twisted truth or, facts left out that are very important? I mean, that doesn't, those kinds things to me actually hurt Leelanau County. And I think that just bringing it up and getting it in the paper, about what the sheriff did does not help Leelanau County. We get calls here, just like you said. People have asked me about those things, that in the class that we have. And I think we're doing nothing. The more we bring this up, the worse we make Leelanau County look. And I don't like that. I don't think that that's good. And I agree, just like you, when we came to the commissions, instead of just putting it in the enterprise, let's put it in Grand Traverse Band's paper or newsletter, or whatever they have. Let's put it in the Glen Arbor Sun. I thought that was a good suggestion. So I said we should do that. And Laurel said that she would try to do that. That's the kinds of things that we need to do. Not bring it up here when we see the opportunity. Let's move forward with anti-racism, with anti-bias. But to get here and talk about it, I mean, like we could go through this book and we're just gonna make things that aren't even in Leelanau County come up. And I think us talking about this actually forced the sheriff to get his book because he wanted to protect his deputies. And so we're not making things better. The more we talk about this, the more we make it worse. This isn't helping the road commissioner, be a better person. And that's what started this whole thing. Instead of just addressing that and say it was no good and move on, we got to keep trying to find worse things about us. And to me, it's not doing us any good. It's not doing our county any good. And, when I have my son out in Spokane reading about what's going on here from what we're saying about racism, I don't think that that's good. And I don't know why you want to keep bringing it up. I'm just not sure. I mean, I don't know your background or your history, but I mean, I certainly know mine. And I don't think that any of this is beneficial to Leelanau County. It might be to you, it might be to me, but that's not what this should be about.
Let me share a personal example. I have a daughter-in-law who's 100% Vietnamese. She's a registered nurse in Ithaca, New York. The day after the presidential election in 2016, she was summoned into the office and told that there were patients that did not want her to be their nurse anymore because they didn't want somebody from that country waiting on her. That's racism. And we got to make sure that, and it has nothing to do with the election, except that gave the excuse for somebody to say that to the hospital administrator the day after. I don't have to have that person be my nurse anymore. I don't want to be critical of our county. I want us to keep having the conversation because we're not there yet. And you're not shy about being critical to other departmental issues. It's only when the sheriff comes in here that you don't want us to ask questions. You ask questions of senior services, of building trades, of the treasurer, of the clerk, of the records. That's our job. That is our job. And it's how we ask the questions, can be respectful, but not asking them in a requirement for us. And I think we were respectful to the sheriff. And make no mistake about it, we didn't put racism on the national map because of something we did. It was something that happened in the road commission. And we made that situation better because we had the conversation.
I think you're misinterpreting what I'm saying. I'm not saying that whether you ask him questions or not. I'm saying the fact that he bought the book is because we keep bringing it up here. We're forcing these things to happen in Leelanau County by us continually to discuss this and bring it up and to make an issue out of it. I mean, people time and time again tell me this is a non-issue in Leelanau County. Yet I have to tell them, no, we do, we need to keep moving forward. I mean, there was a good point about those people not, I should say those people, I should say the diversity on our commissions. I think that's a valid point, but the Native Americans have their own government. They have their own commissions, and you know how much time it takes. I don't know with all the things they go on, if they have time to participate in our commissions as well. I mean, we were able to get them in the, substance abuse because that's something they're very, very interested in. And it pertains to them as well, and what's happening with the tribe. So when it involves them and the tribe, they're very willing to join us. And we've invited them many times. We've met with the chairman, and we try to do it just like they're here today. So I think when you bring that up, that they're not on there, I think that's a false statement in that we don't try to get them on here. Because we do, we advertise, we ask, they just don't participate. You think that's a bias on our part that they don't? I mean, that's the sense that I'm getting, is that that's what we're trying to solve here. Commissioner Rettenbach.
Yeah, I just wanted to say that I was in no way attacking the sheriff or questioning what books that they should read or not read. I'm just saying that that title just, got something going in my head about what's this about, and which caused me to follow up by, reading some of the book and asking questions. So I agree with Commissioner Wessel and that this is part of the discussion. And I thought we had a very respectful discussion this morning. I came to understand his perspective that, you do have to offer other opinions for people to be able to understand. But in the presentation that we had with Dr. Emling and the panelists, those panelists are all Leelanau County residents, and they all had specific incidents of situations that they felt that they were discriminated against. And that's, I think, the point we're trying to get to, is that everybody has an opportunity to express, where they think the biases occur, and we can work together as a commission to help better understanding for all people. And one other thing. And one other thing is that, if you had a question about something that Dr. Emling had in her book, that would be a reason to have her come back, and we should be asking her those questions. I don't know what you're referring to specifically, but out of respect for her and her opinions, and for her respect for you, you owe her that. You should definitely ask her. It's not picking someone apart or anything. It's just weighing in on what your feelings are.
Well, I don't want to be about.
Well, which is part of what the discussion is about.
Mr. Chairman, can we move on, please?
If Commissioner Rettenbach's done, are you through?
He's through.
I am, but I don't think that every commissioner has expressed their comments about the topic. I don't know why we would move along. I haven't heard from Commissioner Ansorgi, I don't believe. Commissioner Lautner, have you shared your thoughts? Commissioner Sotis Little, did you have anything else you wanted to say? Commissioner Rushton?
Commissioner Rettenbach, if they raise their hand, I'll call on them. And then that's how we work this, you know.
Thank you.
So
Yes, I'm familiar with that. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Ansari.
Thank you. I don't think this is a one and done. And I don't think that's what you said. I don't, I understand both points of view here. And I don't think you're that far apart. I don't think any member of this board, it has any ill will, or I have never seen a true racist comment from any of the commissioners here. I'm just being honest, I have not seen it. I haven't been here as long as some, but I have not seen that. I think there is goodwill by every one of the commissioners. And I understand both points of view. So from my perspective, and I'm not gonna be here next year, so I can, put my 2 cents in here and you can just disregard it. But if you have a concrete action that you think this board should take, I think it's your obligation to bring it forward. If you don't have a concrete action, let's not beat a dead horse. If you got something, if we have a policy that we could improve by doing something to make it more available to other groups of people, let's do it. Come up with that for me. Come up with that for Leelanau County, because that would make the county better. But let's see some concrete actions. If somebody needs some training in a specific topic, and I was one of these people, I did not understand the Native American land discussion. And we got a real good, perspective from the tribe that I really appreciated seeing their perspective, and understanding where they're coming from. That's one view. There's going to be some, historical things that will be, and have an opposing view. But my point is, I got educated by having some concrete information. And that's what I would ask this board next year moving forward as you go through. If you have some concrete things that you think we should do to make things better, I think it's your obligation to bring it to the board and see if the board agrees. That's what I would ask. It's very easy to say, we should be doing this. We should do even more. We should be doing less. We should not be, doing this, or we should be doing that. Give me an example. Give me a concrete thing to do. That's how we can take an action. Let's have an action item and not this cloud that's out there that, I look at it one way, you look at it a different way, and you're looking at it a different way. Give me something solid. And that's how we can make things happen, is you don't eat the elephant in one bite. You just got to keep chewing away at it. And if we can chew away at those concrete things, we are making Leelanau better. That's my 2 cents, for what it's worth.
Any other comments?
I'm just a follow-up, and I appreciate what Tony said. I think we lose sight of the fact that when we're talking about implicit bias, the word implicit has meaning. And it doesn't mean intentional. It means through some of the experiences we've had, we have some recent conclusions that aren't quite right, or some actions that aren't quite right. Some unconscious bias, not intentional bias. Nobody's saying that we're intentionally biased or prejudiced. But if we deny being a little bit implicitly biased, I think there's lots of people that would dispute that. And the other way you overcome implicit bias is you learn and you talk and you discuss. And I don't mean beat it to death, but I think it's clearly important to talk about the difference between implicit bias. And this institution, like all institutions, probably has some implicit bias built in. And if that's a true statement, then we still have work to do.
Well, I mean, I guess our resolution talks, we're gonna talk about all forms of bias. Okay, as part of the resolution. So we've covered implicit bias. So now, what do you want to go on to? What kind of bias would you like to talk? Because to me, all you really seem to want to talk about is implicit bias. Look, we can talk about the bias in abortion industry. We can talk about the bias of black on white or black on Jew. We can talk about all kinds of different biases. We've already covered that one. We actually had a doctor here go through the whole thing of how we have implicit bias, and everybody agrees we have it. So now, and this is my point, do we want to go through all these other types? Is that we're going to do all forms of bias? White male, bias against white male, bias against females, the wages. I mean, how far do we want to go with this, and what all do we want to cover? If we're going to keep talking about biases, we can't just talk about one if we're going to do all forms. And that's what I'm saying. We've covered the one that I think affects us here, and we've got the idea of implicit bias. So if we want to move on and have more, then let's do a different kind. Let's talk about a different kind. It seems to me we only want to talk about one kind of bias. And so that's why I'm saying, I don't think that really we need to do all that. We need to work on what we have and move forward with what we're doing. And like he said, if you have something specific we can do to improve, let's do that. But then our next class would be on, white on black or white on Native American class, or is it going to be, black on Jews or black, on whites? I mean, what kind of bias do you want to talk about next? And that's why I say I don't think this is going to do us any good. I just think that we've got the idea and we've answered what the commissioner said there, and we're going to work on it and we're going to do it. But I don't know. I just think we're headed in the wrong direction here, and I don't think it's going to do the county any good. I think as our leadership, we need to lead by example more than by words. But are there any other comments? Commissioner Soderslund.
Well, I think one thing we can do, we have our goals in January, and we can begin to take what we all learned and translate that into the action that Tony's talking about. There have been some suggestions tossed about. We talked about it at the last meetings. We've touched on a few here. Let's reduce those to something concrete and put them in our goals and execute it. That would certainly be a beginning. Whether we talk about other types of bias, quote unquote, or we just simply start by translating the knowledge we gained into action. And that would be my recommendation.
Any other comments? Okay, then I guess we would move on to the potential septic ordinance. Go ahead, Commissioner Ansel.
Thank you. I brought this up, this topic has been before this board many times. And I tried to look at this topic from a little bit different perspective to see if there is a way or a need to move forward. And so I put a little bit of effort into this, and I gave everybody, and it's out there for the public too, as far as what I was looking at. And basically, I looked at this saying, okay, there's a lot of perception out there that there's a need for some septic system oversight. And and there's been a lot of people for it, people against it. We have not had a commission consensus to move forward on this. So I looked at it from a little bit different perspective. My attempt was to look at it and say, why would we do this? Well, the only reason you would do this is from a public health perspective. And I looked at, what the health departments are charged to do. And if we looked at it and said, let's address whatever kind of problems we have out there, we don't have any documented septic problems in Leelanau County. There's just nobody getting sick. It's not just Leelanau County. If you look at the whole United States, the health department is required to report waterborne diseases, documented cases, to the state. The state is required to report them to the CDC. The CDC website has all these reports available for everybody to look at. And they cover a gamut of all kinds of different waterborne problems that are out there. The number one killer, if you want to talk about deaths, you're talking Legionnaire's disease. And you can read about Legionnaire's disease, all the different cases out there on the CDC website. They'll tell you exactly where they occurred and, all that kind of stuff. You go out there and look for septic problems. I found one case in the whole United States for the past 20 years. We just don't have a lot of documented cases of health problems being caused by septic systems. And if the only thing was if the health department's only role was to address problems, there's not a problem to address. But the health department is also charged with prevention. And in that role, they have been phenomenally successful. The history of modern sanitation and the requirements that we have in place to protect us, put forth by the health departments across the United States, the sanitarians, they're the true unsung heroes out here. They have eliminated, they've documented cases. If you go back in history, you look at, the typhoid and cholera and all those kinds of things that we don't experience in the United States anymore because we have these health department rules that are enforced by the sanitarians at the local health departments that are protecting us. And we just don't have those cases anymore. And, if you look at the numbers before the modern age of sanitation and afterwards, having those people do that job has prevented more illness and prevented more disease than all the modern advances in medical science. Doctor training, antibiotics, hospital upgrades combined. This is, that part of the health department in the prevention role has been phenomenally successful. And they're a victim of their own success in that we don't have cases, very, very few cases. And, when I was researching this, I had to go back to the 40s and 50s to even find any cases in Michigan of documented illnesses traced back to health department or traced back to septic systems. So at any rate, I looked at it and I said, okay, when we did have problems, when we did have these documented problems, where do you have those problems? And the only time that you have a problem with a septic system is when the drain fields do not retain the effluent long enough for it to kill off the pathogens. And that's what we're talking about here, pathogens. So there's two cases that I could find where this happened. One was when you have limestone formations at the surface, and they build drain fields on these limestone formations, and the limestone's just like Swiss cheese. Water just pours right through it. And if you don't construct the drain field with enough material that will slow that percolation rate, it just goes through. and then it will contaminate any well water or anything like that. Fortunately, in Leelanau County, we don't have that. But the biggest outbreak in Michigan history happened over in the Alpena area, the little town of Posen over there. They had an outbreak because they had a system that was built improperly, and it contaminated the water supply. And at that point in time, they called it infectious hepatitis. I don't know if it's A, B, or C. I don't know which one it was back then. They just called it infectious hepatitis. And there were 89 people that got sick from it. That's the biggest case that I could find in Michigan history, in the modern era, not going back to the typhoid days and the cholera days and that kind of stuff. So at any rate, we don't have limestone formations close to the surface in Leelanau County, so we don't have that problem. The other case was where you have a drain field that is not adequately separated from the water table, and where you don't have that opportunity for the pathogens to be digested before they get into the water system. And here's the rub. People say, oh, the water flows, water flows, and water does flow. The pathogens, if you look at how they design drain fields, or if you look at how they design wastewater treatment plants, it's the same thing. They kill off the pathogens. And in septic systems, 4 feet. 4 feet is what you need of the proper soils in order to keep the pathogens in that drain bed from percolating through and getting into the water tank. If you get that 4 feet, there's enough time for the pathogens either to be killed off because they got nothing to eat, or they're predated on by natural viruses and bacteria in the soil. That's how drain fields work. So unfortunately, we do have probably some high water tables and probably have some systems that don't have that 4 feet of separation. I don't know that. Nobody knows that. But there is that possibility in Leelanau County. So from my perspective, I wanted to move this forward and say, address the issue that has the greatest risk based on the history of documented cases. That's how I move forward with my proposal, is to say, yeah, in an ideal world, you'd have every system just like the wastewater treatment plant. You have somebody going out there every single day measuring what's going on to make sure everything's being treated. They do that at the wastewater treatment plant because they're serving thousands and thousands of people. And they got somebody, that's their job, is to go out there and test that every day to make sure those pathogens are not getting released back to the environment. Septic systems, we can't do that. You're not going to have somebody going out there every day looking at that septic system and testing it. So what can we do? Well, from my perspective, I looked at it and said, let's take the highest risk cases, those areas that are at highest risk based on what has happened in the past, documented cases, and say, let's focus on those areas in the county. And those areas would be those people that are within a certain distance of a lake or a stream. Now people, there's all, oh, what about the wetland areas? I don't worry about the wetland areas. If you dump sewage into a wetlands area, the muck is a very slow to release the pathogens through it. It is not a permeable geological formation. What about all these systems that might be bad, up in the sand areas? Well, when those systems fail, in a failed system, water back, the stuff backs up into the house. It's not a public health risk. it's a risk to the homeowner that's right there. It's not a general public health risk. It's a isolated risk right at that point. It's not spreading. And those people are gonna fix their system because nobody doesn't want to be able to have that stuff backing up into their house. They want to be able to flush their toilet and have that stuff go out. So personally, I am not worried about failed systems away from an area that can't rapidly transport it out to the public at large. And that's what I think we should be looking at. And that's what I attempted to do. So that's where I'm coming from with this. I included some information in there about stuff that everybody already knows about septic systems and how to maintain them. And, don't put medicines and chemicals down your toilet. It's not a trash can. It's meant for one thing: get rid of the pathogens. And there's some, other things that happen that's also good, but that's the focus of why we have septic regulations across the country, is to prevent the pathogens from being generally exposed. Fortunately, I don't know the last time anybody in the nation had a cholera case that originated here. There are people come over here and bring it from other countries, but we don't have cholera anymore. We don't have typhoid as a disease that's running rampant. So we probably don't have residents out there pumping, these pathogens into the system. So yeah, we're not getting people sick, even if the septic system was not proper. So you ask the question, is our water any cleaner than Benzie County because of all this, what they've been doing in Benzie County? And the answer is obviously it's no different. The real issue is, what can we do to prevent a problem that may occur in the future? And the way to prevent that is, in my mind, hit the high risk areas first. If you want to look at it more later on, do it. But as a first step, as a pilot program, I had suggested looking at a very targeted area to say those homes that are within a certain distance. And I just threw out there 100 foot, but it could be, and I would go with, the health department ruling on this as far as but the problem is we don't know where all those systems are out there. We don't know where the drain field is located on this house on Little Travers Lake because it was installed so long ago, there's no record of it. If they even have a system, we don't know. And we're never going to know until somebody looks at it. And my thought on this is to look at those areas that actually have the highest risk to the public health. That's where I came from. And that's how I put this stuff together. So everybody's had a chance to look at this. I'm anxious to hear feedback from the commissioners. We did get Eric Johnson from the health department. He's the director of the environmental health group out there. And he did provide comment back to us yesterday. So I'm looking to the board to say, is there any interest in looking at this from a prevention standpoint in very isolated cases? And my view on this was to say, we look at GIS, we find out those houses that are within a certain distance of a lake or stream, and those are the ones we focus on. And you try it for a year or 2 years and say, did we find a bunch of problems? Is it, is this worth doing? Maybe it's not worth doing, and you just chuck it out the window. I'm not going to be here, but hopefully some of you guys will be here to look at this and say, hey, it worked or it didn't work, that type of thing. So that's where I'm coming from, but I'm looking for feedback from the other members now that you've had a chance to look at this. And maybe I'm way off in left field. Maybe this is not the way to go, and that's okay. But this is my attempt to try to address the different concerns that were expressed in the past, to target this only where the risk is the highest. That's where I came from.
Commissioner Rettenbach.
Thank you. I just have a couple of comments. Personally, we had our septic system redone about four years ago because tree roots had actually broken through the septic tank. So it didn't even have a chance to get to the field. It had broken up the concrete and the septage was flowing right into the ground. Now I live at a high elevation, and there's many people that live below me, and my next door neighbor being one of them. And I don't know that they've had their well checked, but that's just a personal story. I want to read to you from Sunday, July 14 to 19 Record Eagle opinion piece that says we can't keep burying the septic tank issue. And it talks about, what's been going on. It says Benzie County leads the way in the region. Officials there estimate their 27-year-old well and septic evaluation program has put eyes on as many as 85% of the county's septic systems. That system of oversight, which is what Tony's talking about, prevention, has served as a first line of defense against failing systems. In the early years, 9% of systems inspected were failing, a percentage that dropped to 4.4% during the recent years. So as the preventive measures are taking place, the incident is going down. And then it says, think about that for a moment. Nearly 10% of the systems inspected in the state's 66th most populous county were failing when officials launched the oversight program. And if that number holds for the entire state, we could be sitting on top of a huge problem. Well, I just congratulate Tony on his efforts to institute this pilot program. I think that, we're long overdue. Of the people that spoke in public comment today or that we received letters from, the majority of them mentioned the septic issue. And it's just not something that we can afford to keep letting slide. We need to address this. I mean, I'm very lucky in District 6 that all my townships have addressed it, and we do have those things in place. But as a county commissioner, I'm not just looking out for District 6, I'm looking out for the entire county. And we need to do something as a county effort. And at the very least, I would propose that we charge the health department with coming up with a pilot program, perhaps. Doesn't need to be an ordinance, something that just Leelanau County can do to address this on a countywide basis. And, if it's a pilot program or an experimental program, I mean, maybe we can have some quantitative information after a couple of years to be able to determine, what they have found. So I'm all for going ahead with this.
Any other comments? Commissioner Wesson.
I commend Commissioner Ansari for his work. I wonder if you take a second, I didn't get a chance to read Eric Johnson's email, but how did he respond to your ideas? Could we hear that?
Well, basically, he took my report and then in his written response, his responses are in red. So it's very easy if you read his reply. Some things he agreed with, some things he disagreed with, and bottom line, he did not feel that this was a very good way to go. He just didn't feel, he didn't think it was something, he would prefer a more comprehensive, address all the systems, not just isolated in certain areas. The health department, and I understand his perspective, they want to address everything, not just a limited number. And whereas I specifically was attempting to narrow it down to the highest risk areas. And his perspective is that they should be looking at everything, every system throughout the county. So, he did not support my approach. Not that he was critical of what I attempted to do, but from his perspective, which is a public health perspective, you don't want to adjust just the high risk, you want to address every risk. Well, there's a cost to it. You can't reduce the risk to zero. You can reduce it to a very large degree if you're willing to spend a very large amount of money to do it. And I was attempting to narrow it down, at least for a pilot program, to determine what is the extent of the problem out there. You might get a feel for that by looking at those systems that are most at risk. So, but he did not agree with that perspective.
But we could take Peachy's suggestion and go to the health department and say, you've seen Tony's ideas, you've got your own. Will you study that and come back and think and tell us what you think we ought to do?
Well, basically, he was in favor of a point of sale ordinance, just like Benzie County is currently doing. And just inspect all of them as they come up for sale. That was my, I'm not trying to put words in his mouth, but that was my interpretation of what, he did, his comments back to me back on my proposal.
So we could go, we could go to the health department and say, we've talked about point of sale for 4 or 5 different times and never been able to make it work for this county. So that's off the table for now. You've seen a proposal that's a pilot program. Will you come back and see if there's some way between the two that you could support? I'd ask. That's what I would like to do.
Commissioner Lautner.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think that will ultimately have to be where we go, but I think that we're a little bit premature because I agree with Tony on his approach of identifying the most at risk, which are probably down around our lakes or inland lakes. But the step that I think that's been left out is the process of cross-referencing our new digitized records with those of our equalization department. And I think that's a first step. And that's what I'm going to support. So I want to see us cross-reference those things and see, first of all, what we've got. That's going to give us everything from numbers of homes, how far they are from the lake, when they were built, how far they are from the lake, when their system was put in, or whether we even have a record of a system. That's until we find out that information, I don't think that we can ask for anything to be authored yet. And that's where I think we need to move forward on doing that process first. And I'm all in favor of doing that. So I think that's the first thing we should ask is what's our next step on that? How do we do that? What do we ask? And move forward with that first.
Commissioner Rushing.
Thank you, Tony. I really appreciate all the work you've done on this. And I think you've shed a new light on this whole aspect with the idea of prevention. I also agree with Commissioner Lautner on this. I believe it would be in the best interest of our citizens in the county to first identify the problem. If we can do a cross-reference, we would then know if we have modern systems, recently cared for systems, And hopefully we would be able to identify those questionable systems. I think there's a little bit more work that needs to be done on this, but I also agree that if we can target those areas that have problems or potential problems, I think that we provide a wonderful service to the community in two ways. One, protection, and two, not to unjustly mandate a cost to the citizens of our community, especially in a time like this, during this pandemic, when so many people do not know if they're going to have jobs to return to or businesses to return to. So for me, I don't want to put that added financial burden on any household, especially at this particular time. However, if we do have a potential health issue, I think this would give us the opportunity to identify, and then maybe we should look at how can we help those our neighbors if we do have problems.
I had a couple of questions. You know, one, are you talking about this being mandatory? That, you know, every 10 years or something, that the person that's within has to have it, you know, and they just do 10% every year or something?
My intent was to focus on a specific area.
Right, let's say we do the overlay.
Yeah, do the overlay, saying these are the homes that are with, you know, close to lake or stream.
Yeah.
So that's the only ones we're talking about.
Right.
And then saying, we're gonna look at those. You can't look at them all in 1 year, obviously, so you're gonna have to spread it out.
Right.
And pick, and, you know, I don't care if the health department or, you know, you just pick an arbitrary distance. The ones closest to the water are the ones we're gonna look at first. I don't know, whatever
we
makes
don't
sense.
know anything about,
Right.
the ones that haven't been put in the last 10 years.
Right,
or something.
exactly, and find
There
out.
have to be some kind of system. So then that would then be mandatory,
Yes,
you know, so within, let's say, a 10-year period, 100% of the ones along water and streams would be, so if somebody has an outhouse over a creek, we would find it,
right.
you know?
Well, you don't know.
I know.
You don't know. You laugh, but it very well could be something as stupid as that.
All right, so I was wondering, has this then been brought to the health board? Has that been presented?
No.
No, but aren't you and Commissioner Redenbach on that? And would that be where to start?
Let me answer that question.
Sure.
Because it had a direct bearing on Eric's response to, you know, that he forwarded to all of us. It is the health department's job to prevent disease and that kind of stuff. You know, that's in their mandate. But as far as the regulations, that's this board's responsibility, or a township board. They have to come up with, if you want to do something specific, it's our job. And you have to look at it, it's two different perspectives. You know, the health department, you know, they're like any other department. They want to do the best job that they possibly can do, and that means doing as much as they can do to reduce the risk as close as we can get it to zero. Well, that's not necessarily this board's perspective. Our perspective should be what is best for the residents, all the residents, the ones that don't have a problem, as well as the ones that do have a problem. And we have to do that balancing act to say, it's not cost effective to go out there and do that last 1%. It just isn't worth it. The risk is very low, and you're going to spend a lot of money trying to do that last 1%. So what do we do? And it's up to this board to decide, this is what we are willing to do. I think we need to set the parameters to say, this is what we as a county board are willing to do to address this issue from a prevention standpoint. And it's not going to be everything, because all we're doing is penalizing
those other people that probably will never have a problem and will never have a health department, a public health problem. So it's this board's responsibility, I think, to set the parameters. Then you get the health department to say, okay, maybe, in my view, it's just like Commissioner Lautner said, we have the GIS department identify the houses that are within a certain distance of a lake or stream. And then we have the health department help us come up with a model pilot program requirement to say, this is what we're going to do for the next 2 years. And that might be, we're going to look at those houses that are closest to a lake or stream or within a certain distance. We're going to do this many a year, whatever. But that's this board's responsibility to set the parameters and then have the health department say, this is how we could do that. This is how we could implement that.
But wouldn't they have to write the regulations? We wouldn't write that.
The actual document will be put together by the lawyers, but we want to make sure that we do something that, first of all, can be done and that it's a logical way of going about doing it. So yes, get hold of the experts to say, this is what we want to do. How do we do that? And let them draw that up. So yes, the health department would be responsible at our request to put a proposal together to say, this is how we can do this. This is how much it's going to cost you. And then this board makes the determination in the end to say, yes, we're willing to do it, or no, we're not willing to do it. If the cost exceeds the risk, whatever. That's this board's decision. And, I applaud the health department employees, their focus is public health. They want to help everybody. But this board needs to also say there's a cost associated with that, and we want to make sure that it's cost effective.
So when they talk about nutrient loading, we're not really talking about that because that's not a public health issue,
Nutrient loading depends on what you mean. If you get too many nitrates in the water, that is a public health, it'll make little babies have all these health problems for the rest of their lives, it can be an actual problem. So nitrates can be a problem. Oh.
You want to let him talk?
Yeah, I would very much appreciate it if you would allow that.
Eric Johnson, the Health Department.
Yeah, no, that'd be good.
Mr. Chairman, is it okay?
Yeah,
okay.
Go ahead.
Eric, I'm gonna put you on speakerphone, okay?
All right, sounds good, thanks.
All right, I think we can hear you, Eric. Go ahead.
Okay, well, I appreciate it. So because we're a district health department, I was just kind of giving you some direction on what we need to do if you did want something of this nature, is that you would, just like Commissioner Answorthy said, you put parameters forth, and then you would make a request of the Board of Health to look at your request. They would then approve that or say, well, we can't. That would be up to them to decide. And then they give us a direction on that. As far as the health department, to craft the rules and regulations and work with our attorneys to make sure it's legal, of course. Then we take that back. Board of Health would have to approve it. And then we would need to get approval from both county commissions to have that done because we're a district. If there is something that you would like to do where it's not going forth with that full legal aspect to it, where it gets put into our code, if you just want to make that request to the Board of Health that we identify a pilot project, I'm not sure how you would handle that with mandating inspections. That would have to be something that the county would have to take a look at and think about. But we could do something just like Commissioner Lautner asked. We can get with the GIS Department of Equalization and match up our records with them around certain bodies of water and get an idea of what percentage we have and don't have of records and modern records and that sort of thing. That may be an easier step than doing the legal aspect, a little bit quicker turnaround time. But that's the process, is the counties would make, if it's a legal request changing our code, you'd have to make that request to the Board of Health, who would then direct myself and our attorneys to come up with law
Eric, this is Tony Ansori. You made a statement that both counties would have to approve it. And I don't necessarily think that that's the case. Benzie County did their point of sale and Leelanau County didn't have to approve that.
I can respond to that. We got a legal opinion. They really should have come to Leelanau County, but it was a different ordinance. The times have changed. The laws have been modified. When we reviewed it several years ago, any ordinance in Leelanau County has to be approved by both county boards.
Okay.
Mr. Johnson is correct on that.
Okay.
That was not the case when it passed originally, but it is the case now.
Commissioner Sudas Little?
Yes, Eric, remind us, in terms of the records that were digitized, I think you said it was just basic information. What all would we find on those records in terms of matching them with GIS? But basic, does it have anything in terms of when the system went in, the year it was created? Has it been serviced? I think you said in part it did not, but remind us what's on those records, please.
Well, anything that we would have in the file would be on our digital records. Everything that was in it was scanned and is stored digitally. The information is generally pictures. There is optical character recognition that can read some words, which would help our efforts. But what we would do is we would get a list of property numbers from equalization and just match up those files with it. And then it would be some labor-intensive activity to garner the information that you're requesting.
Thank you.
Okay, any other questions for Eric? Commissioner Redmond. Can I unmute? You have to unmute.
I would like to make a motion to recommend to the Board of Commissioners that we charge the Health Department with the responsibility of contacting equalization and providing some coordination of the information from those records back to the County Board of Commissioners.
Support? Yes. So Commissioner Wessel supported it. Were there any comments? Commissioner Answer.
Well, I'm a little confused with what you're asking them to do. So, are you asking them to go out there and provide information on the whole county? Every system that they have a record on and having that correlated with the GIS information that for the whole county? What are we really asking them to do?
I'm asking them to coordinate the information that they currently have with whatever's happening in the county septic systems with a equalization department. So yes, I'm talking about a countywide basis. We're not just talking about your next door neighbor being affected. You're talking about surface water, groundwater, and direct contamination, for wells and so on.
Commissioner Lautner.
Thank you. I was trying to support the motion because I don't object to that. I think that ultimately that's exactly what we want to do. We should cross-reference those records countywide, just for the very idea that should a problem come up in the future or a question, say, even before there's a problem, we've got something there. But I think Tony's question has some merit, and that is, do we want the health department to begin with the 100 feet around our inland lakes? And I think that has merit because I think that that in itself is going to be an enormous job, and that might not be a bad idea to begin there based on everything we've read in Tony's report and everything Tony reported and everything that's been reported to us in the future, that that's where, if there's going to be a health problem, that is where it's going to be, rather than opposed to as he spoke, where there's sandy soils.
Well, and my question would be is, where is the funding for this gonna come from? Because I'm sure it's gonna cost more than the digitizing. So, Commissioner Rettner.
Yeah, I think we need to put this back in Eric's court to answer some of these questions. You know, is there a merit to limiting the overlay areas if we can determine an overlay area based on a certain number of feet? And also, I'm assuming that the expense would be part of the health department's responsibility. We're talking about public health. We're trying to provide public health. So it's, I think, their cost.
Agreed.
Eric?
Commissioners. Eric, did you have?
Can you hear us, Eric?
Yes, yep. It's a little tough to hear, but I think I got the gist of it. But if I could request that, like Commissioner Ansorgi stated in his proposal, if we could do a pilot project, pick an area, pick a township, just so we can start small, work the kinks out, get an idea of what's involved with it. We don't have an IT department, so it's just me trying to work all that stuff out. So if we can start small instead of the entire county, which, you know, that's 16,000 records, it'd be greatly appreciated on our end.
Let me just suggest this, and I have not talked to Ron Herman, but we could before next Tuesday. Eric, how many records are there in Leelanau County, septic records? 16.
I believe, well, from what Rob told me, 16,000, and I cannot remember off the top of my head. I think it was around 11 or 12,000, but don't quote me on that.
Okay, I'm just curious. So I could have a discussion with maybe Eric and I and Rob could have a discussion this week to see exactly what would work from Rob's perspective, what his schedule's like. Because if Rob can have access to their records, if he do it electronically, the cost would be very minimal to get this done. If he could somehow superimpose their records on the GIS, it may not be very labor intensive. I don't speak on his behalf. I'm not a GIS expert, but if there's a way to do it electronically, it may not be that big of a task to get those records that the health department has on a map of Leelanau County.
Yeah, I'd love to work with Rob.
But that's not the motion.
No, I'm saying we could maybe do that.
Yeah.
For next week.
Yeah. Commissioner Ansel.
The health departments, you know, if we ask them to do any work here, they're gonna charge us. And you gotta realize that up front. They don't have a big pot of money sitting out there to throw at, you know, a new project. So, unless Eric's got a whole bunch in a secret bank account someplace, you know, we're gonna be funding it.
Commissioner Rettenbach, were you through?
I did want to speak, yeah. I think, you know, that I'd be willing to amend the motion to say to a limited area as a pilot program to begin this process. And I think that that could be determined with some input from the different lake associations. I know that on Glen Lake and Little Traverse Lake, I believe that they have already, they have that information about construction around those lakes. But because those lakes do fall within townships that already have ordinances, perhaps it would be better to start with Lake Leelanau and maybe just South Lake Leelanau or North Lake Leelanau or one of the other larger bodies. So I'm not opposed to amending my motion to that, but right now I'll just leave the motion as it is and we can refine it perhaps for next week after we get a little bit more information.
So does Little. I thought you had your hand up.
I did. I am sitting here thinking, okay, what is the end purpose that we're after with this data? I'm assuming it is to help us identify the type of problems that are out there and where they might be located so that we could ask the health department to look at an ordinance that would address whether it's point of sale, whether it's whatever it might be. I'm assuming that's what we're going after, because that's one reason why I asked what's on the cards. How much information do we have other than location to work with? But it certainly is a place to start, but Eric was saying it's a lot of work. And now with our administrator's suggestion that perhaps Rob can be involved, that might cut down the amount of effort that would be imposed on the health department. But I think we need to think clearly about what is it we want to do? Where are we going with this? And I would hope it's going to end up guiding us or providing guidance to helping the health department know what should be in an ordinance.
Commissioner Rushton.
Thank you for bringing that forward, Commissioner Little. That was kind of where I was coming from. We're jumping out here and we're taking action without the big picture look. I personally would like to see a study session that this board would sit down and have just a discussion on exactly what our goals are in moving forward without first assigning duties to the health department that we may find a little more than interesting. So for me, much like the airport commission did, we sat down, we had a study session with a closed group and first decided what we had, what we want going forward, and then how do we get there, instead of trying to get there ahead of the goal. So I will not be supporting this motion today. I think it's premature. I think there are a lot of questions that we need to have answered. And then we need to have a clear track as to the goal that we're trying to achieve, and then a clear track and how we get to the goal. Because as Tony pointed out, all along the way, it's going to cost money. And as Commissioner Bunnick pointed out, where's the money coming from? So I will relinquish the floor.
Well, let me just suggest this. If you just move this forward to next week, they'll give time for Eric and I to talk to Rob Herman. It appears that I'm not a GIS expert. It sounds like the health department has done their share. They have digitized these records. If there's any work, I think it's going to be, from the county's perspective, on Rob to take those records and put them on a map. So it's really not extra work for the health department. It'd be us. I don't know what Rob's schedule's like, what his responsibilities are, but it could be as simple as an electronic transfer of those records. Could be, may not be, but he's very ingenious about doing this. I don't know what kind of software they're using and whether it's compatible or not, but if you just move this forward, Eric and I and Rob can have a discussion, inform all of you, because there's a lot of unknown questions here. And maybe by next week, I've been listening, Eric's been listening. We can maybe ask those questions. We can meet with Rob and come back with a full report to you so you can make an intelligent decision how you wish to go forward. Because right now, we don't have all the information. It sounds like all of you want to move forward in some respect, just matter of what the options are. Most of you want to move forward.
Yeah, I mean, we're talking about preventing something that doesn't happen. You know, I mean, the state of Michigan has never had a septic ordinance. And as you said, you can't find where it's really causing health problems. So here we go trying to prevent something that isn't happening. And at a cost of what? You know, we can look at Benzie, and as you said, there's no water quality difference between Benzie, and they've spent hundreds of thousands of dollars, if not millions, in the last 27 years. Is that what we want to do to our county? Just have them spend money so we can have the same results that Benzie has, which is the same as what we've had for the last 27 years, and the water is just as clean. So until we can can show where this is really gonna benefit the people, I don't think the cost is worth it. Where it's we're looking at the one thing down the road that may happen, and we're gonna prevent that, maybe. So I can't support this, and especially because it's way too broad of a motion covering the whole county. Commissioner Westlake.
I'm going to defer to.
Okay,
Peachy.
Commissioner Rettenbach.
I made a point of keeping the motion very broad and very vague for the reason of if it's a simple thing of being able to just mesh records electronically and can be done in a push of a couple buttons. That was information that I wanted for next week's, and I think I prefaced my motion with the fact that no, we don't have the parameters yet, and we may want to limit it, but with the information that we can get, what I'm trying to do is also move this forward, and just to try to keep this ball rolling so that we get more information. It's about prevention. It's about public health. It's about not how many people that we know have gotten sicker, or if our water's cleaner than Benzie's. You know, if you listen to my first thing when I was reading from the Record Eagle, 10%, 10% of the systems were failing, and then that dropped to 4.4%. So it's a bigger picture that we're talking about in the end, but it's about public health and understanding public health. So, I mean, I obviously will be supporting my motion. And I think that it encompasses, you know, what my intention is for going forward for next week. So, I mean, the motion is going to evolve next week when we find out the answers. And I did have a question. I'm having a little bit of trouble hearing when you're talking about who's going to do this work on behalf of the county. Are you talking about Ron Lamunden?
No, Rob Herman.
Oh, in equalization.
From the equalization.
Yeah.
Okay.
Once again, I have
okay.
not spoken to him.
Yeah, thank you.
That's why
I
I
wasn't
just-
sure. It was Rob, Ron, you know, so, okay,
But
great.
I don't think your motion gives him permission to go and do this. I mean, at least I didn't include included in that motion. Or can we just go have him do it? I mean, I suppose we
Well,
could
I can
just
just
ask.
do it. I mean,
Yeah.
there's no
Right.
mandate here to do.
Commissioner Sudislo.
Yeah, a couple of things. I think Commissioner Rettenbach's point that this motion could evolve next week based on information we get is really a good one. But from a leadership standpoint, I mean, I have two townships, one of whom Centerville has already passed an ordinance. Leland is working on one. My point is, we're going to end up with a bunch of different ordinances, and people keep turning to us and saying, or at least I'm getting it from my constituents, you know, why isn't the county looking at this countywide? Because we're going to have a series of differing ordinances in place. That's difficult for developers. It's difficult for people moving into the area. So I think it is incumbent on us to really look at doing something that's meaningful and addresses the problem. And for me, that's why I want to see us move forward.
Any other statements? I do believe that the most stringent ordinance, whichever would be the one that would be in effect. We can't make one less stringent than theirs and have it be, I mean, then theirs still stays in effect. So with every township doing it, I don't know if the county had one that would change those. Commissioner Rettenbach.
Yeah, what we're talking about here is not creating a new ordinance today, okay? What we're talking about is a project and developing a project just for our county that doesn't necessarily have to be approved by the health board until we come up with some project. But I'm just saying that what we're trying to do right now is develop something and find out if, you know, there's a greater need in terms of the surface water, the groundwater, so on.
Commissioner Ansel.
I would ask the administrator, I think that if the county passes an ordinance, it supersedes any of the township ordinances. So I would ask that you check with our legal counsel on that topic, because I think that's the way it works.
I'll check.
Just check.
I've heard lots of support for doing something and having some discussion next Tuesday, and I seconded the motion that's on the table. But what I like about the motion that's on the table is the person that made the motion said, I really just wanted to move forward. And I'd like to support that motion and urge the administrator and Rob and Eric to talk before next week. And then see where we are and maybe modify what Peachy's proposing to do something that all of us can get behind. The only other thing I would say is I think we need to be careful that we don't say we don't have a problem. That's not in our domain to say that. You're an electrician, Mr. Chairman, and you support electrical inspections because you know what can go wrong. But we need to talk to the scientist, and I want Eric involved in it, because we don't know if we don't have a problem. We don't know that we're trying to fix something that isn't a problem. Let's keep an open mind, and let's get Eric at the table and Rob at the table and see where we are next Thursday.
Commissioner Rushton, I think you had your hand up.
It was in regards to the ordinance issue. It was my understanding that the townships were the ones that had the authority to make the ordinances and not the county.
It's false.
Well, the county cannot, the health department can though.
Right.
Correct.
Commissioner Rush is correct. The county cannot pass an ordinance. The health department can, then the county would have to endorse it.
Correct.
But still, it's just, you're still having your question, which will take precedence. Which
So,
I'll answer.
with that said, my other request is a list of those counties that currently have an ordinance in place for next week's meeting, so that we know what areas are already bound by their local township ordinance.
Do you mean townships or counties?
I'm sorry, townships. Yes. List of townships.
All right. Any other questions or statements? Okay, all those, so this is just to move forward the motion that Commissioner Rettenbach made and was seconded by Commissioner Wessel. Okay, let's just have a roll call. Please.
I need a clarification, Mr. Chairman.
Certainly, yes.
Is this to move this issue forward, or is this a vote on Commissioner Rettenbach's motion?
Yes.
It's to actually to approve, to move forward, recommended to the board for next week, her motion. So it's a recommendation to the board for next Tuesday.
Michelle's gonna read it.
Okay.
Rettenbach, she didn't move, she said she wants to keep it moving forward. But that's
Michelle,
not
could you
what-
speak louder? Could you move your mic there? So.
She said she supports moving it forward, but that's not what her recommendation was, she said. Rettenbach to change to charge the health department with responsibility of contacting equalization and providing some coordination of information from the records back to the county board of commissioners, seconded by Wessel.
Does that say all county, all records, or?
It does mean all county records.
Okay.
I mean, that's what you actually said that, Commissioner Rettenbach. And when Commissioner Ansel, you asked you that, you did say it meant all. So that's the only reason I
Yes,
said it.
and as I also qualified at saying that I'm just trying to get it to move forward. And if it's a matter of pushing a couple of buttons and we get the information for the whole county, fine. If, they say, well, this is impossible by next week, we can, at that time, amend the motion to say, well, can we get an overlay just to the certain area? And by then we might have had some more feedback from Commissioner Rushton's request of which townships already have things in place. We're not talking about an ordinance. We're talking about a little project to try to get more information to see if, we're heading in that direction. Kind of a combination of.
Does everybody understand then what we're voting on? Okay, so let's, we do a roll call here, please.
Commissioner Rettenbach,
Yes.
Commissioner Rushton,
No.
Commissioner Stosslittle,
Yes.
Commissioner Wessel,
Yes.
Commissioner Answergi,
Yes.
Chairman Bonick,
No,
Commissioner Lautner,
we can't hear you, you're unmuted. Commissioner Lawton.
So sorry. I said yes.
5-2.
And so the motion passes 5-2, and then, so then we'll move on.
And then I'll just get Eric.
Oh, Eric. Yeah, Eric, you need-
Yeah, thank you. I'll give you a call. Set up time.
All right, any updates on bids?
Check the report.
Yeah, let me give an update here. I was just talking to Mr. Johnson, so.
Yeah.
So, I understand you had a discussion last month. I unfortunately was not here in the latter part of the meeting, but we had a subcommittee meeting last Thursday, I believe.
Yeah.
And we discussed, there are currently 3 cars available. What we discussed is creating a pool of the 2 cars. So 1 car would be auctioned off, 2 cars would be placed in the pool, 1 car would be given priority to senior services, the other car would be available for all departments and employees in the event that it was required to do travel. This was approved by a 2-to-1 vote to proceed to the commissioners. And also, if this passed, this would be the responsibility of our office to monitor and check the cars out and do a log. So in simple terms, we have 3 cars available now. The recommendation is put 2 of the cars in a motor pool. 1 would be given priority senior services. There'd be a log kept, and whatever department used that vehicle would log their trips and mileage, and they'd be charged back to that department. In very simple terms, the 3rd car would be auctioned off.
Commissioner Answer.
Doesn't Matt have a car?
Yeah, there's.
Is that used full-time by him, or is this, could this be another? pool
Well, the way
vehicle?
we have now, that car was assigned to emergency management, so they have a car. I believe the sheriff's department has one also that's designed. That's basically their usage for their staff. So we have 2 cars that are assigned specifically now to departments.
And I guess my question is, if we are going to get into the business of having pool vehicles, why would not
No,
those
we
vehicles
could.
be in the pool
No,
if they're
we
not
could.
being utilized all the
Yeah,
time?
no, we could do that, yeah.
You know,
Especially the one, does the one in the sheriff's department still have the sheriff's department logos on it, I assume?
I believe so.
I believe the one that Matt does not. So if you look at that thing, that I would not want our department and employees driving a car that says sheriff's department on it. However, with Matt and Kelly, or that department, yes, that would be added to the pool.
well, and if the sheriff's vehicle isn't being used for law enforcement purposes all the time, why does it have to have a logo on it at all?
I don't know if it does. I can find out at your next break.
I'm just saying, if we're gonna get into the
Yeah,
motor
well,
pool
you-
business, have all
You
those
could,
vehicles that aren't being utilized 100% of the time in the pool.
you could do that, yes. I'm 90% sure the one that the sheriff's department uses has the sheriff's department logo on it.
I just don't know. I just don't know if it does or not. It's the one that's.
It doesn't have
Yeah,
to if it
but I'm
doesn't
saying,
have to.
we can check into that, yeah. Obviously, you would not want, if we're here driving a car that says sheriff's
No,
department.
you don't want, I don't want that.
She would know.
Yeah. Jen knows everything, so she could answer.
I think it's when like one of the cars hits a deer or
The
something.
one.
It's assigned to Todd Roush, basically.
Todd Roush. It is assigned to Todd Roush, and then the emergency management is not a Ford Explorer, it's the old Crown Vic.
I understand what
Oh,
the vehicle
okay.
is, but my point is if we're gonna get into the business of having pool vehicles,
Yes.
any vehicle that's not being 100% used should be in the pool, so other people have the opportunity to use it when it's not being used.
Yeah, I think one of the preference that came from the senior services meeting is that the Crown Vic is not, I mean, it's got a big trunk, but you can fold down the seat in the Explorer and then you have more.
Yeah, but that we can work out the details,
Right,
but
right.
yes, your logic is correct. We could assign that to the pool.
Well, and Commissioner Lautner.
Yes, thank you. I understand their argument being senior services for wanting a vehicle. I guess I just want to caution us, make sure that we don't get into the take-home vehicles again, get back into that problem we've worked so hard to get away from.
No, that would not be part of the plan. They would have to check them out and recheck them into our office. They would not have, unless there's some unique circumstances where they have to leave next day for a trip or something, that'd be one thing. But on the normal circumstance, yes, they would not be allowed to take them home. That would involve other IRS guidelines and policies and so forth. And we did eliminate that several years ago.
So who would administer this? Because we'd have to have somebody scheduling it.
It'd be Laurel and I.
So that which would create another, yeah.
It's, and I understand the rationale for doing it, but it seems so much cleaner and easier to assign a car to senior services, because I can't imagine there are many days that it wouldn't be used. And so why give the administrator and Laurel additional work? And if by chance another department needed a car and it was assigned to senior services, I suspect there'd be a way to make that happen. But it seems like we're creating, without a director of motor pool, a bureaucracy that's going to require some record keeping and some time. And I'd prefer to just see the car assigned to the senior services office.
Well, that's one option. We talked about, there's actually several options. One is just continue operating as we have, where employees get reimbursed for the mileage. And we would auction off as 3 cars. That's one option. Option 2 was, we discussed, is just assigning, as originally was the proposal from April, that they would purchase a vehicle to use for senior services. We did that with the building safety department. They actually purchased the vehicle. The conservation district purchased the vehicle. We came up with a fair retail price, charging for it through their budget purchase. That was option 2. Option 3 was to set up a carpool.
Mr. Ansel.
If we're gonna assign vehicles to a particular department, the vehicle should be spec'd for that department, you know. I don't see the need for senior services to have a pursuit law enforcement vehicle. You know, they'd probably be better off with a minivan or something like that, you know, that they can haul crap around in. You know, it doesn't make a lot of sense to me, just because we have this vehicle that we'll give it to them, and that's not the vehicle that suits their needs. If they need a vehicle, get the vehicle that they need, not the one that we happen to have that may not be suitable.
Commissioner Redmond.
I think that we discussed this in our meeting, and the fact that the cars have already been fully depreciated was why we were going with the vehicles that we have on hand. And I would move to recommend to the Board of Commissioners that we move 2 of the vehicles into the car pool, with one of the vehicles being dedicated to senior services. That's my motion.
I'll support.
Commissioner Suits Little, did you have a state that you handed before?
I said I'll support the motion. And well, I did. I have also a question. It sounds like a lot of the departments have vehicles, but I know our administrator said he gets this request quite frequently from people that they would prefer to drive a car. So I'm assuming that's from the other departments. could you add to that?
Yeah, at this point, the inspectors have access to vehicles. They're under oath constantly. At one time, we were paying mileage. We made a decision there for all the inspectors. They have their own fleet of vehicles now. And I don't think we have any mileage requests, John, since we made that change. If there hasn't been very little, they usually use their inspection vehicles. Those are used on a daily basis. All vehicles are used every day by our inspections department. One car is assigned to emergency management. It is the old Crown Victoria. Which year is that, Jim, do you know? It's an older one.
Prior to 13, I think.
Yeah, it's
So
older.
it's gotta be like a 2012.
Yeah, it's, I'm not sure if that is. There's one car that has been part of the sheriff's fleet, has always been, and that is basically used by the jail administrator to run errands. The only other one car has been, and then we have the maintenance vehicles, the 3 maintenance vehicles. And the board did allow Jerry Coleman to take his vehicle home. And then we have, obviously, the deputies have their law enforcement vehicles. I think that's it, right, Jen? There's no one else.
So that it remains.
The drain commissioner has a truck.
Oh, yes, I'm sorry. The drain commissioner does have a truck, yes. It's one of our old trucks that was passed on.
So the departments that would be using this would be whom?
Well, in theory, then it'd be the other departments, so let's just go down the hallway, the clerk's office, the equalization, the treasurer's register of deeds, senior services, Michigan State, and planning.
Okay. So there probably would be requests, So I did second Commissioner Rettenbach's motion.
Question for the administrator, is that a better plan than to have it owned by the department? Doesn't it seems simpler to me?
Well, most departments would not need or want a car on a regular basis.
Right.
The ones that are, obviously, are inspections. They use it every day. They always have and always will. That makes logical sense. Matt and Kelly go to a lot of meetings. They go to Gaylord a couple times a month. So it made sense. We looked at that several years ago when that decision was made because they were spending a lot of money getting reimbursed on vehicles. The other departments, with the exception of senior services, probably would use them not on a regular basis, probably very infrequently, actually, that other than minor trips and so forth. When we had conferences and travel, that in the state, that probably would have been used, but obviously we have not done that in the last 9 months.
I don't see any reason to change our current plans. We've got a system in place. Senior services needs a car. Let's do what we've done for safety and 911 and the sheriff and whoever else has a car. And let's not have 2 different kinds of operations. That would be my recommendation.
And I would agree with that. I said it with the car pool, we have 10 different drivers. It's harder on the car. It's more, and they came in requesting 1 car, and now we're talking about 2. Let's just, and I thought I was very happy with just paying them. This year was an exceptional year where they drove a lot. So I felt just stick with the mileage and we don't have to add another car. We use that $7,000 to pay all the mileage for this year. We sell that car for that. And we don't have to deal with them going to the road commission to get gas or taking it to Traverse because we're going to pay them to go do that. Somebody's going to have to go to Traverse to change the oil. But so I was very willing to stick with just paying the mileage. But if you wanted, I agree with Commissioner Westland, if we're going to do a car, let's stick with the system we have. Let's not get another extra car, just make it convenient for someone. Anyway, we have any other comments? Commissioner Sotislow?
I'm not sure I understood your last comment, Mr. Chairman. When you said just stick with, are you saying just let people continue to seek reimbursement for using their own car and not purchase one for senior services and not go with a motor pool? Am I hearing you correctly?
No, my first choice is to stick with just paying the mileage. And
Right.
have them take their own car. The second
Right.
choice would be get one car for senior services.
Okay,
You know, and this car, the seats fold up, they can carry things, they can do, you know, I know most senior services have a van. And so I understand what Commissioner Ansari is saying, but these cars work very well. And they're four-wheel drive, which I think would be important. You know, so to me, I say Commissioner Wessel said, stick with the plan that we're using already with, you know, the sheriff's car with emergency management. And then we just do like April asked and go with one car if, as a compromise, just one car and not have a carpool. Don't give more work to the administrator, you know, and keep the system that we have going if we're gonna do it. I mean, that's what I would support. I won't support this motion. Commissioner Redmond.
I'm willing to withdraw my motion. And then I would like to make another motion that we just purchase one car for senior services. That seems to be something that's more acceptable for the rest of the group.
Support.
Okay, do we have a support on removing it?
Yes.
Yeah, okay, so that works both ways, all right. So are there any other comments? Commissioner Lautner?
Well, it just seemed to me in the conversation of last week is that senior services maybe had more than one car on the road at one time sometimes. So wouldn't your original motion have served them better to have two vehicles possibly available when they do need it, rather than now stick them with just one?
May I speak?
Commissioner Redmond?
Yeah, that is exactly right, Commissioner Lautner. And I think that what would happen if we purchase a car just for them is that in addition to that car, they will also be incurring mileage on another vehicle at the same time. So that if we had the two and we had the motor pool, it's offering the service of having a vehicle available to, you know, equalization has to go out and look at properties from time to time. They all have different needs, but I wasn't getting a good feeling from the rest of the commissioners that they were willing to do that. So that's why I withdrew the motion and made the current motion. And this problem that we're having with COVID and the fact that the senior services budget went up so much in the area of the car, it's not going to go away overnight, and it's going to be an effect for most of next year, where people are still going to have a lot of food insecurity. And I think that they're seeing now even more emotional support needs that they actually make visit, whether
Breaking up.
Yeah, sorry.
We lost you, PG.
Yeah.
Okay, just a clarification on motion. I believe it should say the senior services will be purchasing the car.
Right.
Not we purchasing a car for senior services.
Okay.
Because they would be paying the fair retail value to the county.
Okay. Any other questions? Everybody understands that? So I'm not sure how we'll do this until she's still stuck.
Peachy, can you hear us, Peachy?
she's off. I think she's going to try to come back in.
Okay.
So maybe if we hold for a minute.
Yeah, we'll give her a minute. Wait. Does our senior services director have anything to say?
I had my hand up, I didn't know. Are you?
Jen,
Would you be willing to entertain a different idea? I'm wondering, are you willing to entertain that you take one of those pursuit vehicles, switch out Matt's Crown Vic, you sell the Crown Vic, and if April needs a second vehicle, she can ask Matt and do a mileage log there. So you'd be selling a Crown Vic and one pursuit. You'd be switching Matt's to a four-wheel drive.
Well, the motion is now for them to buy one car. That's separate. Let's get that resolved. Then we can talk about
Yeah,
That's what-
switch
that's
those cars.
That's why
it. No, that's what I'm saying. Let's
Well,
just vote on this. for
that
one
was
car,
that's why I was asking.
And then decide. how we
Right.
do that.
You're gonna decide what cars you're gonna
Yeah,
auction.
yeah.
That's not up to us. Well,
I think it is, yeah.
It is.
Well, let's vote on this.
It is, yeah, you're right. Okay, well,
She's
Um,
gonna call in.
Oh, she's calling.
okay, let her call in. Wait,
Oh, she's calling, I think, by the Zoom.
Oh, okay. You want to let us know, Peachy, when you're there? I mean, Commissioner Redbach?
Is she calling in on Zoom, Laura?
I'm still waiting.
Well, we'll move on, and she does, we'll let her, I think she's gonna vote for it since she made the motion. But I can't guarantee that. All those,
So, hang on, is this the motion to withdraw?
no, this is a
voting
motion for the senior services to purchase the vehicle.
Okay,
Okay, all those in favor, please raise your hand.
oh, there she is.
Yes.
You calling in here?
Okay.
Okay. All right, I have
All right.
the commissioner on the phone.
All right, so we're gonna have a vote on this. I just thought all those, I guess we do have to do roll call.
Yeah,
with her
she's on the phone.
Oh.
Yeah,
Okay, so the motion is by Rettenbach to purchase senior services one car. I don't have an amount.
It actually should be senior services purchasing one car.
Okay, motion by Rettenbach
She said-
for senior services to purchase one car, seconded by Wessel. Is that correct?
right.
Okay. Commissioner Rettenbach? Yeah. Commissioner Rushton?
You have to unmute.
Yes.
Was it yes?
Yes.
Commissioner Sotis Little?
Yes.
Commissioner Wessel?
Yes.
Commissioner Answorgy?
Yes.
Commissioner Bunnick?
Yes.
Commissioner Lautner?
No.
6-1.
Okay, so the motion passes 6-1, then that would bring us on to boards and commissions.
Are you still there, Pete?
Recommendation.
All right, I'm sorry, I almost hung up. Apologize.
All right.
So I just have a question since.
Yes, we can hear you, Pete. Go ahead.
Do you not?
I want back in on the Zoom meeting information.
All right, we will keep you on the speakerphone until you log back in on Zoom, okay?
Okay.
The motion to withdraw just stops?
Well, she withdrew the motion, so there's no vote.
Okay,
All right.
and there's no vote on the original
On the
one?
second vehicle?
Well, without any further action, we would sell it as we normally would unless you tell us
Yeah.
otherwise.
And then they may switch out that for one of the other things and sell the other
Whatever.
wing. And
Yeah.
they'll bring that to
Well, yeah,
us.
we'll come up with a plan.
All right, so then we're moving on then to the boards and commissions recommendations.
Let me just start. There's some individuals you asked us to follow up on. I think Commissioner Wessel and I followed up on the ones assigned to us. I did talk to Mr. Brad Sexton. He was one of the people that was on the list for the Veteran Affairs. And I did call him, and he is interested in serving if he was nominated by the commissioners. And I believe Mr. Wessel talked to the other gentleman.
Yes, I talked to Bob Grabowski and Larry Reynolds, the two that wanted to co-serve on the Veterans Affairs. When I called them and told them that they couldn't do that, Larry Reynolds said he was not able to do that. Bob Grabowski is interested in being the representative, but he does spend 3 or 4 months in Florida and knows that if that may be a problem. And so he is still interested, but he would be gone during the winter months and would have to participate by phone or Zoom or couldn't serve.
So, can I ask a question?
Yes, go ahead.
Who, Chet, did you say was willing to serve on that?
Brad Sexton.
Okay,
He was
so you
one of
talk-
the people that was listed under as being
Yeah.
interested in the but he applied in 2018. And
Right.
so I just wanted to confirm with him that he was still interested. And he said yes.
Oh, well, he has wanted on for a number of years. I would recommend we appoint Brad to that board.
I'll support that.
Any other comments?
I must have misunderstood what Chet said about his interest. He's interested.
Yeah. Yes.
Yeah. He had applied, his name was on it, but it was in 2018.
He
so we thought we would
applied in
check.
2018. He didn't apply this time.
No, but we keep him for 3 years. It's no secret, he's been open, he's had some health issues. So that's why I was questioning whether he'd still be interested in serving. But I did talk, had a very nice discussion with him, and he said he is.
Right, and he doesn't usually go away, so
No.
he would be here full time.
Right.
All right, so all those in favor, please raise your hand. All those opposed, the same sign. Motion passes 7-0.
And the other vacancies are, I believe, were in the planning, and Mr. Wessel, I believe you sent us an email.
I'm aware of 2 that were expressed an interest in the education category. Amy Trumbull has applied to Laurel. And Kim Todd has applied for the planning commission. Kim called me because she's a Leelanau Township resident, and she heard from the meeting that we had a vacancy and asked me if it was too late to apply, and I put her in touch with Laurel.
Everybody got this packet, right? By mail?
It was emailed
Friday.
Friday to everybody, yes.
Right, so Amy Trumbull would be in education and Kim Todd in transportation. Is that correct?
Peachy talked to her after I did.
Okay, Commissioner Sudas Little.
Yes, I think we were also looking for someone for the business category. And when we were talking about last time, Nate Griswold, he is a businessman. He's not been on anything. He's young. I met him through the road commission projects, and I think he would be excellent for that category. And I think we were looking to give David some relief on that, who is term limited, and look for someone who might be able to step in and do a good job. He brings a broad wealth of other information in terms of what he does in his business and knowledge. So I think he'd be great.
Commissioner Rushton.
I was just wondering, it looks like either commissioners have reached out to some of their acquaintances in the community. I'm just wondering if we as a board have put it back out there that we do have openings in hopes that we get a larger pool of candidates, or afford the rest of the community an opportunity to apply to the openings.
Commissioner Russell.
Yeah, I did not reach out. I answered the phone from somebody that had been observing the meeting.
If I may respond to that, Mr. Chairman.
Sure, go ahead.
My question was, has the county again reached out a second time to make the public aware that there are openings on the boards? It wasn't anything directly to you, Mr. or Commissioner Wessel.
I respond to that, no, not since last week. We did not place any ads or put anything out there. I thought when we agreed that we were gonna reach out to people that were interested in the past, see if they still were interested, and then see if we could recruit people for those categories.
Do you understand that, Commissioner Rushton?
I did.
Okay.
I did.
Commissioner Redpath.
Yes, nice to be back with you again. Thank you. The Kim Todd, she did telephone me after she had talked to Commissioner Wessel. And I do know her personally. And she said because she was listening to the appointments meeting is why she reached out. So, I mean, I think that, we have people that could fill all the categories and that haven't ever served before. So it would benefit us to just at this time, go ahead and move to recommend to the Board of Commissioners to accept the 3 candidates. And then if we get further interest between now and next week, but I think our desire was to fill the boards as quickly as we could, and also with new people that hadn't had an opportunity to serve, which these 3 candidates all fit. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, I have a question. Really, we should be able to see these applications. I certainly don't have any objections to the appointments, but we really should have an opportunity to read the applications and there's some questions on there they have to answer, etc.
Yeah,
That's my
I don't
point.
think
I think before we
Yeah, I don't
appoint
think
them,
that's any problem. We have a week to do that. I
right?
think in that,
We just have to follow that process.
yeah, I like that. And I didn't really catch the one for the planning business. I got David, but I missed the last name, Commissioner Sudas-Little.
I have Nate Griswold.
Yeah, Nate Griswold.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, and he had applied before. We already had his information. So he's got his resume there. I just didn't pick up on it last time.
Okay, so I guess that's what I'm just looking for, a motion to move these forward. I mean, and that's what I have in the planning business category. We'd have Nate Griswold in the education category. We'd have Amy Trummel in the transportation, it'd be Kim Todd, and in Veterans Affairs, it would be Brad Saxton. And all the rest would stay the same.
So I already have a motion for Brad Saxton.
Yeah, so he's.
Oh, that's true. That's on the,
So
we have
I'm
to have that
looking-
one first. I'm sorry.
Yep, to
Laurel
appoint
first.
planning commission
Yes.
members to move forward, Amy Trumbo, Kim Todd, and Nate Griswold. And I have no motion on the floor.
Go ahead, Laurel.
Keep in mind that Mr. Bowman did respond to my email, and he has formally moved out of the area, so you will be filling that partial term for the building category. And that was on that first sheet of your packet. that I
Okay,
sent.
the one that's in brown there?
Yeah,
Okay.
Mr. Griswold would qualify.
You may want to repeat, I don't think they can.
Yeah, what she's saying is that under construction Board of Appeals, Richard Bowman has left the county. And that, we'll need someone to replace him. And I think you said Nate Griswold had applied for that?
No,
And Paul confirmed he would fit the category.
Paul.
Paul Hunter, that he's a builder. Paul Hunter has confirmed that. Who has fit the category, Laurel?
Nate
Nate
Griswold.
Griswold. So he'd be, that's 2 things that he'd be nominated.
Yeah, so that one almost never serves though, so.
Yeah. So we've had 2 cases in the last 8 years.
Right.
I have no problem with it being on both.
Okay, Commissioner Rettner. Can't hear you.
I would move to recommend to the Board of Commissioners that we move
We have
forward.
a motion on the floor. We have
Oh,
one
I thought that
for-
there was no motion.
No, you vote on Brad.
No, you voted on
You
six.
voted on Brad.
I need one for planning.
That's what I was trying to make.
Sorry, I'm sorry to interrupt you. I thought I was told that we hadn't voted.
No, you did.
Go ahead.
In the category, in the categories aforementioned, that we give those appointments to Nate Griswold, Kim Todd, and Amy Trumbull. I guess it was Kim for transportation, Amy for education, and Nate for business.
And the rest as listed?
Yes.
Thank you. Do we have a second? Commissioner Sudas-Little, is that, yeah, okay, so she's raised her hand, she'll second that. Any other questions?
I have a question because, and I don't not support the motion. We have eliminated 2 of David McCullough's 3 assignments.
Yeah.
And I think we need to recognize that and do, has anybody talked to him? I understand he's been a great solid waste council member. He helped us out on the Veterans Affairs because we needed somebody. But I don't know, the planning commission did recommend that we reappoint him. I think we need to talk to him before next Tuesday. That was just my thought.
Well, he has been on it for quite a long time. Commissioner Soto.
That's what I was going to say. If we follow our procedure, he has been on it a long time and we have somebody new, young, who is interested. So I think it would be apropos to make the change at this point.
Commissioner Rush.
Nate Griswold was the nominee. Is that correct, Commissioner Rettenbach?
Yes, in business.
For planning, correct?
Mhm.
And although he has been approved for the Construction Board of Appeals, that would leave that position empty. I would much rather see Nate serve in that capacity and maybe move to planning in the future. I won't support the motion as it is.
Commissioner Rettenbach.
I still have the Construction Board of Appeals as being open. I didn't know that we had filled that with Mr. Griswold, although we had talked about the possibility of him fitting in there. I didn't think that we had filled that position. And in this case, because he is new to the county, and the Construction Board of Appeals has only met twice in the last 8 years, I'd rather see him be on 2 committees but the planning is so important and he has such good business experience that, my motion, I think is justified. So I'm sticking with that.
Commissioner Soto.
That was basically what I was going to say. It would be a shame to have him on a committee that meets twice in 8 years and lose that talent. He's had a lot of expertise and does a lot of international business as well. So I think we'd be missing the boat here.
Any other comments? Okay, so this would be a roll call.
Can we take them one at a time?
Yeah, just ask for division of the vote.
Yeah.
Did you want to do it one at a time?
I think so.
Okay, then we have to do it one at a time, so. So we have so the first one would be for Elizabeth Wagner on the Area Agency on Aging.
So you want a roll call for each one of these?
I think Mr. West was only talking about the 4 vacancies. Right.
Well, the motion is for all of them, and you're saying you want to do it.
I have a motion, Rettenbach, to move forward to appoint the planning commission new members, Amy Trumbull, Kim Todd, Nate Griswold, and the rest as listed, seconded by Solis Little.
I was asking for the ones that are unfilled at this time. The 4 that we just talked about to be dealt with separately. Then we'll have a complete slate, and then we could vote on the slate.
I do not have a motion for Nate Griswold. No one said that.
You don't, you have them on the planning, right?
Yep, I do not
You don't
have.
have them in the well, I thought we would just do that in separate. But if you want to separate them out, if you want, I guess I'm not sure. You want to just do the 4 that are separate, well, we have a motion. But you can ask for, anybody can ask to have them individual.
So I would start right with Elizabeth.
Right, so that's, if we divide them out, we're gonna do them all, if you want to separate them out.
You're only asking for those four.
I was asking for the four that we
Are making-
are new to the process to be separated out. And once you have a slate, then we vote for the entire slate.
Well, but we have the full slate basically as the motion, and if you separate them out, we separate them all. Otherwise, we have to withdraw this motion and then make it different. Because that's what we're talking about here, is the full slate.
Not including construction.
Not including, construction board of appeals.
So do you want these?
So I'm just asking him, is that we want to do them all individually? Is that what you want?
I can live with either. I mean, I think we left last week's meeting with consensus on all but 4 slots.
Yes.
Today, we talked about those 4 slots. If we could reach consensus on those 4, then we can vote on the slate in total.
Okay, I mean, I agree. I'm not saying that's any problem, but the issue is right on the floor right now is the entire slate with the 4 slots filled with names. If we want to do it individually, we have to do them all individually, because that's what we're talking about.
That's just the procedure.
That's the procedure we have to do.
Okay.
Let me ask the clerk for clarification. I believe the motion from the commissioner was for 3 individual slots and the other remaining ones.
Yes.
She specifically listed 3 names. You could break it down into 4 names.
Yeah.
4 names, and she said all others. So if you want to break it down, you could, in theory, vote on those 4 names, and the
Okay.
rest of her motion was all others.
Who is the 4th name? I have Amy Trumbull,
Yeah, I thought it was 3.
Kim Todd, and Nate Griswold.
Yeah, those were the 3.
Oh, that's true. I'm thinking about Brad
Because
Saxon.
you voted on Brad.
That's
Right,
already
voted
done.
on Brad.
You're
So
right.
it's 3.
Okay. Commissioner Rettenbach.
My motion is just directed to the planning commission and the vacancies that we determined last week. And because Mr. McCullough is term limited and we have new people that are willing to serve, my motion is to nominate those 3 people in those 3 categories for the planning commission. And it's also my understanding, we have not discussed the opening on the Construction Codes Board of Appeals as yet.
So do you withdraw the first motion that you made and you'll make this motion?
That is the motion I have, though. The motion I have is Rettenbach moves forward to appoint the planning commission new members, Amy Trumbull, Kim Todd, Nate Griswold, and the rest as listed. Seconded by Sotos Little.
Right.
The rest is listed is all these.
In the
other names.
planning commission.
Ah, okay.
Okay, all right. Well, I'm glad we got that straightened out. So, all right, so then, and you want to do that separately?
That was my preference.
All right, so we'll do the planning commission, each one at a time. So I have to figure out where the planning commission starts.
Commission business category.
Okay, yes, so the first one would be Nate Griswold in the planning commission business category. All those in favor? We'll do a roll call here.
Okay, so for Nate Griswold, and you said he's what category?
The business.
We currently have David McCullough in there.
Okay, and it's, okay, gotcha. Rettenbach,
Yes.
Rushton,
No.
Sotos Little,
Yes.
Wessel,
No.
Ansorgi,
Yes.
Bonnick,
No,
Lautner.
No.
Okay, so that one fails.
that one fails 4-3, or 3-4. All right, so now we do the planning commission economic development, and we have Robert Miller.
Oh, Rettenbach,
Yes.
Rushton,
Yes.
Sotos Little,
Yes.
Wessel,
Yes.
Ansorgi,
Yes.
Bonnick,
Yes.
Lautner.
Yes.
All right, Now we take the planning commission educational category and Amy Trumbull.
Rettenbach,
Yes.
Rushton,
Yes.
Sodus Little,
Yes.
Wessel,
Yes.
and Sorgy,
Yes.
Bonnet,
Yes.
Lautner,
No. Only reason, as I stated before, I have not even seen an application yet, so my vote can change Tuesday night. Thank you.
Okay, so now we'll take the transportation category with Kim Todd.
okay. Rettenbach,
Yes.
Rushton,
Yes.
Sodus Little,
Yes.
Wessel,
Yes.
and Sorgy,
Yes.
Bonnet,
Yes.
Lautner,
No. Same reasons.
Okay, thank you very much. So then do we want to readdress the planning commission business category? No? Commissioner Ansel.
You know, I don't know why we did not follow our procedures and approve the person that's asking for it for the first time. I don't understand why we're not following our own procedures. So I don't know where we go from here. Just not gonna appoint anybody?
I don't know, well, that's what I'm asking right now, you know, I mean, do you want to, or are we gonna wait, or Commissioner Redpath?
Make a motion to defer until next week, the business planning, business category in the planning commission, and see if we come up with some other candidates in that time period.
Commissioner Wesson, second.
I support that. I want to speak to it.
Okay.
My opposition to doing this, we approved a list last week and we had David McCullough on there. I know we have procedures. All I was asking was that we put that off until next week because I don't think it's fair to have people surprised. And I thought if we're taking somebody off of a committee that they're on, they've applied for, and they saw last week that they were on, we owed them the opportunity to hear from us that before they read it in the minutes. So I support the motion, but I think somebody ought to reach out to David and say, David, this is what we're thinking.
Commissioner Susan.
I think our,
You're breaking up, I'm sorry.
I said, I think our conversation at the last meeting covered this. I thought we agreed that David had served a long time and it would be good to find another person. So I'm not sure where Commissioner Wessel is coming from.
Any other comments? Okay. Then this is to just delay this till next week. And all those in favor, please raise your hand.
Aye.
Okay, all those opposed, the same sign. Motion passes 6-1 with Commissioner Rushton. An objection. All right. So we're gonna delay that till next week to finalize it.
Now we're gonna look at the construction code.
Yes, do we want to look at the construction board of appeals now, this time? No, want to move on and then I'll start with the area agency on aging? Or do we want to do the?
Can we do the rest of them in one fell swoop? I don't think there's any controversy on any of these other appointments. So
would you want to make that?
I would make a motion to approve all the other categories that we have not yet discussed today, to appoint the listed individuals to those categories.
Support.
Commissioner Rettenbach.
Perhaps that motion should include that we still have two openings one in the planning department for business, and one in construction code of appeals.
If you want to, I'll amend the motion to so stipulate.
That was my remembrance also from the meeting last week, that was what we had discussed, that if we found a business candidate that fit, that we would appoint that person rather than stick with someone that had already been term limited. So,
Is that okay with the second that we add that on? Yeah. Okay. Thanks. All right, any other comments? Okay, all those in favor, please raise your hand or say aye.
Aye.
I think we lost, Peachy again. Okay.
Peachy, you still there?
And Commissioner Lautner, were you in favor of that, the slate?
I was an aye. Yes. Yep.
All right, thank you. So at least it's 6 with 1 absent this time. Sorry. You maybe have to call in with that vote. Here she is.
We lost you again. You vote yes. You vote yes.
Yes.
She votes yes.
Okay.
You want to stay on the phone line here?
It's 7-0.
I guess so.
All right.
Peachy, you could zoom in just using your phone.
Okay.
Dial in, just use.
Okay, so then that would bring us to the county
That would
clerk
create
and the
a
motor
communication
pool fund.
Well, you could just use your phone and just dial in. Or you can try this with you. Just use your phone.
We're looking to increase the amount that we charge
Turn off the camera.
the vehicles. We haven't increased it since 2013. So we are currently for vehicles that are, currently the charges are 9 cents for vehicles that have over 80,000 miles and 0.295 for vehicles under 80,000. We are requesting an increase from the 9 cents to 10 cents and the 0.295 to 30 cents. To help offset the increased costs of the vehicles that are being purchased. The last adjustment to the rate was 2013. And since that time, we've seen an increase due to the new type of vehicles that we're purchasing. It's not significant to impact it, but it will help the fund.
Any questions about that or statements? You have a motion?
So moved.
It's okay.
Move to recommend.
Yeah. Want to second that, Commissioner Ansel?
I do.
All right. Any questions, anybody? I know. You guys are here, so I can pick on you guys. All those in favor?
Yeah, you should have a roll because the public cannot see.
Yeah,
who's voting.
okay. Let's have a roll call, please.
Commissioner Wessel,
Yes.
Commissioner Ansel,
Yes.
Commissioner Bonnet,
Yes.
Commissioner Lautner,
Yes.
Commissioner Rettenbach,
Yeah.
Commissioner Rushton,
We can't hear you, Commissioner Rushton. Commissioner Rushton, we didn't hear you.
You were muted.
Yes.
Still muted.
We still muted.
I didn't hear it.
Oh. We're talking about increasing the motor pool fund from.
Oh, yes, I voted yes on that.
Oh, okay. We didn't hear you. I'm sorry.
Okay, I raised my hand. That's probably why.
Commissioner Sorslow,
Yes.
7-0.
All right, thank you. So then it's a secondary road patrol grant?
Yes, on that, it was pretty self-explanatory. The Michigan Department of State Police has notified the Leelanau County Sheriff's Office that an additional $2 million is being allocated to the secondary road patrol grant. And Leelanau County share is $7,702. The contract paperwork was submitted by the November 15th deadline. We received notifications of the award. There's no additional expenses, it's just additional revenue, so we are going to be increasing the state revenue, so we'd like permission to accept that. That's page 96.
I move to recommend to the Board of Commissioners to approve the supplemental appropriation from the Department of State Police for secondary road patrol funding in the amount of $7,702, amending general fund revenue on account ending in .264.00.
Second.
All those in favor, say aye.
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 All those opposed, the same sign. Motion passes 7-0. Thank you. Then that'll bring us to the letter of understanding. We've taken care of that already. We have the renewal of the 2021 master copier agreement. Go ahead.
Okay, everybody should have received this with those 4 separate documents last Friday. I reached out to NetLink with the understanding that through the budget process, the clerk's office and the admin will be going out for bids on replacement copiers for 2021, so I didn't need a year's contract on those 2 machines. One other thing though, I've highlighted, it says main lobby, and I would like to acknowledge NetLink that when push came to shove with everything hitting us with COVID, they provided that copier at no charge. So we've only had to pay for toner cartridges, and they asked if they could just include that on copy fees. So until now, we haven't paid a cent on that one out in the lobby, which was very nice of them. I just had a little other thing. He said also that because all across the board, most copy counts are down, we might be getting a rebate because of that. And he noted that the prosecutor's color rate went down a bit since they gave them a newer model during the summer. So that's the update on the copiers.
We have a motion on that? Commissioner Ansel.
I move to recommend to the Board of Commissioners waive its policy on bid requirements and approve renewing the service maintenance agreements with NetLink for 2021 at a cost not to exceed $12,776.40, with $11,663.40 to come from account ending in 801.000 and $1,113 to come from account ending in I'm gonna have to rephrase that. The first one is account number 645.000.000.801.000 and $1,113 to come from account number 542.000.000.801.00.
Can you read that account number again, please?
Any questions? All those in favor, raise your hand or say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, the same sign. Motion passes 7-0. All right, so then that brings us to airport governance update.
Yes, you are scheduled to have a hearing on the proposed governance next Tuesday evening. As you probably know from my update and the media reports, Grand Traverse Board had their public hearings last week. And then by a vote of 5-2, approve the articles of incorporation as presented, and also voted to move forward to an authority model. So that means if you choose next week to approve this and move forward, you'd have to pass the exact same motions in terms of the articles of incorporation. If you wish to modify them, then those modifications have to go back to Grand Traverse County Board, because we cannot submit them to the Federal Aviation Authority unless both counties have the exact same articles of incorporation. Mr. Klein and Ms. Zeitz, the attorney, will be here next Tuesday evening.
Zoom?
Yes, Zoom, remotely. They'll be here remotely.
What do we want to do?
Well, that's just some of
Changes?
the-
Oh, we got a public hearing,
Yeah,
so
yeah.
we're gonna listen to the public and see what kind of input we got from them, but then we will have a discussion.
I believe Mr. Klein told me there was very little or no participation in the public hearing.
Yeah, we still have to do it.
Yeah, you still have to do it, but
Right.
they're saying they did not get any feedback. I said the vote was 5-2. Someone, she must be logging in. Because she's, I'm gonna take her off.
It's
Hey,
me.
Yeah,
It's me.
okay.
I'm here on audio only.
Okay, I will hang up then. Thank you. So that's an update, and this will be on the agenda next Tuesday evening.
All right, and that brings us to the other Polycom.
Yeah, thank you for the late addition. As you know, I've been working on the community development block grant, and part of the process is units of government can ask in advance for pre-approval prior to making a purchase. I've had 5-6 requests from townships and fire departments. Some have improved, some have not. We submitted one for downstairs for a Polycom system. Around to London, actually submitted requests for 2 Polycoms, one for the jail and one for downstairs. They asked for more clarification. We've had numerous cases that the clerk's office can confirm. People that wanted to use this room for Polycom, especially the road commission, but because of conflicts, we're not able to do that. And so long story short, I got written confirmation that they would approve our request to purchase a Polycom system. So next week, I'll bring the exact details. Mr. Plumman put together a request. It's about 9,000, approximately 9,000. It's basically the same system we have now, but we have confirmation that if you purchase it, it has to be purchased by December 31st.
Yes, I was gonna say, we gotta get this done.
That's why I asked for a late agenda, and that's why I hope that you move forward till next week. The one for the jail was not approved because it has to be, and he keeps reminding me, the name of the grant is community development. It has something that really impacts the community. And so therefore, the request for the jail was not approved.
That community doesn't. I should. Anyway, it's a bias.
So if you want to just move this forward to next week, we'll have all the information, the cost.
Make a motion.
I would make a motion to move this forward to next week.
We have a support. All right. Any other comments?
The odds are we will get full reimbursement for this system also. But we were planning on somebody in this system anyway as part of the reimbursement process.
Yeah, Commissioner Bunnick?
Yes, go ahead.
I wanted to go back just a little bit when I was having those connection problems. Do we need a motion to move the airport governance forward as well? Because we will have completed the public hearing at the time of our meeting. So are we going to be voting on that? Or is that?
Well, we can move it forward. It was going to be on our agenda because we have the public hearing, but, you know, and someone just can request it to be there if there's a problem.
Okay. Okay, as long as it's
really
going to be on the, as long as it's going to be on the agenda, that's what I was concerned about. So we're good.
Very good. Thank you. Thank you for that. All right.
We got to vote on the public now.
Yes, thank you. So that's what I was going to say. We are voting on a Polycom system for the community room. All those in favor, please raise your hand or say aye.
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 All those opposed, the same sign. The motion passes 7-0. Thank you. So then that brings us to a review of financials.
I have a couple of questions. This is Commissioner Lautner.
Go ahead.
So Jen, there?
Oh, I'm here.
Michelle.
Hi, Michelle. In claims and accounts, on page 1, there's a lad tech. What is that for?
Who is the vendor, Melinda?
I think a lad tech. It might be the very first bill. Maybe it's 3,500.
That's
IT.
for information. It's information technology. It's an employee scheduling and workforce, and it's a system, I believe, that's used over in the jail.
Michelle, could you speak in the mic?
Okay. Oh, I could hear. Okay, that was my question, because I thought they were the only ones that did scheduling. So that's the, it's a software system that does that for them?
It's an online employee scheduling and workforce management system subscription.
Okay.
Hosting, phone and email support and upgrades, and there's 60 users for it.
Oh, okay. All right. On page 2, Cherry Bend Animal Hospital. What is, it said traffic accident or something? An
Correct.
animal?
Yes, I saw that one when I was proofing these. There was, I thought that was a cat. Just a second. It is.
Was it hit by one of our vehicles?
No, it says, exam, consultation, medical condition, ultrasound, and then fast test, feline, domestic short hair. I can certainly look something more up, but I didn't see anything wrong. I just took it. I can get more information if you
I guess I
like.
just wonder, because it said traffic accident, why would we be taking, I just didn't understand the process. So if you can get back with me on that.
I can. I was just thinking over animals reported, by someone in the animal control picks it up, but I can contact Officer Kelchik, not a problem.
Okay. On page 11, we had a dish twisted on our antenna or something. In Radio North, it's kind of, it sounds like they went out there, identified the problem, and then went back out there a second time. But it seemed like a lot of money just to fix or reposition a dish on the antenna. Is it just seem like a lot of money?
Well, 2 techs traveled to the site and found the equipment was not working properly. But the antenna dish was moved by the wind. They had to travel back to the site to position it and reposition it. I can pull that invoice just 1 second here.
I guess it's not cheap to climb those towers, is by the looks of it, I guess.
3 people to travel at their rate, the mileage charge. The actual labor to reposition the dish was $1,000. Everything else on there just added up by the 5.5 hours to travel to the tower site, and then the tower crew to position it.
Okay, so I guess that was my other question, is where were they traveling from?
We certainly can ask if they came from outside the Traverse City area or not. We can get with Matt and Sorgy and get that back to you. I will email them as soon as I get back to the office.
And the original crew, I guess, was only to identify the problem, or maybe they just weren't prepared to climb. Okay, yeah, if you can get back with me on that. And then on page 5, IT had something, it was $25,000 on page 5. Don't remember the vendor, but it was 25,000.
Harris Computer Systems, IT. It's our Open Windows financial support for 2021.
Oh, okay. All right. Thank you. That's all.
All right, are there any special? Oh, go ahead, I'm sorry.
I don't know that it's an issue, but I did notice when I went through them that there was an expense for $30 or so for pies for a departmental staff meeting. And it just raised the question whether or not.
For what?
It was pies in the construction code office.
Oh, okay. So I didn't
Yeah.
tie.
That was, yes, Shamasky Bakery. I noticed that one too,
Oh.
Ty. I was going to question that one too.
It just seems like something that we ought to have a policy on.
Well, we do. If that, I was not aware that they should not be purchasing pies. How much was that for?
30.
Okay, I will go back to them. I didn't know they purchased pies. They should not be purchasing pie for their staff unless they're putting together a public seminar, which I don't think we've had.
It was a department head meeting.
Pardon me?
Says department meeting.
It was just theirs, it was not, no, that should not be approved. Thank you for catching that. I would not have authorized that.
You didn't sign it.
I know, no, well, I normally would not, but I will have could you just pull it off the side and I will talk to them.
Any other questions? Thank you for that. And then that would bring us then to any special reports by staff, commissioners, or affiliated agencies. No. That brings us to public comment. We have public comment at this time. It's 231-256-8109. 231-256-8109. While we're waiting, if there are any commissioner comments.
While you're waiting.
Oh, please come forward.
While you're waiting, I'll be really quick. This has been a long day, you guys. Bless you all. Bless you all. Thank you for moving forward on septic and on the anti-bias. My only comment is one of the most important things I've learned as a therapist is we don't know what we don't know. And we have to keep learning. So we need to keep it on the table. We don't know what we don't know, and that's what this is about. Thank you.
We do have one call. Yes, please. Okay. Go ahead, Tricia.
Oh, sorry, I made the same error I did last time of trying to listen to the delay.
Yes, yes.
This is Tricia Denton, and I'm representing the League of Women Voters this time. I wanted to share with you all the League of Women Voters policy on diversity, equity, and inclusion. As an organization, the League is fully committed to diversity, equity, and inclusion in principle and in practice. Diversity, equity, and inclusion are central to our organization's current and future success in engaging all individuals, households, and communities and policymakers in creating more perfect democracy. To that end, and to the point that Commissioner Bunnick made earlier in today's comments, the League believes that it's important in government, in representative government, that there should be no barriers to full participation on the basis of gender identity, ethnicity, race, native or indigenous origin, age, generation, sexual orientation, culture, religion, belief system, marital status, parental status, socioeconomic status, language, accent, ability status, mental health, educational level, or background, geography, nationality, work style, work experience, job role function, thinking style, personality type, physical appearance, political perspective, or affiliation, and or any other characteristic that can be identified as recognizing or illustrating diversity. So that's a mouthful. To that point, I feel that it's very important, and I'm grateful that the county has undergone some training to identify implicit bias, and I would ask that the board move into, identifying implicit bias is not enough. I believe that for a more perfect democracy, we need to work toward being anti-biased, and that is a proactive approach to ensuring that none of these things that I listed or any others that people could come up with are a barrier to people participating and being represented by their government. I will move on to the second point from the League of Women Voters. We were very disappointed this year that we weren't able to feed you all at our annual holiday luncheon. We had Chairman Arroyo from the Grand Traverse Band was our special guest speaker this year. A recording of that program is available on the League of Women Voters website under a video for those of you who missed it, and for those of you commissioners who were able to attend, thank you very much. I'm very excited to hear about the approval of the Polycom for the government center. I hope that that will be a resource going into the future to increase participation of government. I'm going to shift taps real quickly and speak on behalf of the Glen Lake Association now. Thank you for moving forward our request for reimbursement for protective equipment at our boat wash, to have us be in health compliance for the COVID prevention and allowing the very important invasive species prevention work through our boat wash to move forward this summer. That was an unbudgeted expense that we incurred. We saw more than 500 more boats this year than last year, even with our season being delayed in opening the boat wash by 3 weeks due to COVID. Just one more plug for our Sheriff's Department Marine Patrol. On behalf of the Golden Lake Association, we support an expansion of Marine Patrol funding. We don't have to look any further than the Glen Lake Narrows this year at the 4th of July. People are utilizing our outdoor recreation opportunities more than ever. And with so much water in the county, I think we do our residents and our guests a disservice by not adequately funding and staffing our Marine Patrol in the county. Thank you very much for all of your time today, and thank you for moving forward this septic issue as well. Take care.
Thank you. Thank you. If there's anyone else, please call in at 231-256-8109, 231-256-8109. Any commissioner comments while we're waiting? I just had one about this, this pod, this point of dispensing. I mean, to me, I felt really uncomfortable when we started classifying the people in this building as essential, non-essential, and different things. Now we're classifying them again under a different rule about who gets it and who doesn't get it. And I just feel like that's going to create who's important, who's not important. And to me, I was really happy to hear that there's open pods, because I was getting the sense from this that we were saying government employees are more important than the citizens. And so that's, at least that was taken away when he said there's open pods at Sutton's Bay and other places. But this classification thing, it really, really bothers me. And I think it's just wrong. It's just wrong. And we are not a democracy. We are a republic. Keep saying that, this democracy. Well, it's not. This is a republic. That's why this isn't a mob here. It's only 7 people representing our county. That there's representatives, and they represent 3,000 or 4,000 people. So we can vote on it, but that's the democratic part of it. But this is really a republic. Commissioner answer.
I will clarify that to say that we are a constitutional republic.
Yes. No, but our governor has ignored that. She, even after ordering from the Supreme Court, she's still making decisions without referring to the legislature. So we're losing that as we go. And that, that really worries me too.
But I have a thank you, Governor, signing my card for you.
Well, yeah. She's, it's one thing to protect us. It's another thing to step on the Constitution. And I know she's trying to protect us, but it needs to go through the legislature, not on her own.
Point of order. I don't think this is an appropriate conversation.
This is not a conversation. These are commissioner comments.
My apologies.
So did you have, and you're welcome to have a comment.
My apologies. You're correct.
So you're welcome to your comment. Any other comments? No. All right. So then we would move down then to approval of financials.
I would,
Go ahead.
Answer, you get the floor.
Go ahead.
we have several budget amendment resolutions.
Yes.
I would move to recommend to the Board of Commissioners to approve fiscal year 2020 amendment number 20-014, number 20-015, and number, those are the budget amendments.
No, there's 20-016 also.
I didn't understand.
There's 3 of them.
There's 3.
You also had 20-016. replaces
Replace.
20-011, I believe. Yeah.
Yes, my mistake. So there are three.
Okay,
Support. I have a question.
yes.
Michelle, I sent Jenna a email asking her to explain, there was quite a big variance and it may be in amendment 014. There was quite a big, is she there or no?
No, she's not.
She might be
Okay.
watching. Which difference are you looking for?
It might have been the third one listed. I don't have it in front of me. It might have been the third one on.
Are you sure it's not the copy machines or
It
copies?
was copies, yes. Why was there
Yeah.
such a big variance?
We previously budgeted 22,000, amended, we're a change of 31,000. So far, we've taken in about 53,000 copy fees this year.
Oh, wow. Okay. So that's a good
copy
thing.
fees are high. Yep, that was why that big increase occurred. And
Okay.
Jen did just walk in if you had another question. Thank you.
Okay, that was it. Good, thank you. I didn't understand that one.
Yeah, and we use those funds, some of those funds to transfer over to the duplicating fund for that folding machine.
Great. Okay. Thanks.
So any other comments? So this is on the, and yes, let's read. All those in favor, please raise your hand or say aye.
Aye.
You wanna go check? Those opposed, the same sign. The motion passes 7-0. Commissioner Lautner.
Yes, I would recommend approval of claims and accounts, $139,955.35.
Support.
All those in favor, please raise your hand or say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, the same sign. Motion passes 7-0. Then Commissioner Lautner.
Yes, I would recommend approval of post audit, $2,054,446.78.
All those in favor, please raise your hand or say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, the same sign.